Good morning and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for the start of this LV County Championship match between Lancashire and Northants. Well, the test match is done and dusted in disappointing circumstances. The Ashes can't be regained, but we're here at Emirates Old Trafford and of course the sun's out. It's a glorious day and David Lloyd is alongside me. David, it's good to see you. All very disappointing over the weekend.
Well, it was frustrating and of course there's an aftermath. Everybody's getting involved. Should there be an extra day? I believe there should, but it'd be once every 20 years. So it happened here at Old Trafford. I can't think when it's happened previously. And so it's just one of them things that England looked as if they were going to win. 2-2 down to the Oval. And that would be winner take all. But I think England still are going to fly at Australia down at the Oval. What I saw from Australia is that they're absolutely shattered.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's concentrate on the game today then. County Championship, Lancashire playing Northants, and they're playing on the test match pitch. Now, what about that?
Well, I think that's terrific because I was watching throughout the 5 days, where are they going to play? And there was a pitch designated for this game, but obviously it's damp, it's wet, it's not been prepared. So it's exciting to play on that test match pitch. I haven't seen the teams, but I bet there's some spinners. It started spinning from day one, and so now, after so much cricket on it, it'll definitely help the spinners. It's a good pitch and it's got decent pace.
Well, we're looking at Hartley and Morley as the left-arm spinners for Lancashire. And I don't know whether Matt Parkinson might be considered. He's still on the staff, of course. So we've got a couple of Lancashire spinners. 280 overs, probably round about 280 overs bowled on that wicket. But it's a good pitch still.
It'll be fine, but there's wear and tear. You think of Mitchell Stark bowling left arm over, so there's going to be something for the spinners to work with. Lancashire maybe just a bit frustrated that they've not got over the line, but they need to start winning. They're a game in hand in the Championship and they're playing the bottom team, Northants, so it needs a good performance from the team in this game.
Mid-table, of course, so there's a spectre of relegation, but playing teams below them, and even more important, they can get as high as they can if they win.
Well, you know, I'd never say die, and if one or two slip up above them and you get on a roll and put some wins together, it can take you right up the table. So good weather, I think we're going to get good weather. It'll be a strong team that is out against that bottom team.
This party stand's starting to buzz, isn't it? It's great here, isn't it?
It is lovely. I've had friends that have sat right up at the back row and said it's fantastic. And of course, who was it? The Arctic Monkeys were here, so this disappears, and some Arctic Monkeys all come on.
Is it a sellout today?
It won't be a sellout today, no. I think everybody's a bit short after the test match.
What's he doing there?
There's somebody sat there, mate. Somebody's been sitting there. There's somebody sat there as well. You have to go a bit further. So, Keaton, you've won the toss. What are we going to do?
We've lost the toss. We're bowling, playing obviously on the test surface. So used surface. So yeah, we would have liked to have bat first, but there's a little bit of weather around, so it's not the worst having a crack.
Did you see much of the test match, and what did you think of the pitch?
I thought the surface was actually really good. Obviously, one or two deviated up and down, did spin. but I thought as a whole, I thought it was a really good test surface. I thought it would have made for a really good cricket come day 4 and 5.
Team-wise, what have you come up with?
We've got a couple of changes. Mitch misses out. He's obviously needs a week off. Crofty's in. And then we've gone with a slight change. Danny Lamb has come out and we've gone with another spinner, Tom Hartley.
So talk about spinners, because I was here for the 5 days and it spun on day 1. Who are the 2 spinners?
Young Jack Morley and Tom Hartley, so 2 of our younger lads. Yeah, look, there's obviously quite a bit about them. Hopefully just have a good game and just enjoy it.
And so just coming on to this test match pitch, I take it we're on this because of all the moisture that's been around and all the rain, that there wasn't another pitch that would be available.
Yeah, look, the one that we ideally wanted to play on hasn't had enough time in it. Obviously with the rain the last few days, back-to-back games, and the test only finished, 48 hours ago, 24 hours ago. So for us to be able to actually get on a decent surface, this was probably our best bet.
So in the championship, you're 1 match behind everyone else. Yeah. Is there any realistic, are you just trying to get as high as you can, or are there still thoughts on winning the championship?
I think there's still half a thought. I think with the point structure as it is, if you lose games, you obviously don't move anywhere. The win has a sort of high-weighted points. So it's just making sure we play really good cricket. It's been a frustrating season in a lot of respects in that in the weather regard. So we just need to make sure we play well.
Go well today.
Cheers, Bumble. Thank you, mate.
Well, just at that toss, and just to reiterate that Lancashire have lost the toss and they'll be bowling first. And just let's have a look at this pitch. It's a test match pitch. I'm quite excited that we're on this pitch because obviously there's a lot of wear and tear. If you just look closely, you can see where the fast bowlers have run off. And I'm not saying they're in the danger area, they wouldn't have been allowed to bowl. But there's plenty of stuff for the spinners to use. Look at all these areas here. If you can look at these deep grooves in the pitch. Now, if you can land in there, that's going to be a bit of a problem. It'll still be a good surface on the main surface, wicket to wicket. But I think it's a big advantage to bat first. So Lancashire will have to bowl pretty well to get batting. And I think that all in all, it'll be a very good pitch, but the spinners will have a lot to say on it.
Half an hour or so, but welcome to our commentary box here at Emirates Old Trafford. Scott Reed and Andrew Radd. Andrew from BBC Northampton is alongside me. We'll get Bumble with us, and Paul Allett and Callum Flynn is with us for the opening day of this fixture as well. Andrew, good morning.
Morning, Scott. Great to be here as ever. Warmest welcome on the circuit, thanks to Big Dave downstairs. And yeah, it was great to be here. And well, just after the test match as well, and playing on the test pitch. What an honour.
Yeah, I've just been hearing Bumble's pitch report there, and it's quite exciting, though, isn't it? To be on the main test pitch. It might be something to do with the fact that it's 2 days since the test match finished and it's rained for 2 days, so I'm not quite sure what else the ground staff could produce, but still, nonetheless, it should be a belter.
It should be, and I know that the feeling in the Northamptonshire camp was that it might bring the spinners in a little bit more. I think that's why the team selection has Alex Russell, the specialist leggy, coming back into the side. Bowled well in his previous outing, a couple of championship matches ago, got 6 for against Kent in a long bowl on a used pitch at Wantage Road. So I think once they took a look at the pitch, he was always going to be in the reckoning. Interesting also, though he wasn't named in the squad, that Simon Kerrigan, of course well known in this part of the world, who hasn't figured at all in first team cricket for Northamptonshire this year, and to be honest hasn't looked like figuring, hasn't even been named in the squad, I think, was up here this morning having a little bowl, and I did wonder if it might be a bit of a surprise recall to the side, but no, they've stuck to the 13 and they've just left out George Weldon and Gus Miller.
Do you want to run through that 11?
Yeah, happily. So the Northamptonshire side, no Rob Keogh, who is basically just tired. He's not been fully fit, I think, for the last couple of games. He had a bit of a back issue during the T20 that kept him out of some of the games at the back end of the tournament. So he's having a rest. Likewise, Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor have both had a very heavy workload. Again, they've played in Championship and T20, so the feeling was that they just needed to give them a little bit of a break. So Northamptonshire lining up with Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay, Justin Broad, Luke Proctor, the captain, of course well known in this part of the world. Safe Zabe. Sam Whiteman probably bat a bit higher than that. Didn't bat in the second innings against Somerset because he'd just become a father and with his wife at hospital, but happily all well there, so he's rejoined the squad. Lewis McManus, the keeper. James Sales comes back into the side. Not before time, I think some of us think. Dominic Leach, who is obviously a Yorkshire bowler who's on a short-term loan with Northamptonshire. He's making his Northamptonshire debut, becomes Northamptonshire's 544th first-class player. Then Jack White and Alex Russell, the leg spinner.
Excellent. As for Lancashire, take a look at their team for this fixture. They've included 2 frontline spinners as well. Lancashire going as follows. We'll talk you through the team now. Keaton Jennings will captain Lancashire. Just heard from Keaton at the toss with Bumble just a few moments ago. This is Lancashire's top 3. So Jennings and then Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon make up Lancashire's top 3. Then Phil Salt. Stephen Croft returns. He missed out at Edgbaston last week. And George Balderson, fresh from his first-class century. And then George Bell. Tom Hartley returns as well. He missed out at Edgbaston last week. And Tom Bailey, who's closing in on a milestone this week. More on that a little bit later on. And then Will Williams and Jack Morley complete Lancashire's 11. Lancashire fresh from a draw against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. A rain-affected draw against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. But the game at Wanties Road did see a conclusion, but it finished inside 3 days and not in the right way for Northants.
No, it did. It's been a miserable run for Northamptonshire. I mean, yes, when we start looking up record numbers of innings defeats in a season, as we were during the Somerset match, then you know that all is not going completely according to plan. No, I mean, Northamptonshire lost in the end by 9 wickets, managed to avoid the innings defeat, which would have been their 5th innings defeat in 9 games. Now, the record is 9 innings defeats in the season, way back in 1937. So, you know, we're in that sort of when we're looking at those sort of records. Yeah, I mean, they against Somerset, it was one of those games where they needed to make the new ball count. It was a pitch that looked a little bit green at the start, and they had a poor first session and never really recovered. Somerset were up 107 for 1 at lunch after being put in by Luke Proctor. Managed to get 350, which was well above par on that surface. I think without a doubt the consensus was that par score would have been 220, maybe 250, but to get 350 as they did on the first day, and Northamptonshire's batting, which is short of confidence, fragile at the best of times this season, just wasn't up to it. And as I say, they managed to scramble through enough runs thanks to the captain Luke Proctor, who played well in the second innings for an unbeaten 87 to take it past make the point where Somerset actually had to bat again, but it was all over before lunch on the 3rd day. So it's been a miserable run. Northamptonshire rock bottom of the table, only ever won here 4 times. So, well, now would be a very, very good time for them to make it 5.
Would be a timely,
yes,
a timely occasion. There goes the ringing of the bell. The players are heading out to the middle. So yeah, Northamptonshire, as Andrew was saying, rock bottom, just that 1 win so far this season with 50 points. And then Middlesex second from bottom, 65. Kent 76, third from bottom. And then Nottinghamshire 4th from bottom with 89 points. Then Lancashire in 6th with 100 points. And the top of the table, Surrey with 161. Essex a second, 147. Hampshire a third, 132. Warwickshire a 4th, 124. And Somerset, on the back of that win against Northamptonshire last week, are in 5th place with 122 points. I'm going to make way. Andrew will be with you for the first part of the morning session with plenty of voices to keep you entertained today. Callum Flynn will join Andrew for the first kind of half hour or so.
Lovely, thanks Scott. It is going to be Tom Bailey to bowl the first ball of the match in, well, overcast conditions, but plenty of blue sky around. He's going to be bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos with 3 slips and a gully round the wicket, and Taylor bowling to the left-handed Vasconcelos. Left-handed opening pair, and the first ball played out into the covers. And there's no run, fielded there by Stephen Croft. say the conditions, you would think it's going to be a reasonably good batting day. There's a little bit of cloud around, but not too heavy. Forecast, I think, is fine. Morning, Callum.
Morning.
Fine, I think.
A much better one than the last 2 days.
Well, yes, that's right. Not too bad for today and tomorrow. I'm not sure Thursday's that great. Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Vasconcelos on his legs, turns it out to square leg. Fielded out there by George Balderson, as Scott says, coming off the back of that terrific 100 in his last match. And if his Auntie Helen, if George Balderson's Auntie Helen is listening in Northamptonshire, one of his biggest fans, then morning Helen. And the boy did well in the last game, and out on the field at the start of this one as well. We try and find Northamptonshire connections in all things, Callum, you'll find. Here's Bailey in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos, goes into the gloves of Phil Salt, keeping wickets. So Northamptonshire leaving out Gus Miller and George Weldon from the 13 that were named yesterday. Weldon, I think, really just getting a little bit of experience in the first team squad. He fielded for a while in that Somerset match, took a good catch actually in the deep as substitute fielder to dismiss, such is my memory, I've actually got to look up who it was, Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the first innings.
Not a bad one.
No. Here's Bailey in, bowls very full outside the off stump. Good carry. It goes through, slaps into the gloves of Phil Salt, but left alone by Vasconcelos. Disappointing that I'm sure Gus Miller will have to wait a little while longer for his first-class debut. I did mention yesterday, Callum, the last Augustus to play for Northamptonshire, because Gus Miller's full first names are Augustus Horatio. The last Augustus to play for Northamptonshire, hold that thought, as Bailey comes in round the wicket, bowls the first runs of the match, turned down to long leg for a single by Vasconcelos. So he's away, as are Northamptonshire, one for no wicket. Was a gentleman by the name of Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford, who played a few games for Northamptonshire back in the 1880s and 1890s, and his niece created the Wombles, Elizabeth Beresford. And that was the last Augustus to play for Northamptonshire.
Parents wasn't helping him with the name.
I was going to say,
school,
no.
was he?
No, well, he went to Oundle School in Northamptonshire and played for Norfolk for many years after that, and wrote language grammar books. But anyway, we digress. He's not playing, Gus Miller. Next ball to Emilio Gabe goes past the outside edge. Fortunately for him, he doesn't get a nick. It goes through to Phil Salt, and that's the end of the first over from Tom Bailey. Northamptonshire one for no wicket, and we've had just the one over.
Yeah, that'll be his natural shape to the left-handers, Tom Bailey. He'll try and swing it in more naturally, but he has got the one that drifts away as well. So it'll be a challenging opening spell for the two opening batsmen, especially with Will Williams backing him up as well. These are an excellent opening pair. They don't give you much at all.
And what a season he's had, Callum, as well. 39 wickets, championship wickets for Tom Bailey at 19s. I mean, that's a serious return so far.
Yeah, and then his bowling partner's 32 as well at 20. So, like you say, you don't get much from these two. You've really got to battle it out, and then kind of take advantage of the first, second change bowlers.
And it is going to be Will Williams from the far end. Still with the three slips and a gully in place, with the old pavilion behind him as he runs in round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to Phil Salt. Neither of these two, it's fair to say, have had a particularly marvellous season so far. Vasconcelos 378 runs at 21, 350s, highest score 78, but still looking for his first championship 100 of the season. Emilio Gay missed the first part of the season after a knee injury during the winter that required an operation. Managed just 187 runs at 18 with just the 150, made 89 against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School as Williams is in, bowls to Vasconcelos outside the off stump, left alone, through to Phil Salt. But I'm afraid that's Northampton's top order generally. They've had a really rough start to the season. Yeah,
Gay had was it a good white ball T20
yeah, he did.
The last tournament?
To be fair, actually, Callum, both of these two looked pretty good in the T20.
Yeah, Zabe as well, was it?
Zabe was excellent. I mean, he's he's been a slightly problematic one for Northamptonshire this year, in that so often, because he's been batting down at 6, he's found himself having to try and do something with the tail, which counts a little bit for his stats this year, as Williams is in bowls to Vasconcelos, drives back past the bowler, runs for him here, could go all the way for 4. It's a little teaser. The outfield, of course, fairly lush, because apparently it's been raining in Manchester for a bit recently. Anyway,
Yeah.
it does run away for 4. First boundary, Vasconcelos 5, and Northamptonshire 5 for no wicket.
It's a beautiful shot. He's hardly pushed forward at all. You wouldn't even say it to drive. It's more of a forward defence. He just flew off the middle of the bat straight down the ground for 4. The outfield's still pretty quick, considering the amount of rain we have had. Whisper that to the England fans.
Absolutely. Here's Williams around the wicket again. Bowling to Vasconcelos, pushes forward off a thick inside edge out into the onside. But there's no run to be had there. Stays at 5 for no wicket. Yeah, Zabe, he's so often, you look at his stats this year and you can say, well, yeah, he's got lots of starts and he hasn't gone on. But, and you look at his figures, you know, 33, 35, 26, 57 not out, full couple of 40s, 38. But so often he's found himself having to bat with 9-10 Jack and try and make something happen, try and get Northamptonshire up to a score. As Williams is in, bowls and gets a full shot from Vasconcelos, who's trying to drive. Meets only with fresh air, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Phil Salt. So to be fair to him, I don't think it's one of those instances where his stats probably don't tell
the true story.
The whole story. But
yeah, like you say, he's trying to. At some stage, you'll have to try and force it, won't it, with a tail? It's not an easy thing to do. It's bit of a specialist role, really. Someone like Ben Stokes takes it on well for England. But like you say, you've got a risk and reward, isn't it, at that stage?
Absolutely. Here's Williams in. Bowling to Vasconcelos, pushes forward out into the offside. Runs down to backward point, and that's the end of the second over from Will Williams. Just 4 runs off it, that boundary for Vasconcelos. He's made all of Northamptonshire's 5 runs, and 2 overs down. That after Luke Proctor won the toss and chose to bat first. I suspect, Callum, that wouldn't have been a difficult decision to say. The feeling was, walking over the ground with a couple of the Northamptonshire players from the hotel first thing, they felt that spin was going to come into it more and more, and I suppose you want to get runs on the board first innings.
Yeah, I think it'll spin first inning as well. You can see the footholds from the test match. It's going to get tired more as day 1, day 2, day 3 go on. So Tom Bailey comes in from the Brian Statham end, clipped off his legs down to fine leg for 1 run. Yeah, as we were saying, it will get more tired, won't it? And that's when the spinners will come into play. I think it will spin in the first innings as well. So I think it's really key for Northamptonshire to get a solid start against the Seamers, because Lancashire have got 2 promising young spinners playing in Hartley and Morley. Morley had a really good go at Warwickshire in the last game. Unfortunately, rain put an end to Lancashire's hopes of winning that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jack Morley, so looking forward very much to seeing him. The word in the press box downstairs, he's definitely one to watch.
Bailey comes in, balls, and it's just played outside off stump, goes through to Phil Salt for no run.
Yeah, I'm looking forward very much to seeing him. I mean, it's unfortunate, I suppose, in some respects, that Northamptonshire going into this match where it is likely to turn without their leading spinner, really, Rob Keogh.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's a big miss for Northamptonshire in this game, isn't he?
He is. I think he's just, so the last couple of matches, particularly, take it back to the Merchant Taylor School 2 matches ago against Middlesex, he just didn't look fit, he didn't look right.
Bailey comes in, balls, and played forward down to mid-on for no run.
He's had a bit of back trouble through his career, and he just wasn't moving the last couple of games. He hasn't been moving with any sort of freedom, and I just think they felt that with the One-Day Cup coming up, which Northamptonshire I think will be targeting, not least because they've got so, apart from David Willey and Safe Zabe, they haven't really got anybody else involved in the 100. So
yeah.
It's a competition they feel they can do well in. So obviously they want to have everybody fit, and that includes Keogh, Sanderson and Taylor.
Bailey bowls outside off stump, and it's allowed to go through to Phil Salt. Yeah, it's a busy schedule, isn't it, with how much cricket there is these days. You've got the Vitality T20 Blast, which is kind of crammed in a short period. You've got county championship games throughout that as well. And I think back-to-back games in the county championship now as well. So, and then the One Day Cup, and then 3 or 4 county championship games after that as well. It's a really heavy dose of cricket for the professional cricketers these days. As Tom Bailey comes in, balls, and it's played for a wide mid-on for 1 run.
Well, you take Tom Taylor, for example, Callum. I mean, he didn't play in the first couple of championship matches. He got just a bit of a niggle. But he's played now 6 championship matches in, obviously, in the last 2 blocks, and played every T20 match, all 14 games in the Vitality Blast. Obviously, Northamptonshire not qualifying, but so he has had a very heavy workload. Ben Sanderson, 6 championship matches and 9 T20s.
In comes Bailey, balls, and it's just played into the offside for no run. Yeah, it's a travelling as well, though, isn't it? That supporters don't quite understand. They think, the professional cricketers are just a game of cricket, but it's the coach journeys in between, travelling up and down the country. That's when you feel the tiredness. That's when you get sore. That's when you get stiff. It's not quite the luxury of Premier League players who, have airplanes taking them here and there and everywhere.
No, well, I can reveal certainly that BBC commentators don't have aeroplanes. There was one who spent several hours on the M6 yesterday. It was a long old hike up here. Sadly, it was quite a serious accident, I think, on the M6. It took a journey that usually takes about 2.5 up from Northamptonshire. It took 5 hours yesterday. So it was quite very pleased to see the lights of Manchester as Williams starts afresh over to Vasconcelos, who's pushing forward, running it down to backward point. And there's no run. But, I mean, especially we talk about the schedule, and the other thing is, of course, the size of the Northamptonshire squad. Those two, talking about Sanderson and Taylor's workload, they're having to play a lot because there really isn't anybody else. So Gareth Berg is off doing other things at the moment, involved with the Italian national team. Here's Williams round the wicket again, bowling to Vasconcelos, turns it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Which is hence the fact, obviously, Dom Leach has come in on a short-term loan.
Yeah, you're often seeing more loan players, aren't we, now? Yeah. It's quite strange in a way with how many loan players get moved here there just for 2-3 games, and you're seeing the use of more trialists as well in the game. Second 11 players who are often club cricketers, very good club cricketers, getting the go in the professional game.
Still 3 slips in the gully as Williams is in, bowls to Vasconcelos, turns it out into the gap between mid-wicket, and they're through for a single. Takes Vasconcelos to 6 and Northamptonshire 7 rather, and Northamptonshire to 8 for no wicket in the 4th over. Yes, I mean, it'll be interesting to see from a Northamptonshire perspective if going into that last block of 4 championship matches, I mean, already I think many will say that it's going to be a very, very tough ask for Northamptonshire to avoid relegation. If going into that last block of 4, it really looks very unlikely, whether possibly some of the players from the academy, who are talented, obviously, but still very raw and perhaps even played even a lot of second 11 cricket, might get an outing at some point. Here's Williams in, bowls to Gay, leaves that alone outside the off stump, goes through to Phil Salt. Yeah, but that said, I mean, Northamptonshire's running, if you were actually sort of looking and trying to to pick up wins, as you say, to try and avoid relegation, Northamptonshire have got to play Lancashire again at Northampton, Warwickshire at Edgbaston, Surrey at the Oval, Essex at Wantage Road. So
doesn't quite get easier, does it?
They've already played Kent twice and lost to Kent twice, played Middlesex twice, won 1 and drawn 1. As Williams is in, bowls outside the off stump again, left alone by Emilio Gay. So it's a fairly tough run to the end of the season.
Just going back to the academy mention there, and the trialist players and stuff, I think a more emphasis is going to go on academies. I think in the professional game, I think it has to, with how much cricket's being played. The 100's not going anywhere for now. As much as people might dislike it or like it, agree with it, whatever, it's not going anywhere, and I think that's where counties are going to have to look at the academy to really bolster.
Here's Williams in, bowls and beats Gay outside the off stump as he's drawn onto the front foot, goes past the outside edge. End of the over, 4 overs gone, Northamptonshire 8 for no wicket, 7 of those to Vasconcelos, 1 to Emilio Gay. A little bit of sort of watery sunshine coming through the clouds. I say there is plenty of cloud around, but it's pretty high. Forecast is okay for today, I think. broadly. You know this
it
weather here much better than I do.
Should be on for the full day today, and you don't hear that often.
I think tomorrow is not great. Possibly back end of the day, and Wednesday, well, the Thursday, isn't it? I think there's a bit of rain around. Possibly the start of play on Thursday, so we may be a bit late starting if we're still here, of course.
Bailey into Vasconcelos round the wicket. Balls, and it's just played down to Will Williams at mid-on for no run.
I say that as one whose team I follow is obviously made a bit of a speciality of 3-day finishes this season, but not in the sense of finishing teams off winning in 3 days, because they did against Middlesex. But no, I think let's say the weather might keep us here a bit longer, and I hope, obviously, from everybody's point of view, that it turns out to be a decent game.
Bailey from the Brian Statham end. Ball, and it's just played down the wicket for no run. Bit of a race for that one.
It was so frustrating, wasn't it, on Sunday, though? I mean, I think were you here for?
No, so I was there on the Thursday, just as a supporter. I was in the top of the party stand. My mate told me we was pretty halfway up, and then I looked at the ticket. We was 15 rows off the top, and there's no lift up there. It seems to get higher and higher as the day goes on.
It's
incredible.
I haven't got a great head for heights. I'm not sure.
No.
I'm not sure I'd fancy that at the back of the top end.
Bailey balls. Just a little bit back of a length. Vasconcelos tries to pull that over deep square. Probably not quite getting up as high as he had hoped. Just hits him into the fire guard for no run. Yeah, it's incredible. It's the highest temporary stand in the world, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, it's some.
Well, those watching on the stream will actually be able to see it now, and it is so. Oh God, the thought of being at the top of that. No.
70 rows, I think it is.
No, thank you.
In comes Bailey. Balls, it's just played down to fine leg. Off his hip for one run.
But the frustrating thing was that, as I say, on Sunday afternoon, listening on Test Match Special and all the discussion about are we going to get started and is the rain going to clear and this, that and the other. And I was watching my club play in Houndle, in the sort of northeast corner of Northamptonshire, a Rutland League game on Sunday afternoon, and it was so warm in the sun that we were trying to find a seat in the shade. It was an absolutely glorious afternoon, and it was all very frustrating. That's 2 hours up the, on a good day, 2 hours up the road.
Bailey comes in. Balls outside off stump, and it's allowed to go through to Phil Salt for no run. Yeah, I think there was a bit of kick-offs with the North not getting no Ashes test in 2027, but I think it's starting to be justified with the weather that unfortunately came in, but fingers crossed the ECB look at that, because I feel
they must do, mustn't they?
Yeah, the players, I think Ben Stokes himself has come out and said how much the players enjoy the North test matches, the atmospheres, and I think it suits the way England and Ben Stokes want to go about the cricket. I think it really gets them going. As in comes Bailey round the wicket. Balls, no front foot, no ball, and it's played out to a deep square off his legs for one run. Bailey overstepping. Yeah,
I mean it does seem. Was it the most northerly test in that series will be Nottingham? I think that the next Ashes series.
Yeah, it will be.
It just seems. I mean, I think we have no sort of horse in the race on this one. Obviously, from Northamptonshire being stuck right in the middle of the country, it doesn't really make a lot of odds. But it just seems absolutely balmy that you wouldn't use one of the two great grounds in the north.
Bailey bowls, just guided through the gully area. Lovely diving stop there from George Bell, no run.
When you think of all the Ashes history and all the Test match history that you're attached to this ground and to Headingley as well, it just seems very, very strange. And as you say, I do hope that it's looked at again.
Yeah, I mean, from taking my Lancashire hat off here, I think the Old Trafford pitch is probably the best test wicket in the country. It offers a bit of everything for the seam bowlers with the pace and bounce. The spinners more or less spins from day one. And then the batters, it's a flat wicket if you can get in. So it really does prepare fantastic wickets, and often if the weather holds out, you're getting a result instead of draws.
Bit of sunshine as Williams comes round the wicket, bowls to Emilio Gay and turns him round, and it goes off a leading edge, dangerously close to being a caught and bowled. I think landed just in front of Will Williams in his follow through. But Emilio Gay, heart in mouth for a moment there, comes down, does a little bit of gardening. Ricardo Vasconcelos is studying something going on in the old pavilion. Either that or engaged in conversation with umpire Graham Lloyd. I'm not sure which, but he's ignoring his batting partner completely. Something's caught his eye down there. I'm not sure what it is. As Williams is in, bowls to Gay, clips that nicely off his legs. That's going to run away for 4. Away through square leg, past the umpire, beats the diving fielder. There is a long leg, but it's a long way round. Quite fine, and so a long and unavailing chase as it crosses the rope. First boundary to Emilio Gay today, and Northamptonshire up to 16 for no wicket in the 6th over.
It's a lot more natural, that shot, wasn't it? Emilio Gay, just the ball before, probably just tried to force it a little bit too much. It was probably just a bit more 4/5 stump line, bit more of a better length, but Will Williams there just straying a bit too straight, a bit too full, and a lot more easier shot for Gay to get away for 4.
Well, you've put your finger there, I think, on Emilio Gay's problem this year, as Williams is in, bowls to him outside the off stump, leaves that alone, goes through to Phil Salt, in that he has been pushing at the ball around off stump. He's say 4th stump. The number of times this year he's nicked off, caught behind, caught slip, and there's an interesting theory that one of the coaches was telling me that because he missed the start of the season. And he's obviously seeing, and because he finished last season very strongly, of course, made that really good 100 against Surrey, missed the start of this season. So he's come late in to the championship campaign as Williams is in. Bowls to him, and there he goes again. Outside the off stump, big waft. Doesn't, fortunately for him, find the edge. It goes through to Phil Salt, but that just about sums it up. And the point that we're making is that he almost feels he's got to play catch-up. He's looking at other batters around the circuit that have made, 300-400 runs after 6 games, where he's starting, or he's only played 2 or 3 games, and so almost he feels he has to catch up, and he feels he has to go that little bit harder. And of course, the inevitable happened against quality bowlers with the new ball. You're going to have a problem. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Gay, just takes a hand off the bat as that bounced maybe a little bit more than he was anticipating, but he played it down well enough. It goes down to long leg and he picks up a single. Gay goes to 7, Northamptonshire to 17 for no wicket, and he's such a good player that he will come again. There's absolutely no doubt about that. He played nicely down at Merchant Taylor School for 89, but other than that, it's been a fairly barren start to the season for Emilio Gay. 15 and 0, 9 and 13, 15 and 9, 0 and 13 last time out against Somerset. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives nicely on the bounce to backward point. Smart fielding down there by Stephen Croft, and that is the end of Will Williams' over. 3 overs for 10, and Northamptonshire, who won the toss and batted, 6 overs gone, 17 for no wicket.
Is it a case of, obviously, Ben Stokes and McCullum, the kind of the example that everyone's using now, aren't they? Because they've changed the attitude and the way everyone thinks about the cricket. Is it a case of going to Emilio Gay, just go out there, play to your strengths, and if you do snick off early doors, we're not too fussed about that? Or is it a case of the Northants fans would rather him stick around, really graft it out, and try and play them longer innings?
I think I think from the Northamptonshire supporters' point of view, certainly they, because of the way the season has started off, that they feel that they just need Emilio Gay to get some runs.
In comes Bailey outside the off stump, allowed through to Phil Salt for no run.
And he proved last year, and particularly the innings against Surrey, when also, of course, Safe Save made a very good 100 in the second innings of that game. He's proved that he can do it. He's a good enough player to do it. And of course, when you get 100 against Surrey, immediately everybody's interested all of a sudden. And, he was getting national correspondents, coming to have a chat with him when nobody had really noticed him before because he got runs against Surrey.
Bailey bowls outside the off stump, just played to Will Williams at mid-on for no run.
But the interesting thing there, Callum, is that I think everybody talked about the 100 he made against Surrey at Northampton. Earlier in the season, much earlier in the season, Northamptonshire got turned over inside 3 days down at the Oval with that relentless pace attack with Worrell and Jordan Clark, and and hammering away. This was last season. And Emilio Gay stood up in the second innings. He wore a few. He got hit almost 3 times on the same point on his right elbow.
So in comes Bailey, and it's a lovely shot down the ground. Over pitch from Bailey there, and it's a great shot down the ground from Emilio Gay for 4 runs.
Yeah, it'll make him feel a bit better. But he wore a few, but he showed, I thought, a huge amount of character. And talking to the head coach John Sadler afterwards, I think we were both sort of saying, yeah, that innings sees him, it's like come of age. It's another big step in his development, that he's been prepared to really battle it out.
Yeah.
So he can do it. He's a good enough player to do it. He just needs a little bit of patience and a little bit of luck as well.
Yeah. So in comes Bailey. Ball's outside the off stump. Much better channel, and that's allowed to go through to full salt for no run. Yeah, it's similar to, well, the opposite of that is someone like Zach Crawley, isn't he, in the Test team at the minute, where they call him an impact opener, and they're not too fussed if he nicks off in the first over. They're kind of happy for him just to try and take the attack to the opening bowlers and try and put them off their length for the batters that are kind of coming in. Bailey bowls outside the off stump again, just shaping away a little bit after the ball has left the bat, and no run to full salt.
Yeah. The problem, say, it goes in a sense for all of the Northamptonshire batters, is that collectively there's been a bit of a lack of confidence this year. And I mean, one of the big plus points, and we'll see how he fares here, but Justin Broad, who's obviously just come into the first class game, just on his first professional contract, he immediately, even when he came in for the T20, looked as though he belonged at this level, which is always encouraging.
Bailey bowls outside the off stump. He's just got Emilio Gay playing there, just in that awkward channel where you don't know whether to leave it or play. He's just prodded forward, and it's gone through to full salt for no run. And that's the end of the 7th over, 21 for none.
I just wonder also with Emilio Gay how much the knee problem that he had in the winter is possibly just preying on his mind a little bit. During the one innings of any sort of substance he's played this year in Red Bull, which was the 89 at Merchant Taylor's School against Middlesex, he had to retire hurt for a while because he was feeling his knee, went off and came back later and played, although clearly not moving particularly freely. So whether that's just at the back of his mind, just distracting him a little bit from the job in hand. Here's Williams starting a fresh over to Vasconcelos, back of a length, and Vasconcelos a little bit firm-footed, plays it down to Croft at backward point.
Yeah, going back to like Northamptonshire, the success of the team this season as well, you often get viewed in a lot worse, don't you, with a microscope really, when it's not quite going your way. So the batters will be going, do we carry on playing the same way and just expecting different results, or do we change it? But then if you change it and you go a bit more attacking, you're then getting viewed, like you say, through that microscope off your supporters, off fellow critics.
Oh yes, it's a tough balance. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays forward defensively, fielded on the bounce by Williams and his follow through, and there's no run, stays at 21 for no wicket. Yeah, that's right. I mean, Sam Whiteman once or twice was playing this sort of forcing back foot shot around off stump and got out to it a couple of times, and the reaction was, oh no, here we go again. And the fact that he has made a couple of hundreds this year, saved the match against Somerset at Taunton, batted nearly 7 hours. Williams in again, bowls to Vasconcelos defensively. Back down the pitch again for Williams to field. So, yeah, when a side's struggling collectively, then that's absolutely right what you say. The punters are pouncing on, and they pay their money, and they're quite entitled to have an opinion. But yeah, there's been a lot of criticism levelled at players, coaches, probably commentators as well, for all I know. But it's been a tough season, let's put it that way, so far in red ball at least. Let's squares Vasconcelos up. It goes off a thick outside edge down past the gully. Croft tracks back from backward point to field, and they come through for a single. Vasconcelos goes to 9, and Northamptonshire to 22 for no wicket. I think almost a bigger disappointment, because the Championship I think was always going to be tough. They just about managed to stay up last year with the help of a couple of good overseas batters and 8 points for a draw. This year, so the overseas has been rather less successful, and 5 points for a draw. They've struggled. Probably more disappointing this year has been the T20, when I think, given the squad Northamptonshire had and the return of David Willey, everybody was thinking that they really at least got to qualify this year. Now, 2 men back on possibly for the short ball, but that's just back of a length from Williams. Gay plays it out to cover where Croft fields, but they've got a long leg and a deep backward square, both about 10 yards in from the boundary, down to our right.
There has been enough in it in the wicket, hasn't there? There's been a few that have popped a little bit. The ball's moving in the air, so there is enough in it for Williams and Bailey, but Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay have played pretty well so far.
Quite overcast now. Cloud just a little heavier than it was earlier as Williams is in again. Bowls short to Gay, gets on top of that nicely, turns it down to backward square, and they're through for single, fielded down there by Jack Morley, sends in his return, and that's the end of the 8th over. So Northamptonshire, so far so good, after Luke Proctor won the toss and chose to bat. It's 23 for no wicket, with Ricardo Vasconcelos on 9, Emilio Gay on 12. So the forecast, I think, okay for today at least, and for tomorrow, possibly less so for Thursday. And delighted to welcome to the commentary box David Lloyd. Morning, Bumble.
Morning, Andrew.
Great to have you with us. I think you're on now.
Was I not on before?
No, you are now.
Yeah.
It's lovely to hear you.
I've got a red light. I'm on.
Red light spells danger. Here's Tom Bailey starting his 5th over, lying round the wicket to Emilio Gay outside the off stump, left alone by Gay. We're saying, David, the Northamptonshire have only won 4 times here in red ball cricket ever, and you were playing in 2 of them. I'm not trying to, draw any inference from that, but
in the 70s, would that be?
Well, 1965.
65.
I know, and you,
did I play in that?
You played in that
Never.
one. You top scored in the follow-on. Hayden Sully, the off-spinner, got 11,
Yes.
got 11 wickets in the match.
Hayden Sully, yeah.
And but second innings, you top scored in the follow-on with 44. Here's Bailey, still with 3 slips and a gully, bowls to Emilio Gay, very full outside the off-stump, left alone by Gay, and goes through to Phil Salt.
I'd be down the order, wouldn't
Yes,
I? Like 7 or 8.
7.
Yeah.
Just below Ken Snellgrove.
Yeah, Ken. Yeah.
I was looking this
up. Lovely
earlier.
lad, Ken.
Brian Statham, captain, took 7 wickets inevitably, but then Hayden Sully got amongst that was the year Northamptonshire just missed the title by 4 points.
Keith Andrew keeping wicket.
Andrew captain, yeah. And
uncovered pitch.
Yeah, yes. Had a good year, Hayden Sully. 2 or 3 very good years in the mid-60s. Here's Bailey in again. Bowls to Gay, drives, beaten outside the off stump, through to Phil Salt. Yeah, Northamptonshire losing the championship by 4 points when Colin Ingleby Mackenzie declared against Worcestershire down at Bournemouth, and he still hasn't been forgiven.
No, I remember that. I do remember that.
Keith Andrew and Brian Reynolds were on the golf course when they heard the scores through on the radio. And
good player, Brian Reynolds.
Yeah, well, great man of Northamptonshire cricket. But then in '76, of course, when they also finished second in the table, they won here. But you had painful memories of that one.
Dead Bob Cotton. Bouncer.
Come on to that one in a second as Bailey is in, bowls to Gay. He just bounces a little bit on him. Plays it well. It took him on the glove. Drops down into the crease next to him. And there's no run. Yes, first innings, hit wicket, bowled Cotter.
Yeah, he flattened me into the stumps. I finished up in hospital for the night. I think they let me out the day after. He had a good bouncer. Medium, fast, medium, close to the wicket, but his bouncer was good.
And sadly, that was about his last season, because he had a sort of succession of injuries and just about finished at the end of that year. Here's Bailey in again. Bowling to Gay outside the off stump, leaves it alone this time. Goes through to Phil Salt. and weren't able to bat in the second innings, and the only man who really mastered conditions on that one was DS Steele, who made 93 not out in the first innings. But,
He'll have been out in the first innings somewhere.
well, I think Ken Higgs we used to tell a couple of stories about Steele not walking, but he's still in good fettle, the great man.
He is. I've seen him in pictures of the ex-players.
Oh yes, he's always much in evidence, and he's had a good day there this year. Great man. Bailey, 39 championship wickets to his credit this year, running away from us. Bowls to Gay, who's on the front foot, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 23 for no wicket off 9. Vasconcelos is 9, Gay is 12, and from Northampton's point of view, so far so good.
There's nothing really happened for the bowlers. A thing that's redundant, we never talk about swing. Prolific swingers of yesteryear, it's nothing to do with the grip or the action, it's the ball. Manufacture of the ball. Once again, you'd think, well, there's bound to be a little bit of swing. No, didn't talk about it in the test match. No. Not a mention.
What was your feeling about the Kookaburra experiment? Obviously, we're back on the Dukes now, but what did you feel about that?
Not a lot. No, not much. The Duke ball. And again, going back to the era that you talked about, there were many manufacturers: Readers, Stuart Series, Twort, TWORT, Duke balls, and you had a choice of what you would use.
Change of bowling for the first time this morning from the James Anderson end at the far end of the ground. George Balderson's going to have an early bowl, coming in to bowl round the wicket with 2 slips and a gully to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and that's driven and caught at backward point. Draws Vasconcelos into the drive, didn't keep it down, flew straight to Stephen Croft, who took a regulation catch, and Vasconcelos, who was never the most rapid walker off, is going to have to prize himself away from the crease. He's gone for 9, and Lancashire have their first breakthrough. With George Balderson's first ball of the innings, they're 23 for 1.
You know, that's a super catch. When you see it for a second, you think, good shot. And it's about shin high all the way. Balderson around the wicket, full of length, and it's a slashing drive to backward point. And Stephen Croft, I think that's an excellent catch. It doesn't get much off the ground. And as I just mentioned, that there's not too much happening, there's no swing. The pitch itself looks absolutely fine, but that's a good start for George Balderson coming into the attack.
Well, yeah, his confidence must be sky high after getting 100 in the previous match, maiden first-class 100, and I don't know if you heard me mentioning earlier, but George's Auntie Helen lives in Northamptonshire. I know her well. She's involved at my cricket club up at Oundle, and very proud of George, as you would imagine, and I'm sure she'll be listening. So there you are. You've got something to cheer about, everyone. I tell you, it's maybe a bit early for a gin and tonic, but well, who cares?
Well, I've just moved from this area a couple of years ago, and George Balderson lived round the corner from me. You know, he's a smashing lad. He's doing really well. He's an all-rounder. You just wonder, and I look at him, would he fill out a little bit more? Just fill him out a bit, get a bit more muscle on him.
Well, Helen used to do the teas at our cricket club. If he had a few of Helen's cricket teas, I tell you what, he'd be filled out in double quick time. It's my excuse anyway. But anyway, great start for George Balderson, and Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's gone for 9, is replaced by Justin Broad. So just pushing him up the order as they have done in the last couple of games to try and break up this plethora of left-handers, with Vasconcelos and Gay both left-handers, Proctor, Zabe and Whiteman the next 3 to come, all left-handers, 5 in the top 6, and of course no Rob Keogh playing in this match as he's rested. So Justin Broad in only his 3rd first-class match, 23 years old, German international, but born in South Africa. 3 slips and a gully as Balderson is in bowls to him outside the off stump. Good carry through to Salt. I think the first German international to play for Northamptonshire, to the best of my knowledge.
Was he born in Germany?
No, born in Cape Town, and went to Rondebosch Boys High, which I think is where the Kirstens went amongst.
I know Rondebosch.
Yeah, a few other just outside Cape Town. But been trialling around a few of the counties, playing club cricket over here. Come to Northamptonshire as Balderson's in bowls full length, driven up towards mid-off by Broad, and there's no runs made Good 31 in the first innings down at Merchant Taylor's School against Middlesex on debut. Didn't have a particularly happy game against Somerset last time out, but then again, with the exception of Luke Proctor in the second innings, none of the Northamptonshire batters did really. After allowing Somerset to make a total well above par on quite a tricky surface. Here's Balderson, and again bowls to Broad. Plays it out to Boards mid-wicket, and there's no run. We're going to be okay weather-wise today, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we're fine. When I come to county championship matches, there's one thing that I miss, is the speed gun.
Yes.
What speed are they at? I think these three bowlers that we're seeing are around about 80 miles an hour, 78 to 80.
Here's Balderson, and again bowling to Broad, full length again, driven back down the pitch by Broad, and there's no run. Interestingly, there was one when Northamptonshire played Somerset at Wantage Road previous match. They did have a speed gun on, and we were looking at the likes of Craig Overton, who was bowling, and Matt Henry, and we thought they must be bowling quicker than that, because we were actually sort of wondering on commentary how accurate it was. Here's Balderson, and again bowls and beats Broad outside the off stump with a good ball. Good over, good start, wicket first ball for George Balderson, and it was a maiden, so 23 for 1 off 10. Broad yet to get off the mark. Gay has made 12. It showed virtually everybody bowling at around 80 miles an hour. Now,
I was just going to say, I'll have a guess that Craig Overton 78 and Matt Henry 82.
That's about spot on. But it was, we just thought they all seemed to be much of a muchness, but which wasn't the way we'd have said. We would have judged it with the naked eye, maybe.
No.
But anyway.
I mean, the thrill of watching that test match is Mark Wood coming thundering in 97 miles an hour, and I was in the media centre, and there was a gasp when he hit 96, 97, and that is the thrill of the game, to be stood 22 yards away and he's coming in at 95 miles an hour.
Well, here's Tom Bailey running away from us and bowls short to Emilio Gay, who ducks underneath it, goes through to Phil Salt. No ball called by umpire James Middlebrook, so 2 more onto the total, 25 for 1. So the lads out there umpiring as well.
Yeah, the pair of them. I mean, I know James from his dad,
Ralph.
from Ralph Middlebrook, who used to bowl all day at Geoffrey Boycott, all day, with Gareth Batty's dad.
Oh right, yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Of course, James Middlebrook had a long spell at Northamptonshire as Bailey's round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who's pushing forward. Gets it. I think he was trying to leave alone. It bounced, I think, off the face of the bat into the ground, bounces up for the keeper to retrieve, and there's no run. You know, it's Ralph Middlebrook, crikey. And so where would he have plumbed? I'm trying to think which club he was with. Was it Pudsey Cons?
I was going to say Pudsey.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think
it's either Pudsey Cons or St Lawrence.
Yeah, I thought it might have been Pudsey Cons, but well, great cricketing family, of course. Is Bailey in again, bowls to Gay, turns it out towards mid-wicket, and they're going to pick up a single. Fielder there moving away to his left, and so there was a fairly easy single to be had. Takes Gay to 13 and Northamptonshire to 26 for 1.
Gay sets up well. You see him at his setup, he looks very comfortable. With the bowlers around the wicket, right arm around the wicket, he's covering off stump. And I think he's very watchful round that area.
I was going to ask you what you felt about him. Say we rate him very highly in our part of the world. Made a terrific 100 against Surrey at the back end of last season, which got a lot of attention, but struggled a little bit this year. Missed the start of the season, had a knee op during the winter, and missed the first 3 games. And we were saying, just seems at times though he's been trying to play catch up and going a little bit too hard at it. Here's Bailey in bowls to Broad, slightly hurried looking shot, just jabs it down square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run.
I'm always interested when you come and see a new player. I haven't seen him before, and so you look at the setup and it's very comfortable, and he's obviously worked out that he wants to cover off stump. Bailey's going to be round there, just about off stump and outside, and he's looked quite relaxed.
Bailey, the sun out now, as it always is here at Old Trafford, usually anyway. 3 slips and a gully in place, bowls very full, driven out into the covers by Broad. But there's no run. Fielded out there by George Balderson.
Going back to David Steele, who we've just mentioned, we played a game on here, it might be about the 76 game, where he played back and just kicked the stumps and ran two, and then came back and put the stumps back in, put the bails on, and said that was nothing to do with me. And we just watched him run two. And so eventually we had to say, well, how is it? And the umpire said, that's out.
I'll come back to Steely in a minute as Bailey's in, running away from us. Bowles to Broad, who's trying to play that away off the back foot. Just a little punch, doesn't time it. Runs out to Balderson again in the covers, and there's no run. I had the good fortune to do a book with David.
Did you?
Did a few years ago with sort of the authorised biography, and it was great. It was great fun to do. And,
I'll bet.
And the fact is, a lot of the stories that you've heard about David that you sort of think must be apocryphal, must have been embellished in the telling, they're actually most of them right.
True.
He ploughed his own furrow, I think it's probably fair to say, in the game. Here's Bailey. And again, Bowles very full to Broad. Drives away through mid-off, vacant mid-off to chase for George Balderson. Up down to our left. They've completed 2, and they'll come back for 3. So Justin Broad is away with 3 runs. And Northamptonshire up to 29 for 1 at the end of the 11th over. Yes, but I think one of the best stories is, I think, both him and Ken Higgs being Stoke, or sort of Staffordshire by birth.
Is this the one on the train?
That's the one.
Absolutely. Dead true.
You can tell it, Bumble, because you'll tell it better than I will.
Well, no, they both travelled on the train, and there'd been some altercation on the field where Ken Higgs or Lancashire thought that Steely had nicked one and stood there and given not out, and he wouldn't get on the same train as him. Ken Higgs said, I'm not getting on that train if he's on it, so he had to wait for the next one.
Great, isn't it? Here's Balderson in. Bowles to Broad. He's clipped it and caught at mid-wicket. So Balderson's golden arm, wicket with the first ball of his first over, wicket with the first ball of his second over. Broad just clipping that to mid-wicket. Good low catch. He's gone for 3, and Northamptonshire 29 for 2.
Well, I'm seeing that again. The first thing you think, oh, good shot. And it's clipped and skims at shin high. That's another excellent catch. One of those at either side, 2 metres either side, and that's 4.
But you'd say, and this is absolutely no disrespect to George Balderson, who's well happy with life, the first 2 wickets to go have been pretty much pilot error.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the 2, oh, good shot, straight to the fielder. And it's not a loopy catch, it's not head high.
It's a really good catch by Jack Morley.
It is a good catch.
Oh, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There, just above the ground. That's a terrific catch from Jack Morley, who gets into the game straight away. And Sam Whiteman finds himself coming out to the crease rather earlier than he would have hoped. Sam Whiteman didn't bat in the second innings of Northamptonshire's defeat against Somerset, because he was just down the road at the hospital where his wife had given birth the evening before, and he was needed to be at the hospital on the next morning. So good to see that all's well enough for him to be back on parade here. But Sam Whiteman needs an innings of substance from Northamptonshire's point of view.
Haven't things changed on births? Childbirth has to be. I mean, I'm a bit long in the tooth and I've got 4 kids. There's absolutely no way you were allowed in anywhere near. This is nothing to do with you. Off you go.
Well, there's one or two supporters, I have to say, did take to social media expressing a similar view.
They'd be senior. They would be senior.
Yeah, but things have, as you say, I think things have, expectations have changed a little bit. Anyway, Whiteman coming to the crease, as he has done on a number of occasions this year, with a side in the spotted bother. Here's Balderson, 2 wickets to his credit already. Round the wicket, bowling to Whiteman, who squeezed that away, just eludes Gully, so he's going to get off the mark. Stephen Croft running around from backward point to tidy up, but Whiteman's off the mark straight away, and Northamptonshire are 30 for 2.
You're certainly pleased Glenn Chappell with enthused about the 2 catches. Either of those could have gone down. They were good catches. They're so low, off the middle of the bat, and both batters, a metre either side, they get 4.
Here's Balderson bustling in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay goes through to Phil Salt. Lovely sort of bustling, busy run-up. George Balderson, full of possibilities, as they say.
Yeah, again, he'd be high 70s, and as he fills out, he just gets another yard of pace on.
Here he is again, turning at the James Anderson end, in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Really needs to set his stall out here from Northampton's point of view. I say, for a player of his ability, his figures for the season: 187 runs at just a shade under 19.
Wow.
Just 150 so far this year, and that was a couple of games ago against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School, and he made 89. Not much else. Here's Balderson in again. Bowls to him, straight drive, back past the bowler. It's running up towards the boundary in front of the old pavilion. It's a little teasier, but it goes across the rope, so a boundary to Emilio Gay, who goes to 17, and Northamptonshire to 34 for 2.
Well, he's a better player than average 19.
Absolutely. No, he is. Let's say he's just had a... It was disappointing from him. I think he finished last year on such a high note, and he's a real cricketing workaholic, works very hard at his game. And the fact that he was then had to sort of sit out the first 3 games, I think he found incredibly frustrating, as Balderson bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. That's the end of the over. Gay is 17, Whiteman is 1. It's 34 for 2, and I shall make way for Scott Reed after words of wisdom from Bumble.
Yeah, 12 overs have been bowled. It'd be time maybe for spin on a wearing pitch. It's a test match pitch, is this? There was no other real pitch available because the groundsman didn't have any time to get on to the square and produce another pitch. So it's an interesting pitch. It'll be exciting as well because there's plenty for the spin bowlers to get the teeth into, the run-offs that the quick bowlers during the test match have created. But all we've seen this morning so far is medium fast.
Yeah, as Tom Bailey carries on from the Statham end. Comes in, bowls. Clipped off his hips for 1 run down to fine leg. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go about the seamers. They've only picked 3, haven't they, Bumble, and 2 spinners, so there's enough in the pitch and in the air for the seamers at the moment. I think Lancashire will be open just to short spells. I don't think they want to bring the spinners into the game too early, especially when it's still swinging in the air.
I'd get the spinner on straight away. I really would. I know George Balderson's got 2 wickets, and it's worked. I'd have had spin on straight away. They see it differently. Keaton Jennings would see it as the seamers are doing a good job.
In comes Bailey. Ball's just quite foolish, and Emilio Gay tries to work that through to mid-wicket. Just goes to mid-on for no run. Yeah, I think it'll take spin from ball 1, won't it? Especially with the new hard ball. But will Lancashire take the risk of going to it straight away? 2 left arm offers. Maybe they might want 2 right-handers in there, but there's plenty of footholds for the spinners to work with, isn't there?
Well, Moeen Ali spun the ball on day 1, and that would be off this grass. There's a fair covering of grass. It's straw-coloured. It's dead.
Bailey bowls. And the off stump played forward nicely for no run. Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting. Lancashire have got 2 very exciting young spinners in Morley and Hartley. Morley probably gives it more of a rip, you would say, than Hartley. Hartley, predominantly a white ball bowler who's playing his trade now in the longer format. In comes Bailey. Balls just finds the outside edge. Just goes to Croft up backward point for no run.
The different bowlers, Hartley and Morley. Hartley is so tall and would drive the ball into the surface, whereas Morley will get the ball in the air, a little bit more flight. I watched him in the second 11 against Yorkshire at York. He looked to have a lovely action, Morley.
Bailey in. Balls. Ooh. Lancashire appeal think it has come off the bat first, but one of them where you don't know if it's quite come off the toe or the bat. But brilliant Yorker from Tom Bailey there, just swing it into Emilio Gay. It was very, yeah, just off the middle of the bat, more or less. Bit of a wasted appeal from the Lancashire lads. Yeah, Morley certainly gives it, like you say, more flight, probably more a traditional off spinner. Where, like you say, Hartley does fire it into the pitch a bit more.
The quicker, Hartley will be quicker through the air. Wells is an option as well.
Bailey bowls, just on the leg side, just off Amelia goes. Amelia Gay's 5-pad in through to Salt for no run. That's the end of the over. 35 for 2 after 13. Emilio Gay 17 off 39, and Whiteman 2 off 2.
Northants winning the toss and elected to bat first on a warm pitch. I'm sure Keaton Jennings would have done exactly the same. I had to interview him just after the toss, and I just came late to it, and so I got the goal. I said, "So you've won the toss, what are you going to do?" He said, "I've lost the toss and we're having to bowl." All right, okay, well, we've got that over with.
Rub it in that they've got about 4th on this. In comes Balderson from the James Anderson end. Balls, oh, it's a beauty. Outside off stump, just nips away. Whiteman just plays at it for a minute, and Salt just takes it for no run.
I've not done many tosses throughout my broadcasting career. I've not, but when I have done them, I've usually forgotten what they're doing. And Simon Hughes was the best one on Channel 4 when he was doing the toss, and he went back with, and I've no idea what they're doing.
In comes Balderson, ball's outside the off stump, and it's let through to Phil Salt for no run. At least you're consistent. Consistency, that's all they want.
So they do the toss, don't they? And then they shake hands, and then somebody comes towards you for interview, and if you're not right there, you know, so what are you going to do? That's the first thing that you ask. But they'd already done the toss, and I came late to the piece, and so you've won the toss. What are you going to do? I've lost it, and we're having to bowl.
In comes Balderson.
So you've got to just get on with that. Well, let's talk about the pitch then.
No, like you say, I think it'll be a simple decision for whoever won the toss, wouldn't it? I think both teams would have loved to have batted first. Don't think Lancashire will be too forced. Got to pick the 2 spinners, try and get them into the game very early, and try and bowl Northamptonshire out for a low score. Balderson round the wicket. Balls, and it's just pushed a little bit wider, left through to Phil Salt for no run. He's had a good season, George Balderson. He's a very hearty cricketer, really man for a bit of a challenge. He's a bit of used a bowl for Lancashire as someone to kind of come on and take wickets when they're in desperate need, and he seems to get on well them Stuart Broad kind of runs where when he gets 1, he gets 2 or 3. In comes Balderson, bowled back of a length, and he's just played back down the ground for no run.
He's an excellent cricketer, a young lad. He captained England and under-19s, and he's almost come straight into Lancashire's team, so he's doing very, very well. They tend to kick on year. You get a century, you'll get 1, you'll get another, but his bowling is more than useful if he can just put another yard on.
Balderson bowls, just a bit foolish, and it's played through backward point, just a slight misfield from Stephen Croft. They come back for 2, will they go for 3? Yeah, taking it on. 3 runs through backward point for Whiteman there. Takes the score to 38 for 2 after 14. Yeah, he's a really good cricketer. He offers a lot with the ball on the bat, and he's naturally probably an opening batsman, but he's taking that 6 or 7 role on for Lancashire at the moment. He's doing really well. He's 470 runs at an average of 52.22 for Lancashire this year, with 350s and 100.
That's good. I mean, good stats. And Lancashire with no overseas player in this game. I asked about Will Williams, but he's got a British passport.
Bailey continuing from a Brian Statham end. round the wicket, bowls. Just angled into the pads of Whiteman, just played down to Will Williams at mid-on for no run.
What he's trying to do, Bailey, is to get the ball to pitch and move away to slip. There are 3 slips and a gully, and they haven't moved. Just now and again, one of the slips will just pop into short mid-wicket for the clip into that leg side, but controlling the game at 38 for 2 in the 15th.
Yeah, he's been fantastic for Lancashire. He's been a very consistent bowler for the last 2 or 3 years, Bailey. As here he comes. Ball's just a bit fuller, and it's just pushed outside the offside out the outside edge for 1 run. Yeah, I think he's Bailey this year is averaging 18 with 39 wickets. He's been excellent for Lancashire. Really consistent. Him and Williams up top. Don't really give anything away. You've really got to fight and scrap for your runs.
He does it every year, Tom Bailey.
Again, Bailey bowls. Nice and straight, turned into mid-wicket from Emilio Gay for no run. Just got Luke Wells. We've got 2 slips and 1 gully now, and just pulled a slip out. Put him into a short catch in mid-wicket. And then you've got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg as well for Tom Bailey here. Just trying to bring it into Emilio Gay, see if we can get a catch into that offside. Bailey comes in, bowls again, nice and straight onto the pads, and it's clipped away to Marley at deep square leg for 1 run.
It's a comfortable shot for him, is that? He just clips it into the leg side. Yeah. I think, you know, instead of that deep backward square, might have him close, about square leg, catching. He's clipped it into there 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, catching mid-wicket, catching square leg.
Yeah, really just in that area, just hovering around. And it just makes him look and think, yeah, he's in there, I've got to be careful.
Bailey continuing round the wicket to Whiteman. Balls outside the outside off, and it's a beautiful delivery, just tailing away from Whiteman off the pitch. Played and missed through to Phil Salt for no run.
That's Anderson-esque. That's the sort of delivery that you're looking for to these 3 slips, that it pitches and then moves away towards slip to the left-hander.
Bailey finishes 8th over here, none for 20. Comes in. Ball, and it's just played through to square leg for no run. Finishes the 15th over, 40 for 2, Northamptonshire. As Bumble makes way for Paul Allott. George Balderson carrying on from the James Anderson end. It's been excellent so far, Balderson. 2 wickets for 8 runs off 3 overs. Really just changed the morning session here for Lancashire.
Callum, how are you?
Good afternoon now.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, it's not been a bad first hour's play. Sid 8 from Northants, but 40 runs on what is still a pretty good batting pitch.
Balderson bowls. Just played to gully for no run. Yeah, it's going to be a really good batting pitch, you'd think, for most of the test, but it'll just take spin, won't it, as the more as the
Well, I think so. I think it's time for spin now. I was listening to David, and Tom Bailey's bowled his 8 overs, 1 for 20. I suppose Will Williams could replace him at this Brian Statham end, but might just be worth having a look at one of the left-arm spinners, or Luke Wells, perhaps.
Balderson in, really full, and it's just played out to mid-off for no run.
George Balderson's bowled well, hasn't he? He's had a bit of good fortune, actually. 2 wickets, one with the first ball he bowled, and another one with the first ball of his second over.
Yeah, he's been really good for Lancashire, hasn't he, this year? He's been really consistent. His statistics, both with the ball and the and the back. Bowling wise, his statistics probably just shy of what he's been delivering. Balderson comes outside the off stump, just allowed through for no run to Phil Salt.
Hard place to bowl though, Emirates Old Trafford, for a bowler of Balderson's pace. You're not going to get much off the straight here, and we've seen 3 days of Test cricket on this pitch, of course. And there was nothing much in it for the seamers. Matt Wood made the difference, of course. Mark Wood.
Balderson.
I'll get it right. but Mark Wood made the difference, didn't he?
With that extra pace, yeah, certainly. Like I say, George Balderson doesn't quite have that Mark Wood pace. I think Lancashire and himself wish he did.
And he wishes as well. Yeah, you're dead right.
Just dropped deep square out now to Emilio Gay. George Balderson comes round the wicket. Ball, and he does test out the middle of the pitch, just oversteps. Emilio Gay pulls that to deep square for 1 run. Yeah, I remember him at Southport and Birkdale against Hampshire, George Balderson. Hampshire was going pretty well in the second innings, and they brought Balderson on, and like you say, he's the man for the occasion in terms of breaking up partnerships, and I think he took three for around 20 just before lunch to sort of pull it back into Lancashire's favour, and it was an excellent spell. Balderson round the wicket, just outside off stump, allowed through to Phil Salt for no run.
Just being tempted, if I'd have been George Balderson, to slip him another bouncer then. Attempted one with but just overstepped. Still an attacking field though, with 3 slips and a gully.
Yeah, it looks like it's still doing a little bit in the air for the Lancashire seamers. Balderson in comes round the wicket, and it's just back of a length played into the leg side for no run. That's the end of the 16th. Northamptonshire 43 for 2.
Yeah, Gay's been quiet really. 19 from 46 balls, 3 4s to him, and Whiteman just come to the crease, only been in a couple of overs. Well, it's not going to be spin. We have got a change of bowling. Tom Bailey off and just coming off the field for maybe running repairs, but it's going to be Will Williams who's going to resume from the Brian Statham end. Keaton Jennings obviously thinking whilst the ball is still relatively new and hard, he's going to trust his seamers.
Yeah, it'd be great to see a bit of spin just before lunch. That's probably maybe what Jennings will do. Balderson often bowls quite long spells. I think he'll chop and change with Bailey 4 or 5 overs.
Well, opportunity with just 3 seamers in the lineup, all similar pace, to vary it a little bit. There's plenty of worn areas in the bowler's follow through, both sides of the wicket. Mitchell Stark been bowling on here, of course.
William comes in, bowls just down the leg side, a gentle appeal from Lancashire, not much coming from it. It's just free to Phil Salt for no run.
You don't get much with those appeals, do you?
No.
The half-hearted.
It's like a Sunday, it's like a Saturday league cricket one where you're just trying to get away with the wide more than anything.
Yeah, meek appeal doesn't get you anywhere with him. Doesn't convince anybody.
It's been a brilliant signing though for Lancashire, hasn't he? Will Williams has been an excellent find. He's passed this season and last season. He's been absolutely excellent. Williams in. Ball just outside the off stump, played forward for no run.
Well, you could say just outside the off stump for virtually every ball.
Yeah.
It's a repeat. He's got a wonderful repeating action. There's nothing much that can go wrong with it. Bowls with a high arm and just pegs away on and around off stump on a good length all day long. Doesn't matter what the surface is like.
Even though he's very highly skilled, are you surprised that no one's ever just tried to go at him in terms of his consistent line of lengths? As William comes in again, just top of off stump, played through to Wells at that catch in mid wicket for no run.
I mean, he's got great command of line and length and nips the ball around off the seam, doesn't swing it much. But on a pitch like this here at Old Trafford, which is not conducive to seam movement and the ball's not swinging, I'm surprised the batters don't stand a little bit out of their crease. Keeper's back. Phil Salt is still standing back. Might just disrupt Williams if the batters did that.
Williams balls again down the leg side for Phil Salt for no run. Yeah, just walking at him a little bit. I think seen it a couple of times in previous games. Like you say, you don't get much success because he's such a good bowler. Just got a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, a catching mid-wicket, a mid-on, wide-ish mid-off, point and 2 slips in the gully for Williams as he bowls. Just straight on, quite straight. Milo Gale try and look for 2. But Balderson cuts it off just for a single down at fine leg.
Good fielding that from George Balderson. He's bowled 4 overs at the James Anderson end, and he's quick to that ball running round from fine leg. This field, with or it was with 4 on the leg side, allows Williams to bowl straight at Gay. Just shifting the field now to Whiteman. 3 slips and a gully. Batsman newer to the crease.
Williams bowls just outside the off stump, bit of shape, and Whiteman just gets a bit of an under edge through the covers for no run. And that's the end of Williams' 5th over, none for 13 with a score of 43 for 2.
Callum just taking a break, and Scott Reed will be joining me in a second. In the meantime, Northants looking to try and consolidate up to lunch. 17 overs bowl this morning, 44 for 2. A couple of slightly fortunate wickets as regards Lancashire, to be honest. One driven to backward point by Vasconcelos, and the other one broad clipping to mid wicket.
Here's Balderson. Forward goes Gay in defence, and there is no run. 44 for 2. So an hour and 10 minutes gone. Reasonably solid start with the bat for Northampton. It was a pretty straightforward decision at the toss, I reckon.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, on a pitch that's 3 days old,
yeah,
with significant wear in the bowler's follow through. There's not much wear on the pitch, to be fair.
Around the wicket, Balderson again forward goes Gay and defends. Ball comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects out towards the leg side for no run.
I think, if anything, the bounce will become more uneven through the game. It'll probably spin a little bit as well. But Matt Merchant, the groundsman here, I mean, valiant effort over the weekend to try and keep the rain off the ground and get it fit for the Test match.
Balderson to Gay, again forward, stride, defends, pushing the ball away into the offside. Wells is at cover to field, no run. And
you could see every interval during the first 3 days when the weather was good, he was rolling the pitch 4 to the left as we look. And that's still damp. I mean, I think we couldn't really have started on that. There'd have been all sorts of problems. So nowhere for him to go apart from play on the Test pitch.
Balderson again to Gay, forward, pushes up to mid-off, thinks about one, but Bohannon's quickly across to his left to field, and there's no run.
And the only issue with that, really, is with the main body of the pitch looking as it probably did on day 1 of the Test. The only issue is those bowlers follow-throughs on both sides of the wicket. Mitchell Stark, the Australian left armer, obviously bowling left arm over, but some right arm bowlers bowling round as well.
Balderson to Gay, big inside edge back onto his pad as he looks for a slightly more aggressive, expansive shot, trying to dry through the covers. Deflects out to point where Croft fields, no run.
And those follow-throughs will interest all the spinners in the game at some point.
And there's a few knocking about this week.
There are. There are. Well, there's 3 on the Lancashire side. That's for a start.
Yeah, with
Wells, Morley and Hartley.
Final ball of the over for Balderson. Forward goes Gay. and defends, and there's no run. So a maiden for Balderson. We've had 18 overs of the Northamptonshire first innings. 44 for 2. I mean, it is an outstanding effort by the ground staff, isn't it? 2 days on from the Test match finishing, with all the rain around on Saturday and Sunday. To have got the ground ready. I mean, even with lovely dry weather, and the turnaround from a Test match finishing to the Championship game starting, to get everything ready, it's an outstanding effort.
Well, it is. I mean, the ground does take water well. It was flooded on Sunday afternoon, but I think they had over 60 millimetres, 6 centimetres of rain. Serious amount of rain in the space of 2 days. I think one of the best efforts was to get play on Saturday, when it was really bad in the morning and overnight on Friday. To get the ground cleaned up in about an hour and 10 minutes so they could play those 30 overs was a fantastic effort. And then they just were fighting a losing battle against the elements from that time on, really Saturday evening onwards.
Yeah, top effort by Matt and his team. Will Williams to start his 6th over. Running in from the Brian Statham end. 3 slips and a gully. He's around the wickets, left alone by Whiteman and taken by Phil Salt.
Good ball that. Does get the ball to nip back at the right hander. Does Will Williams, so that's away from these 2 left-handed batters. I mean, I suppose this is why Keaton Jennings hasn't gone to one of his 2 key left-arm spinners, because they'll be spinning the ball back into these left-handers. But having said that, keep going on about the bowlers follow through and the rough outside the off stump.
Williams again to Whiteman, straight a ball onto his pads. He turns the ball out towards the leg side. And, that's Jack Blatherwick, who's on as a 12th man for Lancashire. He's at mid-wicket to field, no run. He
was on for Tom Bailey.
Right.
And Tom's come back on, and George Bell's just disappeared.
Oh. Glad you're keeping across the comings and goings, Paul.
Well, he sort of... Belly just hid behind your computer lid, didn't he? I mean, he can hide behind the computer lid.
He can, he's quite dinky. Williams to Whiteman off the back foot. Trying to force the ball away. Picks out Bohannon at backward point. No run. 44 for 2 through the first hour and 20 minutes on the opening day of this county championship fixture, live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. Luke Wood is out there as well, so we've got 2 fielders off the field at the minute. Blatherwick and Wood out there for Lancashire. Williams full of ball, driven nicely just in front of square through the offside. That's Bohannon chasing after it. Just flick the ball back, and they come back and run 3. So Whiteman moves up to 9. The score moves on to 47 for 2. Good
shot from Whiteman. He got 100 a couple of games ago for Northants against Middlesex.
Maybe your call to get some spin into the attack is not too far away.
Yeah, well, I was hoping we weren't going to have the sort of cursory over before lunch, you know, that just the nod to the spinner. Get them on half an hour or so before the lunch break.
Williams to Gay, defends, pushes the ball back down the pitch. There's no run. That was George Bell then on the top of the Lancashire steps, just outside the dressing room, heading back down with some alongside Jack Morley. So the 2 heading back out.
That's why Bell's gone off, isn't it? He's gone to get the got the pads on underneath his whites now and a helmet. He's gone to get fully kitted up for his stint at short leg.
Final ball of the over. Williams to Gay, just off the back foot. Eases the ball away to backward point. No run. 47 for 2.
Ridiculous comes the cry from David Lloyd behind me. He fielded short leg for years and years and years at Lancashire, And you can tell, actually, if you have a good look at him, he's got no teeth. He's got a couple of scars on the forehead. A nose that's slightly out of kill. We'll not mention his nose. And there we are, you see. Not to mention his shins and whatever else got battered.
George quite fancies preserving his boyish looks for a little bit longer, doesn't he?
Well,
get the protective gear on.
He does, and he's out there now.
You're going to see Jack Morley from the James Anderson end. All the gears on for George Bell.
Good move this to get Morley into the attack. He's the more orthodox, I suppose you could say, of Lancashire's two left-arm spinners. Tom Hartley mainly forged his, or plies his trade in one-day cricket. Plays four-day cricket for Lancashire as well, but Morley is a more traditional type of left-arm spinner. Gives the ball a little bit of air, varies his flight, and gives the ball a bit of a rip as well. Bit more of a rip. So he gets first dibs, as it were.
Oh, he's got Bell, as we mentioned, at short leg under the helmet. His captain, Keaton Jennings, is at first slip. You see Morley left arm over the wicket, bowling for the first time this morning. Just a little short, and that's walloped away through the onside by Whiteman. And he'll come back for two. Blatherwick out on the boundary in front of the new hotel, of which the Lancashire supporters are enjoying the seating and the view from that from below the new hotel for the first time in a championship match. And 2 runs for Whiteman. First ball of Morley's opening spell. 49 for 2.
It's the sort of ball you want as a batter, but not as a short leg.
Morley to Whiteman. He's off the back foot, punches away nicely through the offside. Hartley chasing after that, and might have enough to reach the boundary. It does. 4 runs for Whiteman. Nice little punch through the covers for 4 off the back foot.
Couple of wayward looseners then from Jack Morley. Too short by some considerable distance. 1 leg side, 1 offside. Just needs to settle in.
Brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. 53 for 2. Morley bowls again. It's defended by Whiteman.
Full is always better than short for a spinner. Short, batters can sit back, hit them where they want, offside, leg side. Full, always an element of doubt in that, in the batter's mind.
Oh, sneaks through past Whiteman into the gloves of Salt.
Bit quicker, that one.
.53 for 2. Morley in and bowls again. Rocking back, trying to pull the ball away. Bell ducks for cover at short leg. It's taken by Salt.
A little bit of a nervy start from young Jack Morley. Don't forget, he's still inexperienced, young, and there will be nerves.
Creeps in to complete his first over. Just nudged away by Whiteman to the left of Bell at short leg to backward square for a single. Keeps a strike as well. He's up and running. He's got his first over sent down of the day. He's probably in for quite a bit of bowling this week, Jack Morley. 54 for 2, 20 overs gone. Gay 20 and Whiteman on 16.
You were talking about the new hotel, Scott, and that was not as a hotel, but it was open. The stand in front of the bar and restaurant was open for the Test match. It's quite an impressive feature.
I presume those red seats are kind of extra comfy seats.
Well, yeah, I think it's developed as a members' facility as well. Going to be a members' bar, give them an alternative to sitting in the pavilion. And I mean, it looks away at deep cover now to the left-hander, but I was on there for the Test match, and you feel close. You do feel close to the action. It's a good view.
Williams continues around the wicket. Clip away off the pads by Whiteman to Morley at square leg, no run.
And there was an opening ceremony on Friday morning of the bar on the left as we look at it, with the terrace, the Hodgkiss Bar and Terrace, in honour of former chairman David Hodgkiss, treasurer as well, committee man, served the club brilliantly for over 20 years. Unfortunately passed away in the Covid era.
Bit of width there, and that's manoeuvred beautifully by Whiteman down towards third man, short and wide by Williams. And Whiteman with a flash of the wrist guides the ball in between second slip and gully for 4 runs. Score moves on to 58 for 2.
There it is, the Hodgkiss, the David Hodgkiss bar and terrace. He was a fantastic guy, David. Brilliant club man, bon viveur as well, which is why it's so apt that the bar is named after him, but a very serious supporter of the club.
Williams to Whiteman, full and wide, and just shapes away from Whiteman. Left, taken by Salt, no run. Presumably there'd be a good standard of red wine in there.
Well, yes, that's an interesting point, but I think there should be a chairman's selection or something. Yeah, need an addendum to the normal run-of-the-mill wine list, I think. Get a few decent vintages in there.
2 slips in a gully for Williams. Balls, comes back into Whiteman. Defends off the back foot, just pushing it up towards Bailey at mid-on. No run. 58 for 2. So it's in Bailey, 8 overs for 20. Balderson 5 overs, 2 for 11. Williams into his 7th over. 20 so far, and Morley sent down 1 so far. Wickets of Vasconcelos for 9 and Broad for 3. Williams from the Statham end for Lancashire balls. And Whiteman guides that down to Bell at gully, and there's no run.
That's a good line and a good length. Whiteman probably should have been forward to that, but it's that sort of indeterminate length for the batter. Doesn't quite know whether to come forward or back. I think you can always err on the front foot against somebody of Williams's pace. But that just off a thick outside edge into the gully. No chance, of course, but it's the right area to be bowling.
Williams sets off again, bowls. Whiteman again, a little trapped on the crease, defends away into the offside, no run. Looked a little quick at that from Williams. And it's 58 for 2. Elsewhere, Warwickshire are in all sorts of bother in their championship match. At 48 for 9. They're taking on Middlesex this week, and the Bears at Edgbaston 48 for 9 in their first innings.
That's extraordinary. Looks a bit of a green pitch, maybe a bit damp as well, I suppose, but 48 for 9's no effort at all, is it? Good bowling there, I would imagine, from somebody.
Ethan Bamber, 5 for 20.
Good lad.
Toby Rowland-Jones, 3 for 27. Back here, it's Morley to Gay, who's off the back foot, and that's defended down to Jennings at slip, and there's no run.
It's a better length. It's a better length. I don't like the deep backward point that's set there for the bad ball, I'm afraid.
Morley to Gay, forward and defending, no run.
Too early to be defending that deep point boundary, I think. Especially with the rough outside the left-handers off stump.
Morley bounces in, balls to Gay, who's down the feet and drills the ball up towards mid-off. Good stop by Bailey. They've got through for 1, but Bailey saved 3 runs for his team there.
Good bit of fielding from Tom Bailey. Good batting as well from Gay. He was quick down the track.
Single takes him to 21. Brings Whiteman back on strike. Morley took to Whiteman, back and across and defending. And the ball trickles away past his leg stump down towards the keeper. .59 for 2. Morley again to Whiteman. He defends by turning it down to the leg side. Bell's at short leg to field, hands it back to Morley. That's a second over this by Jack Morley.
Yeah, much better, isn't it? It's just settled down now.
In to complete the over. Down comes the batter, and he's stumped by Salt. Well, that better over for Morley has produced a wicket. Whiteman coming down the pitch to him. Missed it. Salt took it. Oh, Root's middle stump as well. 59 for 3.
Well, he's come down like a bull in a china shop here, hasn't he? I mean, Morley's only bowled 11 balls prior to this. That's just a blind rush. It's decent bowling from Morley, but not good from the batter. Not good at all. Good, neat work from Salt. Well, I say neat. In his glee, he's uprooted middle stump. Morley really delighted with that, as he should be. Whiteman has gone for 20, and he's got 2 sessions to sit and rue that dismissal. 59 for 3 then.
Neat work by Salt. And success for Morley. So half an hour left of the morning session. 59 for 3. Northamptonshire, reminder, winning the toss and electing to have a bat. Emilio Gay, 21 not out from 62 balls faced. And Whiteman disappearing back to the dressing room, joining Broad and Vasconcelos, who already have been and gone. And now we see the arrival of a former Lancashire man, the captain of Northamptonshire, Luke Proctor, heading out to join Emilio Gay. 22 overs gone. I think we've got a double change in the box. Bumble's going to come in and replace Paul. We'll bring Bumble in. Andrew's going to replace me as well. With half an hour left of the morning session. Gay coming out to join Proctor halfway down the middle. Northamptonshire skipper. I've got a job to do in this little passage leading up towards the lunch interval. Bumble's back alongside me. Andrew's going to come in. I'll do this over, and then Andrew will replace me. That's a bonus wicket for Lancashire, isn't it? With half an hour left of the session.
Came from nowhere. Poor first over from Morley. It was a charge. Came charging down the pitch.
Here's Williams around the wicket, pushes it full and wide, and brings Gay forward. Ball comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects to mid-on. It's pushing away to the covers. No run. Williams is just getting this ball to shape a little here. Into and away from Gay. Into his 8th over. He's not unfamiliar to relatively long spells, Will Williams. Bounces back in again to Gay. Leaves this one to the gloves of Salt, and there's no run.
They've got the ball just swinging a little. How many overs? 20. We're in the 23rd over, so Lacker's well off the ball. Early on, it did nothing. Whether he's just warming up a touch.
Yeah, just a little indication. Certainly from at the minute, Williams bowling from the state of men. The ball is moving a little into to Gay. There's a run here from just eases the ball away off the pads out towards mid-wicket. Tom Bailey catching up with it. Emilio Gay gets a single, takes him to 22. 60 for 3.
The 3 bowlers that we've seen, seam bowlers, are all round about the same pace. All right arm. But what we're seeing from Williams, he's bowled 2 deliveries here. One's gone away towards slip, the other has come into the pads. They will bowl a full length at this pace.
Got the new batter, the Northamptonshire skipper, on strike. Now 3 slips. And the gully all lurking behind the batter. Proctor waits as Williams sets off again and bowls and gets forward looking to defend. There's half an appeal from Williams. Proctor walks away, takes his glove off his hand straight away. Shaking that left hand, Luke Proctor.
Well, I'm not surprised, and you see 2 batters at the crease. Gay, very conventional, upright, and then you see Proctor, and he's going to have some treatment here, who stands very square on with a wide stance, crouches low, and just at delivery gets lower. That's why he's been hit on the elbow. So physio will come on. He's taking time out. And you can see that, you know, the difference between an upright, tall batsman who looks relaxed, and when you see somebody like Luke Proctor, you think that looks difficult. Open stance, crouched, and then he drops down just at the point of delivery. It's hit him straight on the elbow.
Horrible blow for Luke Proctor. Physio comes and takes a look. This might be an example of it, Bumble. His approach.
He almost drops to his knees. You know, I find it fascinating when you see players, and you've got to make it as easy as possible. Now, there was another batter who was left-handed, who had a little shimmy and a drop down. He did it rather well. Brian Laura, he was called. That high back lift. And just at the last second on delivery, he crouched and dropped. Wonderful player. And that looks painful. He's got a bruise coming up. You can see on the replay. He's having a drink as well. So Lancashire players are in a bit of a cuddle, chatting about things in that slip area. I'm looking at that area in front of the old pavilion, where it looks as if there's no one can sit in front of the screen, but you could in the test match. Those seats were full in the test match, but there are groups of spectators either side in the old pavilion. And then there are other stands that are completely shut down, and then round towards the hotel, square on. And I went to the ceremony that Paul Hallett was talking about for the Hodgkiss bar, and a plaque was unveiled, and Michael Atherton spoke, and the club chaplain Malcolm Laurier spoke, and then as it was unveiled, the plaque, the bar opened at the same time, which is pure Hodgkiss. And the next thing that happened, a lady came out with a tray of glasses and promptly dropped them. All the lot crashed to the floor, the glass everywhere.
Well, at least it was open to a bang, I suppose.
Yeah, I thought that, get it off to a bang.
Yeah. Proctor looks like he's okay, at least for the moment. He's had some treatment. Here's Williams in balls. And he can leave that next ball. It's full but wide of off stump. Again, just a little bit of shape away. Through to Salt.
And I was, at night time, I stayed over instead of going back over the M62. So I went to a few of my old haunts and discovered a lovely bar in a gents' toilet. It was a gents that had been converted just on Oxford Street, called the Temple of Convenience. Fabulous. It's one of the best I've ever been in.
Final ball of the over. Williams in. Proctor defends. Bailey fields at mid-on. End of the 23rd over of the Northamptonshire first innings. 60 for 3. Proctor on 0. Gay on 22. More from Bumble. Then Andrew will come and join you.
Well, you always think that the fielders want to keep the ball in a good condition, in pristine condition. Tom Bailey, as a fielder, the last 2 times that he's had to touch ball, he's kicked it. He kicked it to one of the other fielders, and this time, at the end of the over, he's kicked it to try to do what footballers would do, keep it up. And he's not been able to do it, but he must have put a real dent in this ball.
Here's Jack Morley over the wicket bowling to Emilio Gay's, playing that back down the pitch. So if you're coaching this Northamptonshire side, Bumble, what would you have had to say to Sam Whiteman, charging down the pitch, stumped by a distance half an hour before lunch on the first day, as Morley is in again, bowls back of a length to Gay, works that nicely away through mid-wicket. Certainly going to be one. They're going to think about 2, and in fact they're going to come back. I mean, Luke Proctor just needed to get the Arthur Burlers on a little bit there.
He did.
Decent throw from deep mid-wicket, but they got through okay. 2 more to Gay, goes to 24, and Northampton.
Well, from a coaching viewpoint, to the young fellow, I'd say, I like your style, I like it. You're better off hitting it. Don't miss it. But you don't come down the pitch to miss it. It's a decent delivery.
Here's Morley in again. Down the pitch comes Gay. He's gone up and over. How much of that has he got hold of? It's plugged. It was a little 9-iron or maybe a gap wedge, and it's plugged in front of the old pavilion, and they're through for 2 more runs. So Gay looking to be proactive, come down the pitch to the spinner. 26 to him, 64 for 3.
Again, from a coach's viewpoint, I should think that the Northants coach has said, don't let this spinner settle. He's only young, he's only a kid, get after him.
Here's Morley with a slip and a forward short leg, and worked again into the onside by Emilio Gay, but doesn't manage to beat mid-wicket this time, and there's no run. We've had an interesting bit of correspondence on the subject of speed guns, which we were talking about when we were on last, which I'll touch at the end of the over. Thanks to James Maybe, the Northamptonshire analyst, who's listening to us and provide us with some useful information as Morley is in, bowls to Gay, again working it out into the onside, and doesn't manage to beat mid-wicket. And there's no run, fielded there by Josh Bohannon, who's been busy last few deliveries. Here's Morley, already with a wicket of Whiteman to his credit, and that's worked off his hit by Emilio Gay down behind square to deep backward square. Stephen Croft comes in off the boundary to field in front of the new hotel. 1 more to Gay, so he keeps the bowling. 27 to him. Proctor looking for his first run. 65 for 3 off 24. James Maybe, we were talking earlier about speed guns and how the one that was used for the previous Northamptonshire match at Wantage Road just seemed to have everybody down a bit from what we would have expected. And James says that the gun that was used for that one is the same technology as speed guns for cars, tracks the ball differently to Hawkeye, and brings out different speeds, and he reckons that the speed radar tends to put it is about 4 miles an hour slower than the Hawkeye gun that we see on telly that had Mark Wood up at 96, 97 that we were talking about earlier. So he's also saying the ECB actually have 3 of their own speed radars that get put around the country to check up on particular bowlers if the England setup are interested to know what somebody's bowling at. Here's Williams starting a fresh over outside the off stump, left alone by Gay, goes through to Phil Salt. So thanks for that. We also had a message from Rob Keogh. Of course, he's not playing in this match, he's just having a bit of a break. Hasn't just had a bit of a back issue the last couple of games, and he said thanks for helping us through his rehab. He sent a picture of him there with the old exercise mat and Lancashire TV on the screen and listening to us. So I hope it's going well, Rob. As Williams is in again, bowling to Gay, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Working on his benefit, I think, for next year, Rob Keogh. He's got a benefit for next season, very well deserved.
All good work, all vital work to be done in prep.
Well, the ultimate one-club man is Rob Keogh. He's talking about him last year, made his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire. It makes you wonder, given the schedule and players moving around, how many more will get there. Ben Sanderson probably will be the next. After that, who knows? Here's Williams in again, bowls to Gay, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no
What
run.
a change that is. And we were talking about Bob Cottam earlier and Bob Willis, who moved counties and had to wait.
Yes.
You had to wait a season before you were allowed to play.
And we were talking about another one last week when Northamptonshire played Somerset, because he was up at the ground, Roy Virgin.
Yes.
Exactly the same.
He was a good player. What a good player.
Good slipper as well.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is one of the reasons why Northamptonshire wanted him, to catch a few of the edges that Bish and Beddy found in the 70s. Looking very well, Roy. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Gay, plays forward, pushes it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Fielded out there by George Balderson.
Were you around at that game where we batted first at Wantage Road and we were all out in the 30s?
33.
And then we got 500.
500. Lancashire made the highest and lowest championship totals of the season in the one match. Not only was I there, Bumble, but I was on the little scoreboard.
Really? Yeah.
When you used to try and get there early, put your bag up there to bagsy it.
Yeah.
And if you got the courage to go to Ken Turner and ask for the 50p for the day, which I never had.
Yeah.
But I was on with my mate Richard Beebe outside the off stump, and Williams thought he was in business. It was a good leave. It was a tight leave from Emilio Gay. Showed decent judgment, but didn't miss the off stump by very much, I strongly suspect.
Well, he's round the wicket and it swings in. He's just getting the ball to wobble a little bit.
Oh, I remember that very well, because Lancashire was 7 for 6 to Sarfraz, Alan Hodgson and Jim Griffiths, and I thought our 12 all out was going to go at last out of the record books, but it didn't. Williams in again, bowls to Gay, comes across his stumps, plays that up to Bailey at mid-wicket, end of the over, 65 for 3, 25 gone. Emilio Gay on 27, Luke Proctor still looking for his first run, and then I think second innings, I know Andrew Kennedy I think got 100.
Barry Wood
may well have done, usually did against us. And in between, because Northamptonshire were, I think, something like 200 for 3 or 200 for 2 at the end of the day. And I think Roy got 100 in that game, Roy Virgin, which was his last season. But no, he's 84, I think, this year. I imagine he'll be listening to us. So morning, Roy, if you are. And does a lot of the committee hosting now, looks after visiting board members and committee members at Wantage Road. And it's going to be Morley to continue from the James Anderson end. Still with a slip and a forward short leg. Bowling to Luke Proctor, plays it up to mid-wicket. As he's been dubbed this season, Oldham's Shivnarine Chanderpaul. With this rather odd two-eyed stance of his. Morley in again, bowls to him, takes a step down the pitch, pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run.
I know on the 30-odd all out, I was captain, I think, and we got a call from the committee. What's going on? Well, we've nicked it.
It was a heavy sort of morning, wasn't it?
It
if
was.
I remember rightly. Here's Morley, and again bowls to Proctor, runs it down to backward point where Balderson fields, and there's no run. 1977. I remember that vividly. Here's Morley. And again, bowling to Proctor, turns it on the bounce to forward short leg.
Would Mushtaq have played in that?
Mushtaq would have been captain.
Okay.
Yeah,
would he be captain? Not PD Watts?
No,
Jim Watts?
No, Jim
Watts.
Jim was, his captaincy career was a strange one. Here's Morley, and again bowls to Proctor, who plays that up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Jim was captain from 71 to 74, then handed over to Roy Virgin when he went off to do his teacher training at the beginning of 75. But 75 was the year Northamptonshire had 4 captains. There's Morley, and again bowls to Proctor, who drops it down to forward short leg, and there's no run. End of a maiden from Morley, who's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 13, 65 for 3 off 26. Gay is 27, Proctor yet to get off the mark. So Roy Virgin started the season, and it didn't go well for him as captain. Fine player, obviously, but just didn't work. So they decided to replace him and brought Jim back, Jim Watts, from his school holidays, I think. So he lasted a couple of days and broke a finger. Steely took over for a Sunday League game at Wellingborough School against Glamorgan, which we got absolutely hammered. Majid Khan made the fastest televised 50. And then Mushtaq finished the season and then stayed on for 3 years. And 77, Mushtaq finished at the end of the year, what was a bit of acrimonious end to the season. And Jim took over. Jim Watts then took over again, 78 to 80. Here's Balderson back into the attack from this Brian Statham end. Bowling to Emilio Gaze, pushing out into the offside, and there's no run. So, and then Jim, of course, his last season, 1980, when Northamptonshire won the Benson and Hedges at Lords, which was a great way for him to finish. Still keeps very much in touch. He's living in Wales now, Jim Watts, but described by Mike Selvey as the best county captain he ever came across.
He was very good.
Balderson, in again, bowling to Gay, just a little bit shorter of a length, and Gay playing that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I do remember in that 1980 season, the semi-final of the B&H at Lords against Middlesex, and you got Brearley captaining Middlesex and Jim Watts captaining Northamptonshire, and it was a great, quite a low-scoring game, great sort of cricketing chess match.
Think tank.
It was fantastic. Balderson in again, bowls to Gay on the front foot this time, pushing it out to extra cover, and there's no run. But no, Jim, as shrewd as they come, I think you must have played against him a few times.
I did. Just watching this lad, Emilio Gay, he set his stall out to bat for a long time. He's very much in defensive mode. He's 27 from 80.
Here's Balderson, In again, bowls again, just drops a bat on it, runs up to extra cover. Well, it was interesting, David, the game Merchant Taylor School against Middlesex, when he gave himself some time, and in the first innings he made 24 off 81 on the first morning, and just got a little bit bogged down and tried to work one off De Carey's, the off spinner, just before lunch. There's Balderson in again, bowling to Gay, turns it up to mid-wicket and there's no run. But then second innings, again, got dug in, had to retire because he was feeling his knee, went back on, made 89 off 173. So when he's given himself time this year, he's had he's comfortably his most productive match. The problem is this year he hasn't been giving himself time, but I'm sure Ben Smith, who's the batting coach, will have spoken to him at length about that. Is Balderson in again outside the off stump, left alone by Gay. It's another maiden, back-to-back maidens, 65 for 3, 27 overs gone. Gay is 27 and Proctor still looking for his first run.
You can get in a negative groove. You can tell that his first thought is defend, 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 whereas actually you'd want to say don't miss your scoring opportunities, rotate the strike, be busy. Now, it's difficult, the way that he's playing, it is really difficult to come out of that now. He set his stall out, that's what I'm going to do. I know young De Carey very well.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Son of.
Absolutely.
Bowled nicely in that game. Here's Morley over the wicket to Proctor, who's off the mark, working that away out through mid-wicket. And there's a single. So Proctor is away. One to him, 66 for 3. Also had a message on Twitter this morning from Richard Lum, and it's not that Richard Lum. It's not the one that opened the batting for Yorkshire for many years.
The one that kept getting run out by Jeffrey.
That's the one. Not very exclusive club, I think it may have been. Down the pitch comes Gay, drives on the bounce to Morley. It's a slightly more aggressive intent by Gay against the spin of Morley than it has been against the seamers so far. Still got a slip and a forward short leg in place. Gay is taking a moment. He's got long on back, about 10 yards inside the rope as Morley is in, bowls to him, and he just drops a defensive bat on that. And Salt comes from behind the stumps to retrieve. And he was talking about nerves, and when you're watching your sons play, which I suppose is appropriate, just talking about Josh De Carey's as we were, and he was saying, do you get nervous on behalf of your son when he's umpiring? As Morley's in, bowls down the leg side, turned away by Gay. Really good bit of fielding on the 45 by Will Williams. Terrific bit of fielding to save possibility of a single.
The answer to that is no.
No. Okay. No, well, I think he's probably been doing it for a year or two now. Down the pitch again comes Gay. Doesn't time it. Just scuffs it up to extra cover and there's no run. This is a dangerous, I feel this is just a slightly dangerous time here for Emilio Gay. As you say, I think he wants to get on with it, but he's conscious also of his side of 3 down. Morley in again, and he's padded up to one that turned back in a touch. Big appeal, not out, says umpire Graham Lloyd. And I'll let Bumble have a look at it and he can judge whether his son's got it right or not. 66 for 3, 28 gone. Gay is 27, Proctor is 1. Here goes the replay.
The umpire's got it absolutely right.
Yes. Never in doubt.
It's always so exciting when a player decides not to play and is hit on the pad and that's spun viciously. So you don't really know if it's hitting or it's not.
Got to be guessing. So that's a not out. Yeah, it just clipped one of the footmarks, I think, and it did turn extravagantly.
Massively.
But not out is the call. And now Balderson bustling in round the wicket to bowl to Proctor, who lets that go outside the off stump and there's no run. You talk about players getting into a sort of a bit of a rut, and I think this is probably what Luke Proctor has found this season. He's so often he's come in with the side in trouble, and he's been having to look at 2-hour 50s. And the game against Somerset, when the game had pretty much gone and he got the tail with him, he actually seemed almost liberated and played some shots for the first time for a while. Very full, driven on the bounce by Proctor back to Balderson, and in the end he made 87 not out and played 1 or 2 shots that I don't think we thought he could play. But it was quite nice to see.
Is he still bowling?
Yes.
He doesn't bowl off the wrong foot now. He's changed that.
A little bit, yeah. He hasn't bowled a lot in this second part of the season because he had a shoulder injury fielding quite early on in the season. As Balderson's in again. Dead bat from Proctor out towards extra cover, and there's no run. And since then, it just seems though he hasn't quite trusted it, his shoulder, to bowl any sort of length of spell. So he's bowled a bit less, but in the setup that Northamptonshire had this year, with basically Sanderson, White, Taylor, they need him as fourth seamer. Here's Balderson in again. Proctor defensively out towards mid-on. And there's no run. I think, hence the fact that we even saw a little bit of Justin Broad, who is very much a dibbly-dobbly medium pacer. We saw a little bit of him during the previous match against Somerset. I think Luke Proctor is just mindful of wanting to make sure his own workload isn't excessive, as Balderson is in outside the off-stump, left alone by Proctor, goes through to Phil Salt.
Well, they're in a cul-de-sac here, both batters. Very much defensive, and you know, it's fascinating when you see this, because Lancashire are controlling the game. They're going up 2 and over. They've taken 3 wickets in this morning session so far, so the 2 batters are very, very defensive.
Here's Balderson in again outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. That's the end of the over. 66 for 3. I need to go and update BBC Radio Northampton, so after a word from Bumble, it'll be Scott Reed to take you through until lunch.
Do you know, I'm all for counter-attack. If they think as a fielding side we've got it all our own way, we're controlling the game, there's got to be a bit of busyness and to try and counter-attack and wrest that initiative from the fielding side, Lancashire in this case. So both these are just playing for the lunch break, they're just blocking. Now, I think that's quite a dangerous thing to do. You've got to look to get yourself out of this situation, and you do that by good stroke play, sensible play, clear thinking. I don't think Morley's bowled as well as he could have. He's bowled a bit straight. You can get it just outside off stump.
He's into Gay as Gay comes down the pitch and sends that up and over mid-wicket out towards the boundary. Luke Wells is chasing after it, but it will beat Wells. Over the rope it goes for 4 runs. Use of the feet from the first ball of this latest over from Morley. Gay hits it up and over mid-wicket for 4. Moves on to 31. Maybe an example there, Bumble, of a bit of positive play.
Yeah, just play a bit more positively.
70 for 3. Morley to Gay. He's thrown that out wide, and that's cut away by Gay for a single.
He thought he was coming down again, and he's thrown it really wide there, Morley. But that's it. The shot that he played into deep mid-wicket is almost a free hit. You can miss it anywhere over there. It's wide open.
Slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Proctor waits and plays forward and just carefully dabs the ball back down the pitch.
The way that he stands, Proctor, the extra cover, the cover guy, bring him right up on the offside in front of him.
Morley in from the Anderson end to Proctor. Oh, he's playing forward. The ball comes off the outer half of the bat, deflects down towards Gully. No run. Coming down the pitch, Luke Proctor, trying to see if we can see this to lunch, but there's still 2 minutes left and just 2 balls left, so there should be time for another over. Morley to Proctor on that front foot and defending.
There, that defence. He's so square on at the crease. I can't see that he's got enough time to whack it through extra cover, but you can have that cover point catching on the offside.
Morley to Proctor. And again, just dabbed away. No run. End of the over. 71 for 3.
They'll get another over. I'm sure they will. Luke Proctor just trying to delay things there. So if he can hit that foothold, I'm just watching a replay, get it outside off stump, Jack Morley, hit the foothold, the way he's playing defensively from that square on position at the crease, just put a bit more pressure on him at back pad on the offside and let him see extra cover. Do you want to try and hit against the spin through extra cover? I can't see how he can turn his body round in time to play through extra.
Final over this before lunch. Balderson bangs running short to Gay, and he ducks underneath that and through to the keeper. And there's no run. Often sending too many short balls, George Balderson.
I'm going to say that's a bit different than Mark Wood's bouncer. That bounce just in front of the wicket keeper.
.71 for 3. Gay on 32 from 91. Balderson right arm round. Nice looking shot off the back foot. Punched away. Just beat the gap through the covers. The chase on for Wells. Oh, he does ever so well, Luke Wells. Flicks the ball back. They've run 3, so he's saved a single for his side. Super play by Wells. Those long legs came to the fore then.
Showing a nice pair of underpants as well.
Just about kept his trousers on. 74 for 3. Wells is going from cover to third slip. So 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Proctor defending back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I've just thrown for a second on another screen. We've got Kohler Cadmore batting with James Rue and Overton's bowling. I just thought they're all in the same team, these. It's the other Overton, so they must be playing Surrey. Somerset v Surrey.
Balderson around the wicket, balls full length ball just outside off stump and defended by Proctor, no run. Yeah, that's the game that Bumble's referring to from Taunton. 85 for 4, Somerset.
That James Rue played really well here, didn't he?
He is the Division 1's leading run scorer. Had a fabulous season for Somerset.
Yes.
Balderson to Proctor, left and through to the keeper, no run. 2 to go before lunch on the first day. Overcast conditions in Manchester, but it's dry. Nailed on to be dry for this game, wasn't it? Having watched it rain on Sunday here.
Scott, don't say it's overcast. There's blue sky.
Okay.
I can see blue sky.
Okay. There is, to be fair, there is a little patch of blue sky. Balderson over the wicket, full and wide and left by Proctor. It looks a bit gloomy out towards the city centre, but it's dry. That's the main thing. That's the over, and that's lunch. What do you reckon, Bumble? 74 for 3.
Control from Lancashire, losing the toss and bowling first. A couple of wickets for George Balderson, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 14, 1 for Jack Morley. 74 for 3 in 31 overs, and the 2 at the crease, Proctor and Gay, have not really played a shot, so Lancs have controlled the game. It is a little bit cloudy, I'll give you that. There's a little bit of blue sky, so it might just stay in the same conditions this afternoon as Northants finish the first session on 74 for 3.
hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
We're really excited here at Lancashire Cricket to be working with New Balance Team Sport. It's always good to have a fresh approach, and New Balance Team Sport is certainly bringing a fresh approach to everything we do.
Lancs were great to work with. They had a really clear direction of where they wanted to take it. We really wanted to incorporate both the old and the new within the kit design.
The design of the kit's really important for us here at Emirates Old Trafford. We look at the red rose, we look at the history that's established with us, and everything's got to weave together.
We met up with Lancashire Cricket and the design team to learn about their values and what they wanted the kit to represent.
The team really focus on what works not only for the players and the professional environment, but what works well for the fans.
New Balance and Lancashire Cricket share the same values of inclusivity, so it's really important for us that the shirts can be worn both on the pitch but also when people are hanging out with their friends.
There's a sense of pride there that we've found a partner that just fits with everything we're trying to do.
I think a club with such a rich heritage such as Lancashire Cricket allows for much more of a story to be built into the shirt and what the club stands for.
And it's just really exciting to think about our ladies and gents going to be walking out onto the pitch before long in their New Balance red rose tops.
Missing out on silverware and being so close in all three comps, it's a real driver for us this winter.
We've had quite a long winter, a lot of hard work been put in.
Everyone's really got the bit between them teeth. They really want to win a trophy.
You can see that all the pieces of the puzzle are coming together and they're hungry for that win.
I look at the squad, it looks as good as ever.
We just need to keep backing ourselves, and when it comes to those key moments,
It's just having that last push to get over the line.
And now it's about how we can find ways to sort of win those games and
competing for trophies all the time in a really competitive squad, packed with international players.
You can see everyone working towards that common goal and common target, and that's what you want in team sport.
I think we've really upped the intensity in terms of training, and the way we've gone about it is very purposeful.
I'd argue we've got the best coaching staff on the circuit, and they've been brilliant and crucial to our development this winter.
It means the absolute world. I love playing at this club. It's probably one of the best clubs in the country, and it's just an honour to play for the Red Rose.
Absolutely love it. Going out wearing the red rose on your chest, there's nothing better than that.
I think every single person in the squad's got better as well, so I'm really excited to see how we hold up in the games.
It's been a long time coming, and I think this is our year. You can't wait for the season. I feel like it's going to be a real special one.
When a final does come again, I know what that feels like. I know how to prepare and play.
You know, we're desperate to go again and hopefully put on a show for everyone.
It's been coming for a while, and I don't see why this year can't be the year.
Just excited to see what we can do out on the pitch.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key. Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right because our two favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But how, I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer, but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlsdown, which is Newton-le-Willows. So I can remember as a 6, 7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlsdown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lim Rugby Club. And enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and you know, I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82. Yeah. Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field. And that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever. I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park, was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time? And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah. Purely.
So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours, and I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere, with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire schools and club cricket at Grappenhall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grappenhall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lim Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But that you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire schools?
Yeah. So
and he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer? I
think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you know you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grappenhall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports. And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about £3 too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, the heavy bat and a quick pitch, no good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7, and there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? You know, I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you know you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and it, you know, my fair share of sixes on this ground, not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game in one-day cricket, especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard, and that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realise that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike, though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil De Freitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82, you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 9:15, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
and
the word he
was.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me, and I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home, I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career, and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran, Garth LaRue.
Yeah.
And that innings also stood out, and those 2 were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, well, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So, obviously, that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So, the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, Giff?
Yes.
And he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it.
Yeah.
And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, we'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100. And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened. And everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out. And I'm walking off thinking, well, that's a great... I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario, because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously, over the last 20 years or so. And that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, I remember that night, we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I'd got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions, instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games, and you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first 4, but I think inconsequential things, where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we, when we won the 84 Bensons? And,
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time?
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before. Yeah. Ben was born on the Friday night. Yeah. And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car.
Yeah.
I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it was late.
Yeah, no, that was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really.
Yeah. We weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year. Yeah. 86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lords. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancastrian and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit longer.
Did he play that long?
Yeah, right. 68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have two of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those two guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously
hard.
Yeah.
But it was just for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at Lords in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
First ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because it'd been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us, and he got a massive ovation as he walked on. I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day, and then I followed him in. So he was a massive idol. But
your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? You were nervous as a kitten before you went into bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the dressing room.
Absolutely. But with Waz, I mean, Waz joined us 88, and he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to 98?
10 years. Yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together, and it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's makeup, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers that's ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from '87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through '89, '90. We started in '88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, '86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in '87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormrod began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in '87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened?
If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as '86. And then by hook or by crook, we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on a roll, and we won. I think we won the last 8 championship games to end up second. And I think Yoza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room. And then, you know, those lads that had played well in '87 carried on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
And then,
from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in '87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walk down the steps, all gone.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why.
I never understood it. To be honest.
No. But you know, as soon as I crossed the white line, all the nerves and the worry went.
So did you start feeling comfortable there, or were you always uncomfortable during the build-up to a match or an innings?
Yeah,
or
I mean, nervous disposition, whatever you want to call it, and that never went away. You know, from the first day to the last here, that never went away. But you get more experienced as time goes on, and you learn to look after yourself, and you know your emotions, and you work from there, don't you?
I suppose so. Were the nerves worse, or was it just always the same, whether you were playing for England in a World Cup or whatever?
No, it was no different. Whether it was Grapnell under 21s or the World Cup final in '92, it was just the same. And when I walked on the field, it was just the same the other way. So
you've got a phenomenal record in terms of performance and longevity, really. You played in 3 World Cups. That World Cup final in '92, you were playing against one of your best mates in the game, in Wazim, and you very nearly got England over the line.
I mean, it was a...
Would that be one of the greatest and worst days of your cricketing?
Without doubt. Without doubt. You know, at that point we played here for 5 years together, and we'd become great friends, as you say. And that day we actually before knock-ups was lunch, and we actually sat opposite each other at lunch, and then we did our training, we went out, had a net, etc., etc. And then he threw me a few balls, into the net, and then the game started. Obviously, he came in and got 50 when they were struggling, got them up to a good score. We were doing all right, and then he came back onto bowl, and we talked about him, you know, and I had to obviously talk about him and what do we do if it starts swinging, and all I could say was make sure you play with a full face. If you're trying to run anything down and it's swinging, it's
playing with half a bat at your peril.
Yeah. So it was full face, and Alan Lamb and I had got a partnership going. He came back on and he bowled 2 Jaffers in 2 balls, bowled around the wicket away swinger to Lammy, knocked his off pole over, and then he bowled a massive in swinger to Chris Lewis, and bowled him. So his hat-trick ball was the first ball of the next over, and I was on strike. And he used to have different ways of presenting the ball, and he got to here, and I knew that he was going to bowl me an in-swinger on the hat-trick ball. But it was that quick, and it swung that far that it basically hit me on the pad. It was just going down leg stump, and it hit me before I was ready to play it. And I looked up, and he was there, and we just smiled at each other. And that was his hat-trick ball in the World Cup final.
I mean, he was that performance alone sets him apart from most other cricketers. But he was phenomenal. You say he had different ways of presenting the ball. He had a bit of a bunch of flowers, didn't he? When he, and sort of reversed his wrist.
Yeah.
But it all happened so quickly that you couldn't. I fielded it slip.
Well, welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app for the afternoon session of the opening day of this latest LV County Championship fixture. Lancashire against Northamptonshire, with Northants 74-3 at lunch on the first day. Emilio Gay unbeaten on 35 and Luke Proctor on 1. The two not out batsmen heading back out after lunch. We'll hear from Bumble and from Paul Allott and from Callum Flynn through the course of the afternoon. I'm alongside Andrew Radd for the first part of this this afternoon session, and a bit of work to do with the bat, but Gay's nicely set, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's captain.
He is, and the thing is, Scott, he's giving himself some time, and this is what we were saying with Bumble before lunch, that the game that he's actually scored some runs in this year, and so he's had a difficult start to the season in red ball, having come to it a little bit late because of his knee op, was at Merchant Taylor School. He made 24 off 80 balls in the first innings and then batted a long time for 89 in the second, and it's because he gave himself a bit of time, and he's done that here. And maybe it's just what he needs. You can see he was champing at the bit a little bit, particularly against Jack Morley. He wanted to hit him over the top, but he's prepared to just sit in there and is facing the first ball of the afternoon session, and that's a little bit of a loosener from Tom Bailey, and it's just punched away off the back foot for a single out to deep extra. Takes Gay to 36 and Northamptonshire to 75-3. And from Northamptonshire's point of view, that's just, I think, what the coaches and supporters will be hoping, that he's prepared to give himself time, bat long, soak up a bit of pressure and hopefully reap the reward later on in the day. But too often this season, they say he's gone a little bit hard too early, and hence the fact that he's averaging just under 19, which for a player of his ability is balmy, really. Here's Proctor facing his first ball after lunch, and down the leg side, Bailey's a half-hearted appeal as Proctor missing out, just looking to get something on it, turn it down to fine leg. Doesn't get anything on it, goes into the gloves of Phil Salt, and there's no run, stays at 75-3. Had another message, lots of messages coming in on Twitter. It was very good to hear from you, and John Mundy suggesting that I need to talk to Bumble when we're on later about the 1976 Gillette Cup final. Here's Bailey in again, traps Luke Proctor in front, but not out, says umpire Graham Lloyd. I think it looked to be shaping down the leg side. I had a bit of a shock actually when I got out of the lift in my hotel, which is the one obviously the far side of the ground. And there was a large picture of the Lancashire side celebrating, I think it was the Gillette Cup in '75. For one moment I thought, surely they haven't altered the result of the '76 final. Of course, Lancashire won it the year before against Middlesex, but different outcome in '76. Bailey in again, bowls to Proctor, and this time he does get something on it as it strays down the leg side. Little tickle, and it races away to the boundary immediately below us for 4. So Proctor goes to 5 and Northamptonshire to 79-3. It's interesting, Scott, that a lot of opposing sides this year have had a leg slip in for Luke Proctor from fairly early on, and I don't think he's ever actually been caught there, but there have been one or two very narrow squeaks, and against Somerset at Taunton he was dropped there early on. It does tend to, because he gets so far across, it does go in the air a little bit down there, so either a leg slip or a leg gully has been employed a lot against him, especially when he's relatively new to the crease. Here we have 2 slips and a gully and a backward point as Bailey is round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, and again coming across his stumps, goes off a thick inside edge down to fine leg, fielded down there in front of us by Jack Morley. One more to Proctor, goes to 6, and Northamptonshire to 80-3. A little bit of rather weak sunshine, the clouds still fairly high. The forecast is good for today, not too bad for tomorrow, not great for Thursday. I might get on the tram on Thursday morning. I think I have a hankering to do the tram into the city, so that might be Thursday morning if we've got a late start. Here's Bailey in again, very full, good Yorker, dug out by Emilio Gay, just works it out past square leg for a single. to keep the bowling. End of the over. Gay is 37, Proctor is 6, and Northamptonshire 81 for 3.
So you're not got a particular destination in mind then? You just want just a little tram ride?
I just want a little tram ride.
Yeah. Well,
I like public transport, and I like, you know, we don't have any. They stopped running trams in Northampton in, I think, 1934, which is a bit before even my time. So I just quite fancy getting on a tram into the city. So I say I might do that Thursday morning.
Well, if you're staying at the hotel by the ground, you just
absolutely
a stone's throw from the tram
yeah,
stop.
That's right.
Will be spin from the Brian Statham end after lunch. Going to be Jack Morley. 81 for 3, so Emilio Gay takes guard from umpire Middlebrook. Be a short leg. George Bellon under the helmet. A slip and a short fine leg. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a mid wicket, deepish mid on, mid off, cover and deep backward point for Morley. So he bowled 6 overs in the morning session, 1 for 19. Gay on strike here, left arm over the wicket to Gay. Wraps the pad as he tries to flash it away towards the leg side. Yelp from Morley and backed up by the keeper. Not out, says the umpire.
Tell you what, might just have got outside the line, but not a bad shout.
Morley to Gay, and that's shovelled out through the onside. It's a good-looking shot, plenty of bottom hand on that, forcing the ball away through mid-wicket. 4 for Gay. Takes his total on to 41. It's 85 for 3.
They don't want Jack Morley to settle, do they? That was obvious this morning. But he certainly got the last laugh when Sam Whiteman came charging down the pitch and missed.
Well, he's not played a lot of first-class cricket, Jack Morley, so he pretty much the kind of youngster in this Lancashire team, and in his early 20s, I think, a fledgling first-class career, so I don't think he'd have played too often here, for example, for Lancashire in Championship cricket. Played a bit away from Emirates Old Trafford. They think a lot of Jack Morley. Bowled nicely, actually, at Edgbaston last week. Wasn't much for him to work with, but impressive couple of spells in Birmingham last week. Gets Gay on the back foot this time. Clip out towards square leg for a single. Takes Emilio Gay on to 42.
Bit of clatter of wickets at Edgbaston this morning.
Yes. Looked a bit lively, didn't it?
Warwickshire 60 all out, and Middlesex already 2 down in reply. 10 for 2. If you have tickets for the 3rd day.
Here's Morley to Proctor. Proctor turns it to the leg side, just behind square actually. And that's a good stop by Tom Bailey. Bailey's got his bucket hat on. He's come out to lunch with his bucket hat on.
I don't think I've seen one of those in a championship match this year. It's the first one of the season, I think.
For me as well. I know they're popular now, aren't they? But Morley in, balls to Proctor, sweeps nicely. That's 4 runs. Apologies, it was Gay. Good looking shot by Emilio Gay for 4. Swept firmly out towards square leg. The ball rattles its way towards a temporary stand, which is vacant for this fixture. The score moves on to 91 for 3.
Callum was saying earlier about going up right at the top there. I tell you, I wouldn't. You wouldn't get me up there.
Wouldn't fancy that.
No. I've got a very good head for heights.
It's some way back, that isn't it? Morley to Gay. Well, they're asking as to whether or not he's just nipped that through to the slip, playing right forward. The ball into the hands of it's Tom Hartley. It's slipped there for Lancashire. Nothing on it going to umpire Middlebrook. End of the over. Deflected off the keeper.
Yes, it did. Yeah, went it. And I think that's a really good decision from James Middlebrook, having watched the replay. He missed it, and it just flicked off Phil Salt's gloves into slip. But I mean, the point is that there is already a little bit there, isn't there, for the spinners? And this was certainly, talking to one or two of the Northamptonshire players before the start this morning, this is what they were very much anticipating, hence the, let's say, the selection of Alex Russell, the specialist leg spinner. For now, it's Tom Bailey looking for his 40th championship wicket of the season, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. Goes through to Phil Salt. Saying at the start, you've got Tom Bailey 39 wickets at 19 coming into this match, and Will Williams 32 at 20. It's extraordinary, perhaps, that Lancashire haven't won more games than they have. It's tremendous figures from those two. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Proctor, who's pushing that up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Quite a stiff breeze coming across from left to right as we look out from our commentary position here at the Brian Statham end, so blowing towards Manchester city centre, which is over to our right, the high-rise buildings there, which we can see over the top of the new hotel. Here's Bailey. In again, bowls to Proctor, who drives up to mid-on this time by way of variety, and there's no run. When's that likely to be open, Scott? The new building over there, the new hotel?
The hotel will be, I think, the rooms will be open from next year, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
I think Paul was saying, you can see the hotel just on the live stream now, that the members' seats and the bar is open, but I think the rooms are going to be open next year.
Nice place to watch the game from the seats in front of there, side on, but nice view of the ground. Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Proctor, setting himself up outside the line of off stump, just drops it down into the offside. Salt comes around from behind the stumps to tidy up, and there's no run.
Just feel like such a different venue when that temporary stand is there. So obviously now that the old Red Rose building's been knocked down, the new hotel is pretty much built, and just the finishing touches being put into place, and this big, huge temporary construction to the other side. When they remove that and they leave it open, it does look a little different. Yeah.
Here's Bailey, and again to bowl to Proctor, who's again across his stumps, just pushes it back past the bowler, runs past the stumps at the non-striker's end, but there's no run. Yeah, I mean, I think also, if I heard right, that's where the heritage room is going to be as well, I think, in that setup as well.
That's right, yep.
Talking to the Reverend Malcolm Lorimer, who's obviously involved with the heritage side of things here at Old Trafford, and share a few meetings as members of the County Cricket Heritage Forum, and he was saying he's looking forward to getting that opened, and lots for people to look at. Here's Bailey in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Through to Phil Salt, end of the over, 91 for 3. Gay is 46, Proctor is 7.
I think that's the last development, basically. It feels like this ground's been under redevelopment, but it has actually for over a decade. But I think that is the hotel to the right there for those watching on the live stream. That new hotel, I think that is the final kind of piece in the jigsaw, and they're all linked together. There's a little walkway from the new hotel to the first hotel, and then you can walk from the first hotel to the pavilion and right all the way across to the point, so you can go from one side of the ground to the other without getting wet.
No, see, I need to check with you later what's the best way to get from the old hotel onto the ground, actually, because I seem to have come a very, very long way round this morning. Right, so okay. There's obviously an insider's way of doing it.
Yeah,
so
there's a shorter way, yeah.
Well, touch base on that later.
91 for 3. Here's Jack Morley continuing his left arm spin. Down again comes Gay without any timing or control really on that shot.
Just lost his shape, didn't he? Lost his shape badly.
For a big hit, and slashes at the ball out towards the leg side, but they are clearly looking to try and get at Jack Morley. Certainly Gay's been quite positive. Goes back this time and more watchful, defending, the ball just bouncing just outside his off stump. George Bell with a job under the helmet, short leg. Morley in, bowls to Gay, forward again, right forward in defence.
Last time I saw George Bell was batted beautifully at Blackpool last year, didn't he, in the 50-over cut when Lancashire chased down that big total, and played really well at the back end of that chase. Looked very impressive.
Yeah, lost his side in the Lancashire 4-day team recently, but Gay forward in defence again, there's no run, but returned for the draw against Warwickshire last week. Keeps his place in the side for this week. Lancashire going into this game with no overseas player. Morley in, balls off the back foot goes Gay, defends, no run. We've had 3 overseas players for the start of the season. First couple of months of the season and through the blast with Dane Villas, Colin de Grandhomme and Daryl Mitchell. Mitchell and de Grandhomme are both returned home. Villas not being selected at the minute. Whipped away into the onside by Gay. Bailey, who's at deepish mid-on, skips a few paces to his left to field the ball. At the end of the over, just a single off it, off that final ball of Morley's over. 92 for 3, 35 overs gone. That's how it stands in the league table in Division 1 at the minute. With Northamptonshire battling at the bottom with Middlesex and Kent, teams that certainly they can look to try and catch. Lancashire mid-table with 100 points from their 9 matches, so we're leading the way at the top.
And of course what's really pushed Northamptonshire onto the back foot is the fact that they've lost to Kent twice this year, which is not good. The first game at Canterbury, the first game of the season, Northamptonshire had, I think it's fair to say, the neutrals would say, the worst of the conditions, but it was a good game of cricket which Kent won in the end. Here's Bailey starting another over to Emilio Gay, just runs it down into the gully, and there's no run, fielded down there by George Bell. But then at Northampton they won the toss on a used pitch, bowled out for 230. Kent made over 600 with Daniel Bell Drummond getting a triple 100 and Tawanda Mayeye playing beautifully for 170, and lost by an innings. That really doesn't help the cause very much at all. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Gay, drives beautifully through extra cover. That's running out towards the boundary. I think is it just going to get there? It's a little tease. That's a terrific chase out there by Josh Bohannon, who's managed to just reel it in. They come back for 3, but that saved a run. Terrific commitment there from Bohannon as it ran out towards the boundary. But it brings up a half century for Emilio Gay. 50 off 107 balls, acknowledges the applause. 6 fours, only his second in red ball cricket this season, following his 89 against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor School a couple of games ago. But he's worked hard for those runs. 50 off 107 balls, it's 95 for 3 as Proctor faces his next ball from Bailey outside the off stump, left alone. Of course, the overseas situation for Northamptonshire has been somewhat confused this season, with Sam Whiteman, of course, been there from the start. Tris Tremaine coming in for the first 3 games, Aussie pace bowler. They'd signed Lance Morris for the second 3. He was then injured, so he couldn't come. So they finished up with Jordan Buckingham, young upcoming Aussie pace bowler, who I'm sure will come good in the later stages of his career, but probably was a little bit raw. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. A little bit raw and didn't really make much of an impact. And then, of course, I think it's a sort of open secret that Northamptonshire are looking to get Prithvi Shaw over, the Indian batter, but that hasn't happened yet either, I think for various administrative reasons with passport and visas and so on. So at the moment Sam Whiteman is the only man overseas player on the books. Here's Bailey running in towards us outside the off stump, again left alone by Luke Proctor. And it's funny, sort of history repeating itself. You look back to 2014, which was also a fairly dismal season for Northamptonshire in the Championship, when they lost 8 games by an innings. We were talking earlier this morning about the Northamptonshire record for most innings defeats, which was 9 in 1937. They lost 8 by an innings in 2014. And that again was a season where they just had huge problems with overseas players, couldn't get anybody to come over for any length of time, deals falling through and this sort of thing, and it just makes it difficult to plan and get the squad sorted. Outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. End of the over, 95 for 3. Gay is 50, Proctor is 7. I shall go and update BBC Radio Northampton and leave you with Scott, and I think Bumble will be in shortly.
Yeah, 95 for 3 here. Elsewhere, Hampshire in all sorts of trouble. Seen plenty of wickets falling today. We mentioned the wickets tumbling at Edgbaston. Well, Hampshire are taking on Essex at the Ageas Bowl, and they're 87 for 8 on the south coast. So wickets tumbling in the game between Hampshire and Essex. It was between Warwickshire and Middlesex. In fact, Middlesex are 16 for 3 in reply to that Warwickshire 60 all out. We'll see Jack Morley to continue. He's got Emilio Gay having just reached to 50 on strike. And here's Morley in and bowling. And loops away towards the offside. Again, Gay shaping to work it to the leg side. Looking to try and be positive here against Jack Morley. Dot ball. Bumble's back alongside me. Afternoon.
Wickets are falling around the country.
They're tumbling around the place. Morley in, swept by Gay. And Jennings coming up from slip, trying to get a desperate hand on that. I'm not sure there's any bat on it.
It's a good line, is that, just outside off stump. There's plenty of rough to work with.
Morley left arm over balls. Oh, Gay off the back foot, playing it late across his pads. Playing it with the spin, but turning the ball out towards backward square leg. Gets through for a single, moves on to 51, 96 for 3.
He's got to bowl as full a length as he can to hit that patch, which is outside the left-hander's off stump. Can misbehave from there, short leg in position.
Proctor back on strike. Morley to Proctor. Was looking to drive the ball. It went to Jennings' right-hand side. Was the bat on that by Proctor? Or a play and a miss from a Lancashire man?
I think he's missed it.
Little deflection off the keeper as well. Morley to Proctor. It's worked up towards square leg. And there's no run.
Young left arm spinner's got to hit that patch. There's plenty to work with. He's well outside off stump. Try to get the batsman to hit through extra cover.
Final ball of the over. Here's Morley to Proctor. Defends into the offside. No run. 96 for 3. 20 minutes gone into the afternoon session. Proctor on 7. Gay on 51. Bumble, you'll be joined by Callum shortly.
Yeah, it's always good to see a young left arm spinner, Jack Morley, on a pitch that's worn to start with. It's a test match pitch, so there's plenty of rough. Left arm over the wicket to a left-handed batter. Just to get it as full as you dare. Just get him to hit through the offside and the ball will misbehave. And it brings you catches on your leg side, your short leg, short mid-wicket. It could actually, there's a couple of times when Gay has come down the pitch and hit him into that vacant mid-wicket area. Block him off there. Block him off completely. Don't give him that shot. And then you can have your 2-3 catches around the bat in outfield.
Yeah, it's good to see Morley's not been put off by tossing it up there into the rough as well. Like you say, Emilio Gay's come out after lunch and been a lot more positive than he was pre-lunch. Tom Bailey comes in from the Jimmy Anderson end. Ball's outside the off stump for no run.
We've not seen Hartley yet, have we?
No, he's been limbering up in the slips. I'm wondering if Emilio Gay keeps going hard at Morley. Wonder if we'll then see Hartley, who predominantly is a bit more of a one-day ball. He'll give it a bit more variation in terms of his line and length. Again, he's just warming up now in the slips. 2 slips, 1 gully for Bailey. He comes in. Balls, and it should play it forward for Emilio Gay for no run. I suppose you could, like you say, Bumble, maybe bring a couple across from the offside to Morley. It's a very risky shot to try and punch him through the offside, isn't it, against the spin?
Let him look at a wide open space against the spin from the rough. And I'm just looking now, we're in a great position. I've been at the test match for 5 days, as where Lancashire's wicketkeeper is stood in relation to where Johnny Bairstow would be stood. He's at least 4 metres closer.
In comes Bailey. Balls, and it's just punched through the covers. Josh Bohannon doing the fielding. You get back for 2 runs. Yeah, it's total different in terms of pace, isn't it? It's probably, you'd say, the proper 4th day, really, on it. Not much cricket got played on the 4th day of the test, and none at all on the 5th day. In comes Bailey. Balls, ooh, just a short one. There's that pace again, bouncing on the 1 bounce to Phil Salt.
It's that standout to me. Just you can see where the footmarks were for Johnny Bairstow and Alex Carey, and the helmet is there now. That's exactly where they were stood, and a little bit further back. They're in close. Salt and the 2 slips.
In comes Bailey to Gay. Just clips it off his hips just for 1 run down to Jack Morley at the final leg boundary. Takes the score on to 99 for 3 for Northamptonshire. Gay going along nicely on 54 and Proctor on 7. Deep square going out to Proctor. As long as the deep fine leg, we've got a mid wicket, mid on, a wide mid off, backward point, 2 slips and 1 gully. Bailey comes in, bowls, it's played nicely to mid on for no run. And that's the end of the over. Looks like Morley's going to continue. Hartley's just ticking over, ready to come on when Keaton Jennings gives him the nod.
They've got Wells also with some speculative leg spin. It is, when you look at it, you look at the pitch and you think, yeah, a couple of spinners. And he's still loosening up, Tom Hartley. He's giving the captain every opportunity to put him on. I mean, it'd be good to see both left-armers, and they are different. One much taller than the other.
In comes Marley. Bowls again, very full. Giving that chance to hit them footholes and spin through the gate of Emilio Gay, but he's probably covering all 3 stumps here and just trying to play through the leg side with the spin. Bowls down the pitch, and he should play to Hartley at a short cover, no run. Morley in, balls just outside off, just not quite spun out of them roughs, that one.
It's just missed the rough.
Yeah.
There's a couple which are really wide, but there's one which is absolutely in line for the left armour, just outside off stump.
Then comes Morley. Bowls into them footholes again. Emilio Gay covering the spin, getting a big stride in, playing out through the covers for no run.
And the interesting fielding position is deep backward point. Now that's got to be such a bad ball for it to get down there.
Morley in bowls, bit more back of a length, just tucked off his hip for no run to Will Williams. It's kind of like a floating mid-wicket Will Williams. Not, if there was a ring out, it's probably just outside the 30-yard circle if there was a ring. In comes Morley. Just sees Emilio Gay coming down the track, just tries to fire it a bit quicker down the leg side. Emilio Gay tucks it off his hip for 1 run. That's the end of the over. That's the 100 up for Northampton. 100 for 3. Off 39 overs. Gay 55 and Proctor 7.
Yeah, it's careful from Northamptonshire, winning the toss and batting first. I'm enjoying watching Morley. He's only young, left arm spinner. And if you can find that consistent line and length, and it's a teaser, it's outside off stump. That last delivery, he's flattened it and bowled it leg stump. Well, no, there's no danger there. Your danger is these areas where the fast bowlers in the test match have run off. And so you've got to be in line with that as he is from over the wicket. Just be in line, and you're going to hit it every now and again. So you've got to be patient. And eventually you'll start hitting that patch, and it's outside off stump.
So a change from the Jimmy Anderson end. Tom Hartley comes into the attack. Bowls again straight into them footholes. Emilio Gay very watchful. So 2 spinners in tandem now for Lancashire. 2 left arm off his. Tom Hartley comes in. Bowls, it's down the pitch for Emilio Gay, playing out to Tom Bailey at mid-off for no run.
It's a lot of effort for no run.
Hartley bowls, just a bit more back of a length, tucked off the hip for Emilio Gay to a deep square, just for the single.
Totally different bowler, Tom Hartley, than Morley. Tom Hartley is taller, and so he won't get much flight. He'll get the ball coming in flat and quicker. He'll bowl quicker than Morley.
Hartley in, bowls. Just forward defence from Proctor for no run. Just got a short square with George Bell under the helmet. 1 slip, catching mid-wicket, cover mid-off, mid-on. Hartley in. And it's just left through to Luke Proctor, well covering the stumps there. You can see the exaggerated movement, that making sure if it does spit outside that rough, he's getting his pad in the way. Hartley bowls again into that rough. Proctor making sure he gets his body in the way just in case. That's the end of the over. Good start from Hartley.
And it's great to see from where we are. We're looking right down, and there are 2 patches, and that last delivery landed in between. So there'll be no rough in the area that bounced in. And the wide one is of no problem at all. You can kick that away all day. But the one that's immediately front of the left-hander, if he hits the edge of it, just on the edge, he has to play.
Marley continuing at the Brian Statham end. In he comes. Oh, it's that rough straight away. Just a little bit of spit and bounce again. So, I like that pace from Marley, not too quick, giving it a chance. Marley in. It's just squirted away through the gully region. Could be 3 here. Oh, Balderson cuts it off. Just for a 2 for Emilio Gay.
And an excellent throw. That's a long way for Balderson. He's run probably 50 metres down to third man to collect the ball, and then it's a rocket throw back into the keeper.
Just going back to your comment about him being out there, Bumble, do you think it's just to try and get Gay just to push at 1, thinking there's an easy single maybe? As in comes Marley. Outside the off stump, played free mid-wicket for no run.
I don't see how he's going to push into that offside from the line that he's bowling, or he should be bowling. And that was a thick outside edge that went down to third man from a drive shot.
Marley bowls, played down the pitch back towards him for no run.
But it's the modern way. You see these fielding positions regularly. You think, well, you know, he seems to be out of the game down there.
Marley bowls, a lot straighter that time, just tucked into the leg side from Emilio Gay for no run.
They play on the mind of a young spinner. Somebody might have said, oh, we're on a spinning pitch, you'll be in the game, you'll be getting early, it'll spin from ball 1.
Marley bowls, oh,
perfect.
That's where he wants it.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. The last delivery there.
Outside of off stump, really spits back into Emilio Gay, just close to a catching opportunity for Phil Sott. I don't think he got any glove or bat on it in the end, but really challenged Emilio Gay. And that's exactly where Keaton Jennings and the Lancashire lads will be open Marley pitches and more often.
But it's a lottery. When it pitches there, it's an absolute lottery what's going to happen. And Emilio Gay, decided not to play, and he's almost jumped at the ball, and it's kicked out of the rough. If he'd have been playing forward, that's going to hit the top of the bat. So, you know, he's just got to stay in there. You sit in, you'll hit that patch.
Tom Hartley comes in from the James Anderson end. Balls to Proctor, who just plays it out into the leg side for no run. Hartley balls, Proctor on the back foot, no run. I think Lancashire will be looking to get one through Proctor's gate here. You can see, if you're watching the live stream, the way that Proctor's back comes down from probably like a third slip gully angle. Again, Hartley bowls, gets way across and plays that down to a fine leg, and they get through for 2 runs. Just using the spin there, clever from Proctor. Playing with the spin, but yeah, Proctor's bat angle really comes down at a sharp angle from the gully region, so there'll be a nice big gap coming across the ball there for Hartley to try and spin it through.
Well, there's a change in the field here. I think they're asking for a later helmet. The other thing, as you mentioned, his bat coming from gully region, and he's square on. I can't see, I'm going to count how many times he hits the spinner through extra cover. I don't think he's got enough time to turn his body into that position with the ball hitting the rough, coming back into him. So there's going to be changes here. There's another helmet coming on. But that fielder who is at extra cover can come more into a catching position, maybe in front of him on the offside, because he's dropped anchor. As Luke Proctor, if you can get right in his eye line in front of him on the offside and just see if he wants to do something different. So I want to see where Bohannon's going. Now that fielder's gone now from extra cover that I talked about. Now let's just see. He's giving him extra cover now, but he's gone into leg slip. Don't need helmet at leg slip. I stood there for 19 years, never got hit once.
I expect him to come into the offside there just to try and get Proctor to do something a little bit different. They're defending pretty comfortably at the moment. Like you say, does it make the batsman then force a shot? As in comes Hartley. Bowls pretty straight. Proctor again covering all the stumps. He plays that through to the leg side for no run. Hartley bowls, played through to the leg side, very similar, no run. It's like, looks like he's purposely planting that front foot across all 3 stumps, maybe even outside off stump, and I think that's why they've gone the leg slip for that one that really spins and just catches the edge. Hartley comes in,
extra,
plays that one through the extra cover, should get 2, maybe even 3 here, they push hard. Yeah, and Proctor's took it on. Good running. Really good running. It's a well-timed shot as well from Proctor. He's not gone too hard at it. Against the spin through the covers. Not seen many of that today. Takes the score on to 108.
No, still give him that. Give him that gap at extra cover. He's driven as a half volley there. He's too full. Missed the patches altogether.
For any young kids listening or watching, it only takes that little bit of spin, doesn't it, there to force a positive result for Lancashire. Keep tossing it up into that to them rough, and you've got to take a few runs to take the risk and reward into play. In comes Marley. Bowls, and it's just played down to George Bell in that short square leg region. Marley bowls a lot more outside off stump. Allowed that through to Phil Salt for no run. Marley bowls. Played into the leg side, no run again.
Just looking at his action, Jack Morley, and he spins on his front foot. When he gets to the creases and he gets up into his action, he has a good turn, a spin. As his right leg drops, down, spin, that's good.
Yes, well bowled from Marley there, outside the off stump. Just getting a little bit of purchase outside them footholes. Spins in a little bit to Phil Salt, but Proctor playing it well at the moment, covering all his stumps. In comes Marley. Ball's a lot fuller. More or less a Yorker, just played down the wicket from Luke Proctor.
When I talk about his spinning on his front foot, so he's getting body into it. You know, it's all about finger spin and your wrist and the action that you put on the ball. That body plays a part, and he gets his body into this.
Marley in a little bit flatter. Seeing Proctor walking across the stumps there, and he's just gone a bit leg side-ish, and Proctor's played that down to a deep square for 1 run. Takes the score on to 10. No, 109 for 3.
1010, that's 1,010.
That then.
1,010.
Saying the time then.
They've kicked on a bit. Yeah, I like watching 2 young left-arm spinners on a pitch like this. That somebody might have said it'll spin, it'll turn, it turned in the test match, and then the onus is on them, but you've got to be patient and you've got to manoeuvre the batter. And here, get it outside off stump. These left-handers get it way outside off stump, drag them across.
Afternoon again, Bumble. As Hartley starts a fresh over to Luke Proctor, turns it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, and another left-hander to come. Safe Zabe presumably will be in next. 5 left-handers in the top 6 in this Northamptonshire side, as Hartley over the wicket bowls to Proctor outside off stump, gives him a little bit of width, and Proctor drives away out through extra cover, running out towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? Yes, it is. Just enough on it from Luke Proctor, takes him to 17, and Northamptonshire to 113 for 3. Useful little partnership this. These two put on 54 to settle the ship a little bit.
And using his feet to get to the pitch. Not seen that too often. But they've got a nice little partnership going here.
They just needed to settle things a little bit after the Sam Whiteman's rush of blood earlier. Here's Hartley in again, bowls to Proctor. Drops the bat on it, runs up past George Bell under the lid at forward short leg, and there's no run. A slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg in place as Hartley bowls to Proctor, who's across his stumps, nudging it down on the bounce to Bell. Dives away to his left at forward short leg. Bright sunshine here in Manchester. Plenty of blue sky. Enough to knit a pair of sailor's trousers, my nan would have said. Here's Hartley in again and beats Proctor outside the off stump. Proctor drawn forward, goes past the edge. To the gloves of Phil Salt. Just doing enough to keep the bowlers interested. Here's Hartley in again outside the off stump, and Proctor leaving it, and again I think it just landed maybe in or close to one of those foot marks. Didn't miss the off stump by much. Nevertheless, another over safely negotiated. 113 for 3, 44 overs gone. Gay is 58, Proctor is 17.
And it's a patience game for these 2 young left-arm spinners. They've seen the rough, they've seen the areas, and I think you just got to keep it outside off stump and bring it further outside off stump to drag the batter across into that region. Now and again he'll hit this rough areas and you don't know what's going to happen, but patience.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Alex Russell, when his turn to bowl, reacts to this sort of surface as Morley starts a fresh over. Very full, driven by Gay, but straight to Tom Hartley on the perch there at short extra, and there's no run. Just a slip and a forward short leg for Morley, who's in bowls to Gay, who on drives up towards mid-on, but live wire bit of fielding there by Josh Bohannon coming across from mid-wicket, cut off any possibility of a single, because mid-on and mid-off both deep, about halfway back to the boundary. As Morley's in again, short, cut away by Emilio Gay. He's going to get certainly one, probably two, as it goes out to deep cover. So Will Williams out there, George Balderson rather, beg his pardon, sweeping out there in front of the new hotel, and they're through for a couple. Gay to 60 and Northamptonshire to 115 for 3, because Alex Russell has been playing his third championship match, young specialist leg spinner. So very interesting to see how he gets on here. Is Morley flights that up, edged, and it's gone past slip. It's running down towards the boundary at fine leg. Now, did he get a hand to that, I wonder? They've come back for 3. Was there any bat involved? First thing, yes, there was, because there's no signal from umpire James Middlebrook. Now, let's have a look on the replay. It was wide outside off stump. It went to slip's right, Keaton Jennings, and I think he got a hand to it.
He did. It's a drive shot from a full-length ball that misses the rough areas and just went straight on. It went quickly, very, very quickly. 3
runs accrue to Emilio Gay, takes him to 63, 118 for 3. Morley in again, bowling to Proctor, who's pushing forward, beaten. Good. Past the outside edge.
That's good. That's the line.
Yeah.
It's outside off stump. It's about 18 inches. Sometimes it'll hit the bit, other times it won't.
Here's Morley, and again, very full, driven on the full toss by Proctor up to Luke Wells, who's deep at mid-off, so there's a single to be had, and Proctor has it, 18 to him, 119 for 3.
Didn't Simon Carrigan go down to Northampton?
He did. He was actually here this morning. He's had one of those difficult sort of seasons. He hasn't been in first team contention at all, and it was rather surprising to actually see him here this morning, having a little roll on the edge of the square first thing. I don't think he was ever, a lot of serious consideration was given to playing him in this match, but he's just fallen out of the picture a little bit. He had a not too bad a second half of the season last year. Difficult start. I think he bowled a ridiculous number of deliveries before he finally got a championship wicket last year. It took him a long time. Bowled better in the second part of the season as Hartley starts a fresh over, nudged into the onside by Proctor, and there's no run. But this year he hasn't been in the first team picture at all. Played a bit of second team, but that's all. But it was good to see him at least with the squad this morning. Here's Hartley in, bowls to Proctor, drives up just past mid-off. It's running out towards the boundary, and it's going to run away for 4. Close to the old pavilion, so Proctor to 22, 123 for 3. In fact, Scott will remember, because he and I shared commentary on the match here in 2021 when Kerrigan came back and played on a ground that he thought he would never play on again, and got runs, had a long bowl, and the interview I remember doing after close of play was quite emotional, because he thought he would probably never play cricket on this ground again, and he did, and it meant an awful lot to him. Good man. Here's Simon. Here's Hartley in again. Bowls outside the off stump. Pads up. Proctor. Appeal for LBW. Not supported by keeper. Bounces to Keaton Jennings at slip. But with those footholds there, all things are possible for these two left armers. That's driven on the full by Proctor. He's with a real swing of the bat. And that races away for 4 more. Proctor to 25 and Northamptonshire to 127 for 3.
Full bunger
wasn't it? He was like a thirsty man in the desert on that one, glimpsing the oasis. I think we were on earlier, saying about, it was nice to see Luke Proctor actually go out and be able to play a few shots in the game against Somerset, because he's so often been faced with his side disintegrating around him, the top order this year. Here's Hartley in again. That's short, turned on the bounce past George Bell at forward short leg. It goes down to deep backward square for a single. Proctor to 27 and Northamptonshire to 128 for 3. I must mention, while we're on together, Bumble, I had a message early from John Mundy, one of our listeners, saying, I need to talk to you about the 1976 Gillette Cup final.
Why?
Exactly. No, it was, what a great day that was for all Northamptonshire supporters at least. There's Hartley in, bowls driven by Emilio Gay out towards the extra cover boundary, but there is a man out there sweeping, going to keep it to just a couple. Gay to 65, 130 for 3.
Ned Larkins bowled in that, didn't he?
He did, but I mean the ball that every Northamptonshire supporter of a certain age will say was probably the most significant ball in Northamptonshire history, and I'm not overselling this. Doc Dye, when he bowled Farouk Engineer.
Oh, don't.
In the first over.
He persuaded me, I need to open. I will lift this man. I will lift him. I will lift this man. Now, he bowled him through his legs, if I'm right. To which Farouk, who's one of the great characters, he said he bowled when I wasn't ready. He ran miles.
Yes.
Dr. Dye.
He did.
Wasn't he Dr. Dye, the Queen of Scene? That was him.
The Doc.
He came from Kent to Northamptonshire.
He did. That one delivery is just imprinted on the memory of all of us that were there that day.
Yeah.
And it was a great day for Northamptonshire at least. But we haven't won many. That was a good one. Here's Morley starting a fresh over to Luke Proctor. Drops it down on the bounce to George Bell at forward short leg, and there's no run. 130 for 3. Proctor on strike. Again, setting up outside off stump and played up towards mid-wicket, but Bell again comes across from short leg to retrieve, and there's no run. And delighted to be joined on commentary by Paul Allott. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Andrew.
Here's Morley in again, whipped away by Proctor past forward short leg for single.
Going through the lexicon of Northampton victories, are you?
Yes, it won't take long in terms of major trophies, but you know, because that was the first one. I think that was
very good.
A day that meant a lot to a lot, those of us that were there. Especially as I only just got in my seat in time to see that.
Did
ball,
you?
Because such were the crowds, people trying to get into headquarters. Morley in again, bowling to Gay, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. But still Sarfraz and George Sharp in at the end, seeing it through. Here's Jack Morley, 1 wicket already. That of Whiteman, looking for a second, flights that one up. Worked into the onside, just beats the dive of Josh Bohannon this time at mid-wicket. Goes out into the deep, retrieved by Tom Bailey, sends in his return, but 2 more to Emilio Gay. He goes to 67, and Northamptonshire to 133 for 3.
Yeah, had a let off, didn't he, Gay, in the previous Morley over. Difficult chance to Jennings, but quick to his right hand, standing a long way back at slip as well.
Here's Morley, and again bowls to Gay, who's just dropping it down defensively at his feet. That's the end of another over from Jack Morley, who's got through 14 overs already, 1 maiden, 1 for 44. It's 133 for 3. Gay is 67, Proctor is 28, and these two have put on 74 for the 4th wicket, just to steady things down a little bit. Yeah, I'm interested to know what you think about Emilio Gay.
Well, I've seen him in his formative years. I suppose he's not hugely experienced still now, but he's turned himself from a bit of a dasher into more than accomplished opening bat now, hasn't he? I've been impressed by the way he's played today. He was one of those that he was a shot a ball man, really, I think, when he started. But he's obviously got talent, and he's adapted that talent to be able to open the innings at the top of the order, obviously, in red ball cricket. So I'm impressed by his progress.
Extremely hard worker, I have to say, and wants to play in all formats. And he was good to see him get a chance in the Blast this year and take it, played well. Here's Luke Proctor, whose adhesive qualities are well known, not least in this part of the world, of course. 28 not out to him, and here is Hartley bowling to him, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Emilio Gay, this is his 34th first-class match. So he made a very, very good 100 against Surrey at the back end of last year, the match that Northamptonshire drew to help them stay up. Hartley in again, bowls to Proctor, who nudges it past forward short leg, past the left hand of George Bell, down to deep backward square. And they're through for a single. George Balderson fields Proctor to 29, 134 for 3.
I'm enjoying this. You don't often see two front-line slow left-arm spinners bowling in tandem in county cricket. You don't often see two spinners bowling in tandem, full stop.
Especially not in the first afternoon. Short ball and beats Gay outside the off stump. I think he was in two minds whether to leave it or play it.
I think he left that, but it was a good take.
Yeah.
Anyway, it bounced a lot, didn't it? Bounced. That's what will happen here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Here's Hartley in again, and that's driven by Gay out to extra cover.
You'll get bounce from the slower bowlers, and especially out of that area of rough. And there's rough in the follow-throughs at each end on both sides of the wicket.
Hartley in again. That turned, and Gay played it well. It's got on top of it, nudged it down, played it down into the ground in front of Bell at forward short leg.
It turns here because of wear.
Yeah.
And that's sort of physical wear rather than.
Hartley drives, well fielded. In fact, he didn't quite get hold of it. Tom Hartley goes up to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, rather than the pitch just cracking and breaking up. It's not that.
No.
But there will be wear through just natural use. Batters running up and down, bowlers following through. There was a period, probably going back 15 years, when the cracks would appear and open on surfaces here at the ground. But since the square's been turned, I think those days are few and far between.
Well, the Test match surface, I have to say, look, you know, in the play that was possible, and it was a terrific surface.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is it, isn't it? And it's one of those. Players often say this pitch you could bat on it for 7 days.
Here's Morley starting his 15th over. Defensively forward, Proctor drops it down in front of forward short leg, and there's no run. Well, I think we're in for an interesting contest here over however long it takes. Here's Morley over the wicket again, bowling to Proctor, plays it again on the bounce to forward short leg, and there's no run. I only say that because, having watched Northamptonshire all this season, games that go into the 4th day have been something of a rarity. It must be said.
Is that because of the quality of the cricket or the quality of the pitch?
It's nudged away out to forward short leg again, and there's no run. Well,
combination.
A combination, I think, yes. But Northamptonshire's, well, the previous game against Somerset, I think it was a pitch there with a result in mind, as Morley is in bowls, and that's played away past forward short leg, but not past the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And you know, when you've got a pitch that's a bit up and down, especially at one end, actually, from the far end, the old football end, it was doing a lot more than from the other end. And when Somerset go in for lunch at 107 for 1 on the first morning after you've put them in, here's Morley in again, and that turned, and it's well played by Luke Proctor. Just manages to play it into the ground in front of Jennings at slip. And they finish at getting 350 on what I think by common consent was a 220, 230 pitch. Then I think the writing is on the wall, and so it proved. The only plus point for Northamptonshire being they didn't go down to their 5th innings defeat of the season. Full toss driven up to Wells at mid-off, shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Proctor was home anyway. So he gets another run, 30 to him, off 82 balls, 135 for 3 at the end of the over. Gay is 67, Proctor is 30. Yes, as I say, they managed to avoid the innings defeat, which would have been 5 in 9 games lost by an innings, which tells you all you need to know, really, about what's been a fairly grim season.
It's not a good record, that, is it? Well, the one thing you won't get here is a pitch that will offer you an early finish, unless it's through some abject cricket from one side or the other.
Well, I think when I was on with Bumble, we were saying about the game here 2 years ago when we had a wonderful game of cricket that went to the last hour. Luke Proctor battling to try and save Northamptonshire from defeat. Matt Parkinson bowled Lancashire to victory. Fantastic game of cricket that went right the way to the wire. Yeah. That's just what you want, isn't it? It was a wonderful contest. Here's Hartley starting a fresh over and bright sunshine now to Proctor, who plays that past forward short leg down to deep backward square for a single. Proctor to 31, 136 for 3.
Yeah, I think it's generally accepted amongst the players that play in first-class cricket or test match cricket that if you win a match at Emirates Old Trafford, then you deserve to have won it. You've had to bowl really well, and you've still had to bat well as well. It rewards quality cricket.
Hartley in again bowls to Gay, who's defensively forward, and there's no run. The great thing about that also, Paul, was the fact that we saw quality fast bowling. I mean, Saj Mahmood was terrific with a new ball early on. Here's Hartley in again, clipped up to mid-wicket by Gay, and there's no run. And then, increasingly, obviously, the spinners got into it. Kerrigan did a superb holding job for Northamptonshire, and then Parkinson, bowling Lancashire to victory on the last day. Dedged by Gay, and that's, I think, again gone to hand with Jennings at slip. Hartley has, oh no, fair enough, it was a bye, so it turned out of the foothold, so we'll let Keaton Jennings off that one. Signalled a bye by umpire Graham Lloyd. But again, if it pitches in the footholds, well, all things are possible.
There's a message here and a lesson to be learned from Keaton Jennings, with the left arm spinners turning it into the batter.
Nudged away past short leg by Luke Proctor for another single. My goodness, we've seen that stroke a few times over the last few seasons. Yeah. Proctor to 32, 138 for 3. Sorry.
Well, he's been beaten on his right hand twice. One was a catch, that was a bye. Having to dive significantly to his right, and he's adjusted his position now. He's come much finer at slip.
Hartley in again, bowls to Gay, drives up to mid-off, go through for a single, shy at the stumps. I think he was just about home had it hit from Stephen Croft. In fact, he missed the stumps anyway. But it was a tight single, and it keeps Gay at the business end for the start of the next over, so well counted if nothing else. 68 to Gay, 32 to Proctor. It's 139 for 3. And after a few words from Paul, I shall make way again for Scott Reed.
We're just singing Emilio Gay's praises there. 34 matches. He's obviously not been watching Stephen Croft in the field. He's still one of the most accomplished fielders in the country, even at the ripe old age of 37. Doesn't drop many, and he's sharp to the ball. And he would have gone there had the throw been just a little more accurate.
Two slightly frantic running singles here, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a little bit.
Yeah, trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but it's testament to Lancashire's bowlers' accuracy that Northants batters are trying to pinch singles.
Okay, again using his feet, coming down the pitch, striking it beautifully. Good looking shot to the right of Wells. He's quite deep at mid-off and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. He's on to 32, 143 for 3.
Well, that was much better from Gay. Beautiful chassis down the pitch and got right to the pitch of the ball. Full flow of the bat and hitting it in the gap between straight extra cover and deepish mid-off. Good cricket.
Takes him to 72. Waits for Morley, who's in again and bowling, plays forward, comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects out towards Bell. Still there under the helmet with all the pads on it, short leg.
Like that comeback from Morley, he's been driven and he's tossed the next ball up just a little bit higher, saying, come on, do it again.
In to Gay once more, plays forward off the edge of the bat to the left of Jennings. It slipped this time, won't reach the rope. Caught up with by the Lancashire captain. Gay comes back for 2 more. Moves on to 74. Score moves on to 145 for 3. We're halfway through the 51st over of the Northamptonshire first innings. There's Jack Morley, left arm spin from the Statham end and get off the back foot defence. Bell comes around from short leg, hopping over the pitch to scoop up the ball and hands it back to Morley. 1 for 51 for Morley. And again to Gay. Nice shot, leans forward and works the ball through mid-on for a single. 75 now to Emilio Gay. 146 for 3. Brings Proctor back on strike. Northamptonshire skipper, 32 not out. And a slip and a short leg and a deep backward square leg. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. And 2 mid-wickets. Morley to Proctor. It's turned into the onside to Josh Barnum. There's no run. End of the over. 7 coming off that. 146 for 3. Northants. They won the toss, elected to have a bat first. They lost 3 wickets in the morning session, but this partnership now between Gay and Proctor is worth 87 runs from 173 balls.
Good partnership. I was just singing Gay's praises earlier, but Proctor's another one of a fairly long line of former Lancashire cricketers who've gone on to perform well with other counties around the country. Mullaney at Notts, Proctor here, and there's a crop leaving this year. Danny Lamb, Matt Parkinson, Rob Jones, all moving on to other counties. There's a pretty consistent production line of cricketers at Lancashire, and they don't always all get the opportunity or the chance to cement themselves as first team cricketers, and those 3, well, Parkinson accepted, I think, but hit the type of player that he is doesn't get the opportunity to cement itself as a regular in the first 11. Who knows what they'll do when they enter pastures new over the next 12 months.
Tom Hartley's 6 over spell has come to an end from the Anderson end, and Will Williams returns for Lancashire. Gay on strike. Just a bit of extra news on Matt Parkinson. Williams sets off from the Anderson end around the wicket and balls to Gay. Just eases that off his hip. Wants 2 potentially with the way around the first, but picked up by Hartley, so just a single to Gay. He moves on to 76. It's 147 for 3. Lancashire announcing today that Matt Parkinson will join Kent on loan for the duration of this summer's one-day cup. So the agreement has been reached between both clubs that will see the leg spinner move to Canterbury for the 50-over competition throughout the course of July. And of course, Matt Parkinson will join Kent permanently after his contract expires at the end of the season. So Matt Parkinson joining Kent for the one-day cup. Williams striding in the sunshine now, bowling to Proctor, who's broken the cross and defends, no run. Is that just, I mean, it certainly has caused plenty of chatter amongst Lancashire fans, the fact that this season, and it's the 3 that you mentioned have all happened pretty quickly, so that might generate extra interest when Parky leaves and Lamb and then Rob Jones goes. Is that just the nature of professional sport, that you produce players, some get in your team with you forever, some get in your team and move on, some don't make it? Is that just the way it is?
I think it is, especially at Lancashire. Lancashire have got to have a large squad of players that continually produce players who play for England or now move on to franchise T20 tournaments or become white ball players.
Proctor defends from Williams, no run.
Livingston, Butler, for example, fit into the latter, don't they, at the moment? Butler, prior to his white ball exodus, has been playing for England. Jimmy Anderson's been in virtually ever present in the England side for donkey's years now. So you have to have a good squad, a big squad of players. Phil Salt's in and out, but playing at the moment. And it's a question of being able to grab the opportunity.
Williams to Proctor. It's deflected down to the fine leg boundary. Any bat on that? No. In fact, nothing on it. It's been given as byes. So byes, the signal from umpire Graham Lloyd. Score moves on by 4 to bring up the 150 for Northamptonshire. 151 for 3.
And you get, I mean, there has always been, going back 40 years, a nucleus of players who are second team, first team borderline. You go back to the days of John Abrams and Bernard Reedy.
Williams around the wicket to Proctor, forward in defence, no run.
And then come forward to players like the aforementioned Mulaney and Lamb and Jones, not so much Parkinson, but have never quite cemented a place in the first team. And it's only natural that that's going to be the case if you're providing players to play for England, or, as I've said before now, in T20 franchise cricket. So it's difficult. And once they get to sort of mid-20s and they've not cemented a place, they want A, to continue to prove themselves, and B, to get a little bit more fundamental rigidity, if you like, in their performances, and play consistent first-team cricket. And I think that's what's happened in those, certainly those two cases. And Matt Parkinson just felt he needed a change of air, if you like.
End of that first over back for Will Williams. 151 for 3, 52 overs gone. Proctor 32. Gay on 76 not out. And we're at that time of the season now, aren't we, where you do see quite a lot of player movement.
Well, the rules and regulations change, I think, in terms of what you have to do and when you have to, or time frame of when you have to offer contracts and make things known. And I think, is it not June the 1st now when players become, in the last year of their contract, virtually become free agents?
There's Jack Morley to Emilio Gay. Worked away off the pads through square leg, but for no run. Proctor sent back by Gay, picked up by Williams. 151 for 3. Short leg and a slip and a deep backward square leg. Deep mid wicket, short mid wicket, mid on, mid off cover. Backward point, hammered down the ground by Gay. And all the way for 4 runs. Takes Gay on to 80, 155 for 3.
Oh, it was a pie, wasn't it, from Morley? Knee high, full toss, it ended up hammered back. Umpire Middlebrook having to take evasive action, and Morley passed him in a flash.
Takes Gay on to 80. Morley's gone for 56 into his 17th over. Left arm over the wicket to Gay. Cut down to backward point for a single. Moves on to 81, 156 for 3. Would you be an advocate of having some kind of financial reward for counties for player movement, or not?
Yeah,
right.
I would. Certainly.
Morley to Proctor. Proctor goes for a big swing. Oh, they're asking for a stumping here. Salt is asking the square leg umpire. Maybe Proctor's back foot just left the ground as he went for that slog sweep, which he missed. Ball snaffled by Salt, who flicked off the bails, and then that's the question towards the square leg umpire.
It was an ungainly stroke, wasn't it? A bit of a heave in the end. Head in the air. Salt getting quite excited. Couldn't tell from there whether there was any movement to the back foot.
Morley creeps his way back in, balls again to Proctor, who's off the front foot and defending, no run. The ball deflects back down the pitch and gathered by Morley, who's walking back to his mark. Proctor on 32. This is Morley's 17th over. Final ball of it. 5 off the over so far. Morley to Proctor. Almost crab-like there, Proctor, going back and across and working the ball down to short fine leg and nicking the strike. It's the end of the over. He's on 33, 157 for 3. 53 overs gone in the Northamptonshire first innings.
17 overs before 3 o'clock on the first day of a 4-day game for your left-arm spinner. He'll be enjoying it. Enjoying the responsibility and the opportunity of bowling on a pitch with a little bit of help. Already taken 1 good wicket, but this is a fine partnership now by Northants. Oh, what England would have given for a day like this on Sunday. A blue sky and a smattering of cloud and some sunshine. Anyway, it was not to be.
No. I heard some talk about wanting a reserve day.
Yeah, well, that always comes up when it rains a bit, doesn't it? Yeah.
I mean, a rain-affected draw is just part of the game, isn't it?
It is. It is. We wouldn't have been complaining if boot had been on the other foot.
Absolutely not, no. This is Williams from the Anderson end to Proctor. It's pushed away for no run off the front foot, bouncing down to Hartley, who comes up from gully.
If you want an idea of how little pace there is in this pitch, just have a look at leg slip, slip and gully here. They're barely deeper for Williams than they are for Hartley when he bowls his slow left arm.
Too dissimilar to the pitch that Lancashire were playing on last week at Edgbaston. First day of that match, the edges were dropping short, slips were creeping nearer and nearer. Proctor just leaning forward and pushing the ball to mid-on for no run.
Unsure of the wisdom of the fine leg slip on a slow pitch with a medium pace bowler bowling. Maybe better moving Wells to silly mid-on or short mid-on or short extra cover. You watch Scott be caught Wells, bowl Williams.
He's in. Williams to Proctor. That's eased to backward square leg, just working it across his pads. Gets through for a single. Proctor to 34, 158 for 3. Andrew Rabb was saying that quite a few teams this season have put the leg slip in to Proctor. I think he reckons he's been caught there once this season, but it's been a tactic used by quite a few sides. That leg slip fielder in for Luke Proctor. I suppose with the way he plays it, that kind of crab-like shuffling across.
He does. He shuffles across his stumps and looks to shovel the ball away on the leg side.
Emilio Gay back on strike. Williams is still at the top of his mark. Phil Salt, he's carefully balancing the bails back on top of the stumps. He's standing up, the Lancashire keeper. One slip and a gully, but as Paul was saying, they're both really quite tight in. Gay defends a full ball on the off stump. Bounces back down the pitch to Williams, no run. 158 for 3. Might not see too many wickets fall in this game. Caught keeper, caught slips.
No, unless it's off the spinners later on in the game. Keaton Jennings should have had one, or could have had one.
Williams to Gay. It's deflected out towards the leg side. Just drifting onto his leg stump. Williams. Phil Salt completes the fielding. Gay has a little wander down the pitch. Batted nicely for his 81 not out. 157 balls faced. Williams wicketless so far. Into his 11th over. 12 overs for Tom Bailey. 10 for Balderson. 8 overs, 2 for 14 for Balderson. And defended by Gay. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 158 for 3. Lancashire physio's coming on here. Sam Burns jogging on to the field. Stephen Croft's coming back on as well. So Luke Wood makes his way off. Nice and bright and sunny. Plenty of blue sky around. Josh Bannon requires a little bit of attention from Sam Burn. We've had 54 overs of Northamptonshire's first innings. 158 for 3. Painkiller required for Bohannon. Proctor's on 34. Gay's on 81. Few thoughts from you, Paul. I know you're coming off shortly, but then Callum will come and join you as we edge up towards 3 o'clock.
Yeah, hard work for Lancashire's bowlers in this period after lunch. Good consolidation from the two Northants batters, Captain Proctor and Emilio Gay, who's getting nearer to a century. But still attacking through Morley with a slip and a short leg and a short mid-wicket.
Marley bowls, and it's just chopped onto his thigh pad a little bit there from Luke Proctor. It's no run. 99 these two have put on for Northamptonshire. They've batted absolutely superb. Oh, could that be out? No, it's just come off Luke Proctor's thigh guard there, straight up to George Bell. Lancashire was pretty keen at one stage, but the umpire shuts them down, and that's no run. We've got Bumble back with us.
Big appeal.
Yeah, certainly was. Marley comes in, bowls, and it's played out to deep square from Luke Proctor for 1 run. And that's the 100 partnership from Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor. These are batted absolutely superbly for Northamptonshire. After being a tricky start, 59 for 3, these two have batted absolutely excellently.
Well, they've increased the scoring as well. Lancashire are in full control, but it's nearly at 3 and over now. It was a big appeal for that catch, and it's come straight off his thigh pad.
Marley comes in, bowls, and it's played down the ground, and Luke Wells is out far enough for Emilio Gay just to take the single. Yeah, Emilio Gay came out after lunch and kind of took Marley on a little bit more, and he's certainly been a lot more positive. He kind of looked like he got himself into a defensive hole pre-lunch. Marley comes in, bowls, and Proctor just plays that out to George Balderson at backward point for no run.
Both batters are confident on the pitch now. They've got this partnership going. They're watchful in defence.
Marley in, bowls a lot wider that one. Proctor doesn't get tempted, allows that to go through to Phil Salt for no run. 160 for 3.
He's just bowled a little swinger there to finish. It went really wide of off stump. But I mentioned both batters being confident, and it's not easy to start. For Lancashire, you get a wicket, I think you can really press and attack, because a new batsman coming in and you can hit these rough areas, it's not easy, but these have got accustomed to it now. I think they've played very, very well, and they've picked off the bad ball, getting a bad ball every now and again, and they've picked it off.
Yeah, like you said, it's not been too many sweep shots either. The one sweep shot that Proctor's played got him into a little bit of trouble, but it looked like they've adapted really well to the wicket and kind of just playing with the spin. And like you say, it'll be hard, but really will be hard to start on the wicket. Even though the wicket's a good batting wicket, it'll be hard to come in and start and get going straight away against Jack Morley and Hartley.
And what they've not got, Lanks, is that the 3 pacemen are about the same pace, and they're all right arm. A bit different if Luke Wood had been around as a left arm over and quicker than the other bowlers. Is Phil Salt going to stand up? I think he is. Will Williams comes back into the attack, and the wicket-keeper up to the stumps.
He's got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Will Williams comes in from the James Anderson end. Bowls, oh, it's a leading edge. Doesn't quite carry to George Bell at point. That's an indication of the slowness of the pitch as well. Emilio Gay just tried to work that pretty straight. Just tried to work that to deep square leg. Leading edge to George Bell. Are you surprised Luke Wells hasn't had a go yet?
Well, he's an option, isn't he? Occasional leg spinner, and you might just break a partnership.
Williams comes in, bowls outside the off stump, well collected by Phil Salt, stood up for no run.
I think we class this now as a medium pace pitch, but there's no quick bowler. I think if a quick bowler came into it, there'd be some pace in this. It's rock hard, and it's like at the square, in all the rough areas, the exposed areas, it's grey. The square itself at the wicket ends is very grey.
Williams comes in, bowls, very full, and it's well dug out by Emilio Gay. Yeah, both batsmen won't really, I suppose, have the short ball in the back of the mind, will they, with this kind of pace? They won't be threatened by that at all. They'll just play that off instincts. Whereas the challenge is, if you've got a quick bowler, you've always got that kind of short ball in the back of your mind, aren't you? When is it going to come?
I think there's only been 2 short balls, and you just duck under it and almost read the writing on the ball as it's going past.
Williams comes in, bowls. There's a big appeal. Nothing given there. No run. Just looks like it popped a little bit. Just Emilio Gay taking his hand off the bat there. Just creating a little bit of something here, Will Williams. Looks like he's gone very much stump to stump with this field. You've got a Tom Hartley in like a 4th slip. You got a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg and deep square leg. Just very much stump to stump here from Will Williams. As in he comes, bowls, and it's played back down to Williams, who does excellently off his own bowling for no run.
The interest would have been if, and we all know it's been well documented about all the rain during the Test match. I was sat up here thinking, which pitch are they going to use? Because the ground staff were not able to prepare anything, and so much rain had fell, and so they opted for this Test match pitch.
In comes Williams. Bowls, and it's just played down to Hartley into the slip region for no run. Yeah, I'm wondering, would that affect your selection in terms of the squad? You know, they probably, Northamptonshire might have come in here maybe expecting a brand new wicket, or maybe they might have been predicting that they'll be on the Test wicket.
Well, I should think that the pitch being readied was a separate pitch to this, but there's so much rain had fallen on the square, and he wasn't able, Matt Merchant and his staff, to prepare it properly. And so you get onto a pitch like this and you'll know that there's a chance of spin. The intrigue for me is Alex Russell as a leg spinner. No, it's a type of surface that you'd think a leg spinner would be absolutely perfect for this. And Lancashire have got 2 finger spinners in Hartley and Morley, 2 young left-arm spinners. Lots of left-handed batsmen for Northants, with the ball coming back in.
It's Hartley bowls from the Statham end, and it's just played off Luke Proctor's zips for 1 run.
So you'd think about Luke Wells as something different, an occasional bowler, try and break this partnership. They're playing very well. Proctor's on 36, Gay's on 82.
Bowls, played back down the ground, no run. Yeah, Lancashire would probably be wishing they had a bit of a right arm off spinner, wouldn't they, to into these 2 left-handers, maybe attacking the outside edge.
Or a leg spinner.
Hartley bowls, bit fuller into the rough, played out into the covers for no run.
That wide delivery there from Hartley, as he's trying to find these rough areas, he's very, very full.
Hartley bowls, into the rough, and it just spits out at him. Emilio Gay's played that really well, really soft hands, kind of hits him on the glove. And if they had a little short point in there, Lancashire, they might have been interested.
Good position, that.
It's one position we've not seen yet today from Lancashire. Hartley in, bowls, very full. It's clipped off his legs for 1 run. Will Williams does the fielding. Would you have someone in there, Bumble, just to make sure?
I would. I'd be looking for a catcher on the offside, because all the rough is on the offside, and to drag the batsman wider, get him wider and playing at things.
Hartley bowls, very straight. Just, you can see what he's trying to do there sometimes. Proctor walking right across. He's just trying to target that leg stump. He tucks that away for 1 run.
He ain't finding that. He's just not finding that leg stump. I know what you mean, that Proctor moves across to the offside. He's got to go with him really and bowl it wider of him, get him playing outside of his body. So once he gets it leg stump, it's just a nick into the leg side and you get a single. It's almost like a valve. I've got to run there. If he gets it dead straight at me from middle to middle and leg, I can just knock it into the leg side, get a single. It's totally different. If you get it a foot outside his off stump, he's then thinking, should I kick it away? Should I play at it? Is it going to hit this rough bit? Will it jump up in the air? That's where all the questions are, outside his off stump.
Because he's got that catch on the leg side and not the offside, do you think that's why he's kind of going a bit more following him when he does go across? And maybe if he had that catch on the offside, he would, I think, push it more offside?
I think he's just being an inexperienced young left armer, and he'll see him move across and think, oh, get it in there. No, follow him.
Yeah.
Keep it going outside off stump.
Be patient.
Yeah. And I like that position that you say. It seems to have gone out of the game. There's a short man in on the offside. Not for any reason, just to be in his eye line and make him think, I've got to be careful.
But also it brings, as a batsman, it'll bring you into kind of playing a bit more of an attacking shot, wouldn't it? You don't want to just spoon one up to that shot, that silly point, if there was one in there. Williams carrying on from the James Anderson end. Balls. Again, targeting the stumps. Just played softly through the slit region. Tom Hartley just diving over one there. For 2 runs. George Bell does the sweeping up.
He's gone through his legs there, Tom Hartley. Goalkeeper. They start soon, don't they, football?
Yeah.
Not be long.
Never stop these days, do they?
No. A couple of months off and then they're back in training and friendly matches.
Weren't much of a friendly between United and Arsenal the other night. Oh,
well, I missed that.
Got a bit tasty.
Did it? Oh,
yeah. Right. Williams comes in. Bowls. Played down to mid-on for no run. See quite a clear plan from Williams here. Very much attacking the stumps. They've got Luke Wells in the leg slip region to Proctor as well here. I think that's signalling with how much Proctor does walk across them stumps. He plays the ball very fine through the leg side. We've got a fine leg, a mid-on, mid-wicket, mid-off, cover, point, and one slip and one gully. As in comes Williams. Bowls. It's just played off Proctor's hips into mid-wicket for no run.
And also with bowling very straight, the wicket keeper up to the stumps. LBW making play.
This is where Lancashire's just got to be patient, haven't they? These two have batted really well, take your hat off to them for that. But then you've just got to dig in, stick to a certain plan and hope something gives. Then comes Williams. Bowls. Wide outside off stump. Proctor allows that to go through for no run.
You get passages of play when on a pitch, particularly with these bowlers, there's no real pace in the pitch, that you can start having catches in front of the batter and to bowl lots of slower deliveries, take the pace off. It's the sort of thing that you would see Anderson and Broad at international level will work that out very quickly. Right, well, our fielders and catches in front of the bat, lots of slower deliveries. Cross seam.
Williams bowls, oversteps that time, and Proctor just plays that down to mid-on for no run. Yeah, if you bowled a few cutters, you'd probably get a bit of purchase, wouldn't you, as well as outside them off stumps with the footholes. Might just create a little bit of uncertainty for the batsman.
Well, you get the wobble seam, the cross seam, and so you're doing lots of variations. We're going to have a, well, they've looked at a ball change here. Both umpires are getting together. The ball will be out of shape or something. And they've got the rings.
Through the hoop.
Have they gone through the hoops?
Oh, the first time it did. Oh no, looks like they're going to be changing it here.
Not the hoople.
You can tell when a batting side's on top, can't you? Because that's what bowlers first do these days.
Did you
test the ball out?
Did you come across that in the Test match when they changed the ball? England were the fielding side and they questioned the condition of the ball and the umpires changed it. And Labuschagne wanted to look at it. Well, you know, And I got into some sort of debate on social media. I said, it's not, I didn't mention who it was. I'm not bothered who's fielding or who's batting. Nothing to do with the batter. Absolutely nothing to do.
Yeah.
And they were saying, oh, he just wants to look at the ball. Well, fine, he might want to look at it, but it's nothing to do with him. And it's nothing to do with the fielding side either. It's the umpires would say, yeah, we're not happy with the condition of the ball, therefore we will change it. And they will choose the ball. It's not like he comes out with a box of balls and Jimmy Anderson or Cummins or anybody would look and say, I'll have that one, please. No, the umpire will look at it. How many overs is it? Oh, it's 38 overs. In this box, we think that's about 38 overs, or we will use that. And there were people getting hot under the collar. Well, Lancashire, he's got every right to... No, he hasn't. No, it's nothing to do. It don't matter who it is. Not bothered who it is. It's the umpire solely.
Yeah, he's a very superstitious kind of batsman, isn't he, Lancashire? He's all about the 1%ers and all this. I did see the report. He was, I think he did an interview, didn't he, saying he wanted to check the shine on the ball and which way he thinks it might swing. That's what he wanted to check, he said. He'll
find out soon enough when somebody bowls it. But, you know, I was stressed that I'm not bothered who the batters are or who the fielders are. Umpires will... Yeah, that's your ball you're using. We had a cracker when I was playing, a bloke called Cess Pepper, Australian. Real character. Look at this ball, Cess, it's out of shape. Well, if you keep bowling, he'll knock it back into shape and wouldn't change it. He was lovely, Cess. He had trouble with wind. He had a lot of wind.
Tried to avoid him on the coach.
Oh, well, no, I'm talking about out in the middle. Undue flatulence, I think we called it.
I think Lancashire might be impressed with this ball as another slip's come in now. No leg slip. 2 slips, 1 gully. Williams comes into bowl. And it's played forward by Luke Proctor for no run. Happens quite a lot, doesn't it, now with a change of ball?
Oh yeah, and you're dead right. When they're not getting a wicket, it's out of shape. But it's solely to do with the umpires. If it doesn't go through the ring, they'll change the ball. We had 2 Australian umpires, Bill Alley, who played for many years for Somerset, and Cess Pepper. They were brilliant. Such characters out in the middle of dialogue.
As Williams comes in, and that's allowed to go through to Phil Salt for no run. $167 for 3. Emilio Gay on 83 off 169, and Proctor on 39 off 110.
Nice day now. Clouds gone away. It's beautiful sunshine and blue sky. I don't think it's very warm out. It's certainly not warm in here. I've tried to turn this whatever it is up. I've put it at 23, but you're right, it's drafty. In Lancashire terms, it's a bit drafty.
Northamptonshire fans will just be hoping these two can carry on batting most of the afternoon. Like Bumble says, the weather's lovely for batting. Hartley on now at the Brian Statham end. Balls, and that's played down past wide mid-off. Luke Wells doing the fielding.
And we've got Andrew with us from Radio Northampton. And he keeps bringing up matches that Lancashire against Northampton that they won. They've only won 4. and you were playing it. And what are you trying to say? 33 all out we were. It was. Oh my. Oh dear.
In comes Hartley. Balls outside the off stump. It's just played forward for no run.
That'd be Sarfraz Nawaz.
33 all out.
Bowler, and we got 500 in the second innings, by the way. Sarfraz was a wonderful bowler from Pakistan, real character as well.
In comes Hartley. Balls, it's just turned round the corner from Luke Proctor for 1 run.
Chirpy. He was chirpy on the field, Sarfraz, yeah.
A lot of quick bowlers are around.
Yeah, and he was probably one of the first with reverse swing. One of the very first was Sarfraz. Big fella, big chap.
Hartley bowls. It's come down the crease. I think he's got it in the middle of no man's land over extra cover. Might get 3 here. Yeah, he takes on the throw and takes a free. It's probably the first real risk that Emilio Gay's played there. He's come down the track, got nowhere near the pitch of it, but carried on through his shot and got a miscue over a extra cover just for 3 runs.
Well, he's aiming that leg side. He's gone into the vast open space at extra cover. Gets 3. What's he moved on to now? 87.
In comes Hartley. Ball's very full. No run. Northamptonshire fans have just been a little surprised by that shot. Emilio Gay's been very watchful, very cautious. He's played excellent so far, but probably the first real mistake in this innings. Hartley bowls. Plays forward, does Luke Proctor for no run.
Are we going to see Wells? Part-time or something different? Bit of leg spin. Bit of speculative leg spin. It is. Just saw him whirling his arms. He's taking his sweater off and his cap. He's going to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end with a breeze across the ground. Stiff breeze.
It is, isn't it? It's quite blowy now.
Have you any other matches to come back at me with?
I have to say, I've had so many messages of people just enjoying the recollections of some of these games. Rodney Marshall said how much he loved the memories of Farouk Engineer. What a great cricketer he was.
Yeah, he's lovely.
We mentioned him earlier. Yeah. And Ollie Helfrich, who is the Northamptonshire's leading supporter on the Isle of Man. He's sort of the Isle of Man chapter of Northamptonshire supporters.
Is he a tax exile?
I don't think so, but when he came over earlier in the season for a trip to Wantage Road, he brought us some Manx kippers over.
Oh,
they were handsome.
Oh.
Manx kippers, Manx gin and Fairy Bridge tea bags.
I'd be into the kippers.
Well, the kippers were magnificent, I have to say. And he did make a comment about that game, which I'll come on to in a second. But here is Luke Wells, the first time today, and that's run down by Emilio Gay, wide of slip, and he's going to pick up a single, takes Gay to 88, one short of his highest for the season, 173 for 3 Northamptonshire, the partnership up to 114. But he said he enjoyed the recollection of what for him was the ball of the century. Forget any others. the John Dye to Farouk Engineer was the ball of the century, so says Ollie. So I'm not going to disagree. Here's Wells in again. Bowls to Proctor's on the front foot, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Well, Farouk's in a mobility scooter now.
Is he?
Yeah.
He rang the bell, didn't he, during the test match?
During the test match, he rang the bell. He was here for a couple of days. And Bob Bennett from the Isle of Man, our former chairman, he's here today.
Here's Wells with a slip and a forward short leg, dabbed down by Proctor. Jennings moves across to his left at slip to field. Ian Townsend as well, Mr. Townsend, thank you very much for your comments as well. Thoroughly enjoying the commentary, which is always good to hear. And a lot of Northamptonshire people thoroughly enjoying listening to your voice, Bumble.
Well, that's very kind. We'd never read out them that say, get him off.
Get him off. Get some youngsters in. Attempted cut by Luke Proctor, doesn't make contact. Goes through to the keeper. That used to be the big cry in the West Stand at Northampton at Wantage Road. Get some youngsters in. And then they did, and they'd lose. And get the old ones back.
There used to be a scratching shed at Northampton, like a shed just in extra cover or mid-wicket.
That's the West Stand. That was the West.
Is that it?
It's still there, but it's been tarted up a bit now. But that was where all the
2 chaps used to sit there, 2 oldies fellas.
Well, as one of my illustrious predecessors, Fred Speakman, used to say, dear old Fred, it's where they used to call it the Elephant's Graveyard. His Wells in, bowls to Proctor, who nudges that past Bell at forward short leg, and they come through for a single. That's all they'll be. George Balderson quickly to the ball from deep backward square. One more to Proctor, who goes to 41, and Northamptonshire to 174 for 3. He used to say it was where they went for one last bellyache before they died. They were just the history of Northamptonshire cricket is littered with opposing captains getting fed up with the West Stand. Here's Wells bowling to Gay, pushing forward out into the covers. The end of Luke Wells' first over, a Costa couple, 174 for 3.
Well, there were 2 senior chaps who would sit there every time we went down. They would be there, and the conversation could be heard all across the ground. When Peter Lee, before he came here, when Peter Lee was playing for Northants, you'd be out there in the middle batting, and the captain would be bringing Peter Lee into the attack, and one of these chaps would say, "I see Boards is coming on." He said, "Who?" He says, "Boards." He says, "Why do you call him Boards?" He says, "Because every time he bowls, they keep hitting into these boards." So when he came here, when Peter Lee came here, that was his nickname. He answered to Boards.
Is Hartley to continue with a slip and a forward short leg, bowling to Proctor, who's playing that on the bounce. 2 Bell under the lid, a forward short leg, and there's no run. The old guy that was there for many years was a chap called the Linnet, Stan Rowell from Sawtry, used to be in the West Stand. Here's Hartley, and again down the pitch comes Luke Proctor and smashes that past mid-on for 4. A dive by Stephen Croft, but got nowhere near it, and a rare display of aggression from Luke Proctor takes him up to 45, and Northamptonshire to 178 for 3. I put the kibosh on this partnership, Bumble, by having a little look when I was next door about Northamptonshire 4th wicket partnerships against Lancashire, and the current record is held by 2 players we were talking about this morning, as Hartley is in, driven by Proctor out into the covers, no run there. Mushtaq Mohammed and Jim Watts put on 158 at Liverpool at Aigburth in 1972.
Right.
Which is a Northamptonshire 4th wicket record against Lancashire in the Championship. Here's Hartley in again, turned round the corner by Proctor, but there's a man there on the 45 saving 1.
I probably played in that as well.
Probably. Well, the other one that I have been asked to mention was the 1981 semi-final when he bowled the last over.
Oh, we lost that as well.
Lost that one as well. Here's Hartley bowls to Proctor, who's just dabbing that down out where gully would be.
That would be Jim Griffiths and Tim Lamb batting out against Michael Holding.
Yes. As David Field from the Press Association described it, the world's worst batter against the world's best bowler.
That's it.
Here's Hartley, played round the corner by Proctor, again to the man on the 45, and there's no run, end of the over. Hartley's bowled 9 overs for 37, it's 178 for 3, Gay is 88, Proctor is 45.
I think that we had 12 runs to play with. Michael Holding bowling, then he bowled out, and you're right, I bowled that last over, but I was fielding when that partnership came together, and yeah, Jim Griffiths was recognised as the worst batsman in county cricket at least. I'm down on the boundary and spectators were saying, "Is there any chance I get 2 tickets for the final?" And so many, we were thinking it's over, it's done.
Yeah.
And we couldn't get them out. We just couldn't. Graham Fowler kept wickets.
That's right. That's right. Well, it was 13 unbroken for the last wicket partnership, and Tim Lamb got man of the match because he got 4 wickets as well. So talking to Tim at the former players this year, and the thing that I think a lot of people will remember about that game more than the result, as Wells starts a fresh over round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who's forward playing it out to short mid-wicket, no run, was Jim Griffiths being interviewed afterwards by the great Richie Benno. And Griff never had an awful lot to say, but it was marvellous Richie, marvellous Richie, marvellous Richie, and that was it for about 5 minutes. Wells in again, bowls to Gay, and that's rather an ugly smear across the line. It goes up along the floor to long on, or mid-on, who's fairly deep, about halfway back. Again, Gay just losing his shape a little bit there. Needs to stay patient, 88 not out. Wells in again, wide outside the off stump. Gay not to be tempted that time, taken by Phil Salt. But I think, I mean, you take this as it's a compliment, Bumble, in that Lancashire were so good, and particularly in one-day cricket, were the kings of one-day cricket in that era. And so when occasionally, very occasionally, we did get the better of Lancashire. Again, wide outside the off stump. Gay had a little flirt with that one. But fortunately for him, no damage done. Stays at 178 for 3.
He's an occasional leg spinner. He bowls it quickly. These are quick.
Bowls a bit of all sorts, doesn't he? Certainly in the blast. Never see the odd off spinner thrown in there. Here's Wells in again. Bowls just a little bit wider of the crease, and Gay pushing that out into the covers. Croft fields, no run.
You don't see many leg spinners who run in. He's actually running in.
No, well, as I say, like you, I should be very interested to see how Alex Russell performs on this surface when his time comes. Here's Wells in. That's a little bit short of a length. It's turned round the corner by Emilio Gay. He's going to get a single down to Balderson at deep backward square. Keeps the bowling. He goes to 89, which equals his highest score of the season. Proctor is 45 and Northamptonshire 179 for 3. The partnership now worth 120.
Well, he's 11 runs away after having a ordinary season, and so it'll be in his mind he has to get to 3 figures. He's on a good pitch. We've talked a lot about the rough areas, but it's not done that much for the young spinners of Lancashire, so he's got a great opportunity here. And it's always when you've had a barren time and you're searching for form, don't give it away.
Well, he scored his first 2 championship centuries, both against Kent at Canterbury, and it was a lot of ribbing about that he fancied playing there every week. But he did eventually get one away from there against Surrey, say, at Northampton last year, which was a fine innings in context as much as anything else, as Hartley is in over the wicket, bowls to Gay, finds the outside edge but runs away wide of slip, and he's going to get a single as Jennings chases back towards short third man. So Gay into the 90s, 90 to him and 180 for 3. Made 100 in the first innings, then Saif Zaid made 100 in the second to save the match, and those 8 points absolutely vital to Northamptonshire for the first time staying in Division 1 at the end of the season. Here's Hartley, flights that one up to Proctor and beats him, and there's a polite inquiry as Phil Salt nipped the bails off. He's going to save Graham Lloyd's legs, I think, and put the bails on himself.
That's his line. That is the line.
Well, when he has bowled it there, and it's the same with Jack Morley, when they do put it there, it gives the batter something to think about. It's a full toss, and it's worked out into the onside by Proctor, but Bohannon, who's so quick, so energetic in the field, cuts off any possibility of a single. Gorgeous afternoon now here in Manchester, bright sunshine outside the off stump, driven by Proctor, running out towards the boundary at cover. I don't think it's quite going to get there. No, it's not. It's hauled in a yard or so inside the rope, but they come back for 3, and it takes Luke Proctor up to 48 and Northamptonshire to 182 for 3. So they've scored 108 in the session, Northamptonshire, without losing a wicket. And I'm sure somebody back home is going to be asking when was the last time Northamptonshire went through a whole session without losing a wicket. Well, they haven't done so yet. Driven on the full toss by Gay up to deep mid-off. Wells fields, but they're able to come through for a single. Gay to 91. Northamptonshire to 184 for 3 as Bumble takes a well-earned break and replaced again by Paul Allett. Afternoon, Paul.
Afternoon, Andrew. Yes, looking good.
Here's Hartley in again, bowls to Proctor, plays it up to short mid-wicket, and that's the end of another Tom Hartley over. 10 overs for 42. It's 184 for 3 with Gay on 91. Proctor is 48, and the partnership now worth 125 for the 4th wicket.
And when I say looking good, I mean looking good from a Northants perspective. Gay has been becalmed, though, hasn't he, for the last 40 minutes or so. He's gone from 81 to 91 in probably the best part of 10 overs. Yeah. Maybe getting a little nervous, maybe playing for tea, who knows.
I think he's very conscious of not wanting, having done all the hard work, and with the season he's had.
Don't throw it away.
Exactly. I think that's precisely it, Paul. I just think he is so determined to get to 3 figures if he possibly can, for himself, but also, of course, for the side. Here is Wells, round the wicket, bowls to Gay, pushes forward, just runs it down through sort of gully region. There is no gully, so Keaton Jennings comes across from slip. It's 1 more to Gay, 92 to him, 185 for 3.
Don't like the field. I mean, there's a deep backward point, 90 yards away, and it's just one every time.
Yeah.
With Wells bowling round the wicket, just a little nudge into the early house. Yeah. Well, I just can't. I mean, it's setting a field for a bad ball. I know they like to protect boundaries a little bit more than in days gone by, but you know, that's ridiculous. That's better now.
So backward point in the ring, as per Paul Allett's instructions, and that's absolutely ripped off the seam off the pitch from Luke Wells. It's beaten everything, I think it has indeed. It's beaten the bat, it's beaten the keeper, it's beaten Jennings at slip, and it's a bye. So just the odd one is really ripping.
Well, it's bounce, isn't it?
It's bounce
more
as you said
than
last time we were on. It's just that little bit of extra bounce that you often see here at Old Trafford. It's one more onto the total, 186 for 3. Here's Wells in again, bowls and beats Gay again outside the off stump.
Well, he's a big lad, Wells, a big tall lad, 6'4", and he's just, these deliveries just clipping the inside edge of the bowler's follow through at this Brian Statham end, and those last two just bounced and turned a little bit.
Here's Wells in again, bowls to Gay, short of a length, cut away, that's going to run away for 4. Takes Emilio Gay to 96, Northamptonshire to 190 for 3, little bit short, and Gay pouncing on that one, just rode the bounce nicely, punched it away through the covers, and takes him to within 4 of what would be his 4th championship century, but his first of the season.
And that's, I mean, that would have been 4 anyway, but the backward point is now, it's because it's gone to sort of just in front of square cover, and now backward point's gone back.
Now retreated.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
So still a slip and a forward short leg, but backward point now on the boundary as Wells is in bowls to Gay, pushes forward, plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Cloud just obscuring the sun at the moment, breezy afternoon, but we've had a full day's cricket, good forecast for the rest of the day, and an absorbing contest. As Wells is in, bowls to Gay, clips that one out to mid-wicket, no run. End of Luke Wells is over, 3 overs for 8 for him, 190 for 3. With Gay on 96, Proctor is 48, partnership worth 131, and we've got certainly 1, possibly 2 overs to go until tea. But what a marvellous over rate. It's,
yeah, good. Well, you're going to three spinners and 3 fast medium bowlers with not particularly long run-ups. It's good. That's the way that the overs should be bowled. Encouragement for Wells. You know, I mean, he's bowled 3 overs. He's got 2 or 3 to bounce, turn, and go past the outside edge of the 2 left-handed batters. So that's good.
Tea on time. It's never been known. It's strange days indeed.
Tea on time.
And we're going to see a bit more twirl from an unlikely quarter, because Tom Bailey is coming into the attack, and I think he's going to bowl off spin.
I said to Tom this morning, I said, what's your bowling attack? He said, we've got 3 seamers and 4 spinners. I said, who's the 4th? He said, me.
First ball is respectable enough, just on the line of off.
He can bowl them. I've seen him bowl them before.
Well, he's got a slip and a forward short leg. He's bowling to Luke Proctor. The first ball was just played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Bailey round the wicket again, played by Proctor again to Bell at forward short leg, and there's no run. Bell's taken, Bailey rather, has taken, as we mentioned earlier, 39 championship wickets this year. I don't know if he's taken any of them with his off spin.
Not this year.
No. Here he is again, a little bit shorter, but finds the edge of Proctor's bat coming forward, runs down to backward point, and there's no run.
He likes that little shovel onto the leg side, as Luke Proctor. He's got to be careful.
Yes, it's
got to be careful. Just playing across the line and turning the face of the bat, get himself into trouble.
Bailey in again, turned round the corner by Proctor. This time he's going to get a single as it goes past Bell under the helmet at short leg. So Proctor goes to 49, Northamptonshire to 191 for 3, and now Gay on strike on 96. Emilio Gay, who once, and he's owned up to this, did buy members of his family the old dog ball sidearm throwers so that they could give him some practice in the winter in the garden at home. Works incredibly hard at his game, and that's worked by Gay again, just short of a length on the bounce to forward short leg, and there's no run. I was told that story and I didn't believe it, but I checked with him and it was right. Practical Christmas present, I think.
Yeah, enterprising. Good on him. Must have a good garden, doesn't it?
Must have, yeah.
Maybe it's the concrete down the side of the side of the house to the garage or something. Maybe that's what they use with a tennis ball or rubber ball or something.
Here's Bailey in flighting that one up and played 2 forward short leg and a good stop by George Bell under the helmet. And that's the end of the over. So I think we're probably going to get one more in before the break. 191 for 3. We've had 65. So yes, in fact, is that tee? It looks as though they might have decided they've had enough. Yes, they have. I don't think Graham Lloyd was going to get to his mark, whichever clock they're going on to. Mine says still a minute to go, but obviously the clock that they're working on says that's 22. So that is tee. Tee on the first day of this county championship match between Lancashire and Northamptonshire here at Emirates Old Trafford. And at tee, Northamptonshire have gone through a session without losing a wicket. Well, there's the first. 191 for 3. 65 overs gone. Gay is 96. Proctor is 49. And obviously, Paul Allott, the afternoon session, I think Northamptonshire well satisfied with that.
Oh, very much so. Northants session. Northants day so far. 191 for 3, having won the toss. Elected to bat first. Opening batter, Emilio Gay, 96, not out. He'll have a nervy 20 minutes through tee, pondering the upcoming 3-figure score. And Luke Proctor, the captain, 49 not out, played well as Luke Proctor on his former home ground. And the Lancashire bowlers, spinners and seamers alike toiling through the afternoon on this pitch that was used for the test match, the Ashes test match. 3 days cricket on it. And it's having its 4th today and is still playing pretty well.
The one thing that will be in Northamptonshire mind is the fact that they might actually get their 2nd batting bonus point of the season. They've only got 1, and that was at Taunton on Coronation weekend. So it's been a long time since they got a batting bonus point. Will they get one here? The answer to that and many other questions will be answered in the final session. We'll be back with you in around about a quarter of an hour's time. We're going to nip off in search of a cuppa. Trust you'll do the same, and you'll rejoin us when play gets underway again here at Emirates Old Trafford in around about 15 minutes' time.
And welcome back to the listeners on the BBC Radio and Sport website and the app, and our Lancs TV listeners and viewers. Coming back for the evening session now with Northamptonshire 191 for 3. A brilliant partnership from Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor here. Nearing 150. I think that's the first time since the start of last season that Northamptonshire haven't lost a wicket in a session. And we've got Bumble with us.
Do you know, they've played really well there. 3 wickets in that morning session. They were very watchful for a long time, and then they started playing the shot. 65 overs have been bowled, so the new bowling 15 overs. We've seen 3 spinners, the 2 left-arm spinners, Morley and Hartley, and Luke Wells, and it looks as if Luke Wells from the Anderson end to start again, but that's been an excellent partnership.
Yep, Luke Wells starting straight after tea from the James Anderson end. Here he comes. Bowls, and it's played to George Bell on the bounce at silly square leg for no run. Bumble's got his coat on now.
It's cold in here. It's official.
Aircon's not worked, has it?
Aircon. We've wrapped it up to 29 and it's still not kicked in.
In come Wells. Oh! Got some bounce out the rough there as Luke Wells. It's gone over Phil Salt's right shoulder, that one.
It's hit the rough and bounced.
Lancashire and Keaton Jennings will be open for a bit more of that. As well as bowls. And it's just played out in front of him for no run. He's a lot quicker and flatter, isn't he, Luke Wells, in the air? Just really, like you say before, he runs in as a leg spinner.
You don't see many. You don't see many. It's usually a measured walk in for a leg spinner.
Wells bowls. Quick and flat again. Well taken by Salt. No run. I think he started an off spinner, wasn't he, Luke Wells, when he first signed at Lancashire. I think he started to bowl some leg spin and he's just stuck with it. Wells bowls. Proctor again batting outside off stump. Coming forward, no run.
We had a leg spinner in the 50s and 60s, Tommy Greenough, who played for England as well. And he had a long run up and he ran in as if he was cradling the ball.
In comes Wells, bowls, a bit short of a length. Luke Proctor turns that round the corner. Going to take the 2 on the misfield. Gets a couple of runs. I feel like it would be harder to bowl as you run up quicker leg spin.
Well, going back to Tommy Greenough, he was this sort of pace and predominantly googlies, but they're flat. They're very, very flat. And the other, I mean, a really good leg spinner with a flat trajectory was Anil Kumble for India, Chandrasekhar for India, who ran in and bowled flat, quick leg spin.
Anil Kumble, what a bowler he was. 105 wickets in his only championship season for Northamptonshire back in '95.
Good bowler.
Nearly won Northamptonshire the championship under Alan Lamb. So, Emilio Gay, 96 not out. Tom Bailey bowling his off spin again from this Brian Statham end. In bowls to Gay, who drives down the ground. He's only going to get just a single. Stephen Croft is back on the boundary at long on, so 1 more to Gay. He goes to 97 and Northamptonshire to 194 for 3. Luke Proctor with yet another half century. He's made 1 in each of his last 3 games. This is 4 in a row. And Bailey is in, bowls to him. Proctor just propping forward, plays it down to backward point, and there's no run. David Ripley, the former head coach, was always saying that Luke Proctor's contribution is often overlooked. He said he's just a man you want to have around. He's such a useful cricketer, all-round cricketer. Proving his worth again here as Bailey is in, bowls to Proctor, who nudges it past George Bell at short leg. They've come through for one. Emilio Gay was thinking about a second. Luke Proctor was not remotely interested in a second run.
How many centuries has he got?
Not many. I haven't got my notebook with me to hand, but he hasn't got very many first-class hundreds.
I wonder if he's nervy.
He got 4. Oh, Emilio Gay, beg your pardon. This will be his 4th. Sorry, I thought Luke Proctor. This will be his 4th if he gets there, but his first of the season. Worked away by Emilio Gay for a couple of runs, out to deep mid-wicket. Croft comes round to field. Gay on to 99. He got his first 2 against Canterbury. Then he got 100 against Surrey last year at Northampton. And now on 99. Let's say his highest score of the season this season, previously 89 a couple of games ago at Merchant Taylor School. Now a bit of pressure on the batter on 99, and why not? Everybody in looking to save the one apart from Slip. As Bailey is in, bowls to Gay on 99, and that's it. He plays it away past square leg. It's going to run out, I think, all the way for 4. Might just be hauled in inside the rope. No, it won't. It crosses the boundary in front of the party stand. Well played, Emilio Gay. Kisses his bat and acknowledges the applause from around the crowd and from the dressing room. Congratulated by his captain, gets a hug for his pains. It's Emilio Gay's 4th first-class century, but his first of the season. You can see how much it means to him. He's 103 not out, and Northamptonshire 201 for 3.
Well, he's played terrifically well. He's chanceless. Hard to think that prior to this innings he's averaging 19.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's gone up a bit from where it was earlier on in the season. Flighted up by Bailey, driven by Emilio Gay, and he's going to pick up a single out to long off, where Luke Wells fields. And that's the end of the over. Thank you very much indeed to Callum for giving me the chance to be on for the Gay century. I'll make way and let... I'm being told that my high-power producer has said to stay on, so I always do what the high-power producer tells me. So 202 for 3 at the end of the over. Gay is 104. Proctor is 52. He's had to work hard for that one. Bumble, he's had to work very hard for it.
Well, he started very quietly, but he's expanded his game. It's chanceless. That was a lovely shot to bring up his century. The field came in, I'm going to stop you one, and he flicked it through square leg. It was a lovely shot.
Well, it's going to be Luke Wells to continue. Bowling to Gay, who just opens the face, runs it down through where Gully would have been. He's going to get a single. There is a backward point back on the boundary, which Paul Allott wasn't very happy about before tea, but he's back on the boundary now. It's another single to Gay, who's 105, 203 for 3.
From what you've seen this summer down at Wantage Road, would you class this as a better pitch to bat on?
Yes.
There,
yeah, without a doubt. Pushed forward by Luke Proctor, runs away again through where about a third slip would have been, but it's going to be tidied up by the man on the backward point boundary. It's 2 more to Proctor. He goes to 54, 205 for 3, which is not to say that there have been bad pitches at Wantage Road, but I think there's always been a little bit of nibble in them, and this, apart from, as I say, the footholds and the odd one has bounced and turned a bit, but there's been a little bit of pace in it. There's another point which I'll come on to in a second, is Wells is in, bowls to Proctor, which he just drops it down to forward short leg and there's no run, which I'll be really interested to get your take on, Bumble, as somebody who's obviously, as a player and as a coach as well. Talking to the head coach, John Sadler, after the Middlesex game down at Merchant Taylor's, when Northamptonshire played pretty well. I mean, it was a draw with the scores level. Fantastic conclusion. Wells in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. And looking at what's been a difficult Red Bull campaign, Northamptonshire's best performances: Somerset saved the match, batted all through the last day to save the match at Taunton, good game against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's, and so far today, decent first couple of sessions at least, as Proctor turns that next ball from Wells out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. I've been away from home. And I said, do you think that's coincidence? And he said, no, I don't think it is. He said, when we're away from home, we're a squad, we're all together. It's much easier to get the players together. When you're at home, people wandering off doing different things, going to see somebody in the office or whatever. As Wells is in, bowls pushed forward by Proctor. runs out to the offside, and that's the end of another over. 205 for 3. Gay is 105. Proctor is 54. And I just wonder if from your experience coaching, whether you'd encountered that. I thought it was quite an interesting observation.
Well, I think pitches are very important. That this will be a test, what you call a test match ground with test match pitches. Although this has got rough areas for the spinners, we've not seen many of them hit it, and it's not misbehaved. But on the pitch itself, it's a lovely bounce. It comes through nicely. You get value for shot all around the ground. And so for somebody like Gay to play, chanceless, now he's looked a very fine player.
Here's Bailey starting another over to Emilio Gay. Full toss, worked away through mid-wicket. More runs from here. It's going out towards the boundary. It's not going to reach, but they're going to come back for a couple of runs. Takes Gay up to 107. Northamptonshire to 207 for 3.
And that togetherness that you talk about, so if you're at home, players would go to their own homes at night, and you wouldn't sit down and talk about the game.
Bailey in again, just short of a length, turned away behind square, down to deep backward square for a single. Gay to 109, 208 for 3.
But if you get on a pitch that's your home pitch, so you're playing it regularly, and there's a bit in it, it is so difficult for an opening batsman. Fresh pitch, new ball bowler, new ball.
It's a tough gig, isn't it? I think
it is.
Some people always quite appreciate how difficult it is opening the batting in red ball cricket in this country. 2 more runs there to Luke Proctor as he turns that next ball from Tom Bailey down behind square, and that brings up the 150 partnership between these two. 151 now for the 4th wicket, and that record of 158 set by Mushtaq and Jim Watts back in 1972 looming large on the horizon as Bailey flights that one up, turned away behind square by Luke Proctor for another single. Goes to 57, 211 for 3, and the information about the partnership just up in bold yellow figures on the scoreboard, so even I can read it. These two have done a very good job for the visitors. Full toss, which Emilio Gay misses out on, clubs it down on the bounce, back down the pitch for Bailey to field.
He's perfecting that full toss.
Cunningly disguised. Here's Bailey in again, driven by Gay, and it's rare misfield from Josh Bohannon, but it went straight through his hands, just on one of those wicket ends maybe. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, but it's 2 more to Emilio Gay. He goes to 110, 213 for 3 at the end of the over. Gay is 110, Proctor is 57.
Do you remember an Australian spinner, Xavier Doherty?
Yes.
Brad Haddin keeping wicket in Test match, and you can hear stump microphone. You turn your little pot up and you can hear stump microphone. He bowled a succession of full tosses. Brad Haddin says, use the facilities, X.
Well, as you say, 1 or 2 have gone down, and some have been put away, some haven't, but anyway, this is a partnership now worth 154. So the Northamptonshire 4th wicket record 158. Here's Wells in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. After we were talking earlier, David, about the 1981 semi-final, somebody actually sent me over the cutting of Tim Lamb doing his man of the match thing with a glass of something agreeable in one hand. There's Wells in, worked into the onside by Proctor from outside off stump. Goes out to Bohannon at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tiger Tim. Used to get David Gower out every time, didn't he? Used to do him.
Oh, he used to nag away, just that medium pace, nagging away.
Here's Wells in again, and that one bounces again. A little bit of extra bounce that we've been talking about on this surface, and Proctor plays it well. Just drops it down in the crease almost next to him. Yes, it was true, wasn't it, that Gower at one point did give Tim Lamb an orange, and I think Tim bowled it first ball after a session. He said he can bowl me out with an orange. And used to do him every time. Here's Wells in again, bowls to Proctor. Well, involuntary stop, I think it's fair to say, at forward short leg by George Bell, but it was on the bounce. Yeah, Tim Lamb, say, former Players' Day this year, looking in very good form. as was Laurie Johnson, who you'd have played against.
Laurie Johnson, wicket keeper.
Yep, kept wicket.
After Keith Andrew.
Yep, after being his understudy for many years.
Good keeper.
Took over the gloves, and Laurie was there. Pulled away by Proctor, short ball, but just cloths it out to square leg, and there's no run. Tom Hartley fields. I think last year we had something like 4 players from the 1950s. Tex Dilley and Johnny Wilde, who made his first-class debut 70 years ago this year, 1953, against Oxford University. Nudged away by Proctor for a run behind square. Down to George Balderson at deep backward square. One more to Proctor to end the over. 58 to him, 110 to Emilio Gay, 214 for 3.
The coach, Brooks.
Dennis Brooks.
Dennis Brooks, that's it.
Yeah, well, Dennis spent... I mean, Dennis's involvement with Northamptonshire cricket, they had a dinner in 2003 to mark his 70 years association with the club, because he came on trial, because a Yorkshireman, came on trial for Northamptonshire in 1933, made his first-class debut in 1934 against Yorkshire at Bradford, and I remember asking him about it, and he got an encyclopedic memory. He passed away after, when he was 90, but he could still remember pretty much every game he played. And he looked at me and gave me a little shake of the head, and because his first innings he was LBW Verity 1.
Headley Verity, yeah.
And I asked him about it, and he just gave a little sad shake of the head. He said, I was back and I should have been forward. But wonderful man. He used to, even, well, not long before he died, he was walking around the ground by that stage with the aid of a walking frame, but every day he lapped the county ground. Astonishing man great man of cricket. Change of bowling with Jack Morley coming back into the attack, left arm spinner. First ball of this new spell. This 19th over is played on the bounce by Proctor to forward short leg.
And one of the quickest bowlers that England have ever had, Frank Tyson.
Yes.
Then David Larter. He was a handful.
Yes. I'll tell you something about David Larter in a minute. It was flighted up. A big appeal for LBW as Proctor is, I think, just done in the flight, but I think going down the leg side. Not out anyway. They had a special day for him only a few weeks ago at his old school at Framlingham College in Suffolk. Somebody's, a guy called Richard Sayers, written a very good book about him. Over the wicket comes Morley again, turned out, and it hits Bell at forward short leg. Rebounds back towards the bowler. Bohannon tidies up from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Morley in his 19th over, 1 for 60, picked up the most recent wicket to fall, that of Sam Whiteman. He's in again, bowls to Proctor, who plays that from the crease, drops it down in front of him, fielded by Bell at forward short leg. Morley in again, turned away in the onside, past forward short leg this time by Proctor, but there's no run. Yeah, David Larter was 6 foot 7, 6 foot 8, something like that.
Huge chap.
Because for a while he shared the ball with the great Brian Crump, the atomic pill. He was about 18 inches shorter, I think. Here's Morley to finish the over down the leg side, and just, I think, attempted, turned away by Proctor. Now, whether he got any bat on, I don't think he did. It's going to be signalled, I think, as a leg by James Middlebrook. It is. And Morley just a little bit cross with himself for straying down the leg side off the last ball, but one more onto the total. 215 for 3. Proctor is 58, Gay is 110, and the partnership's worth 156.
The way that Proctor is playing, once it gets onto the stumps and spinning back into him, it's not a defensive shot played dead. He's pushing with the spin defensively, but always gets one. Just pushes it with the spin into the leg side and gets a single, rotates the strike, keeps the board going. When it's on the stumps, it's different. If it's wider, he can't do that. And I don't think that either of the spinners have bowled often enough way outside off stump.
Proctor on strike for the start of this over from Luke Wells, 6 overs for 14. He's in bowls, and that again bounces on him outside the line of off stump, plays it well. But as we've seen, and it's been Luke Wells more than anybody in this short spell of his, just the odd one is just gripping and bouncing. Proctor so far, and indeed Emilio Gay, have been equal to it. There's Wells in again, bowls to Proctor on off stump. Proctor getting so far out, setting up so far outside off stump, comes right across, pushes it out into the covers where Stephen Croft fields. And there's no run.
This is it, that's better. I was just going to say, they've not had a fielder on the offside right in front of the batsman. They have now.
Bell is right under Luke Proctor's nose, right in his eye line at silly point, as Wells is in bowls, and immediately Proctor comes right across his stumps and turns it past where Bell would have been at forward short leg, and he picks up a single down to Tom Hartley at backward square. Proctor to 59, 216 for 3. Partnership up to 157. Brings Emilio Gay onto strike now for him. Bell is back across at forward short leg. Still Keaton Jennings at slip as Wells bowls to Gay. Pushes forward, back down the pitch for Wells to field off his own bowling. Looks as though the breeze has come round a little bit. It seemed to be coming more or less across the ground.
Change,
first thing this morning. It's more or less coming down the ground now towards us from the Jimmy Anderson end. Here's Wells in again, bowls to Gay, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. I was thinking about a player that we lost sadly recently, an old cricketer, Albert Lightfoot. Passed away
number 3.
Fairly recently, and known for a couple of things in the game. One of them for getting his nose struck by Brian Statham. It's turned away by Gay, but only as far as Bell at forward short leg, and that's the end of another Luke Wells over. 7 overs for 15, 216 for 3, 72 overs bowled, so another 8 overs. Lancashire would have a new ball available if they choose to take it. 216 for 3, Proctor is 59, Gay is 110. And I thought about that because it was in the last county match ever played at the ground about half a mile from where I live in Rushden. 1963 was the last match there, and Brian Statham and Ken Higgs bowled Lancashire to a fairly easy victory, but Albert, who had a fairly prominent nose,
he was in my league of Hooters.
Yeah. Well, he got one on it from from JB Statham, and Northamptonshire never went back there.
Well, it must have been from a length, because Brian, he just wouldn't bowl a bouncer. He just wouldn't.
No, well, I think that was the problem. And I spoke to the groundsman, the guy, Charlie Mayo, did the ground there for years, and he said it wasn't. They didn't play on the pitch that he'd prepared. They moved on to another one. Here's Jack Morley, and again bowling to Luke Proctor, who plays that up to short mid wicket, and there's no run. Charlie was a great man of cricket, and he always reckoned that Norman Heaver, who was then groundsman at Northamptonshire, had switched the pitch. Here's Proctor coming forward again to Morley, plays it out to forward short leg where Bell fields. Morley gets through his overs very, very quickly, to the point that flights that one up, turned away by Proctor down to deep backward square for a single. Takes Proctor up to 60, takes the partnership up to 158, which equals the Northamptonshire 4th wicket record against Lancashire. 217 for 3 now. Here's Morley in again. Bowls just short of a length, and Gay running it down off the face of the bat to Jennings at slip. Somebody, one of our regular listeners, was messaging me this afternoon, so they put the clock on Jack Morley, and he was bowling an over in about 1:40.
Yeah.
In again, bowls down the pitch comes Gay, and he clubs it just over Stephen Croft, who's about halfway back at mid-on, and Gay would have had his heart in his mouth for a moment, but it cleared Croft. It goes for 4, and that is a new Northamptonshire 4th wicket record against Lancashire, eclipsing the 158 by Mushtaq Mohammed and Jim Watts at Liverpool in 1972. Partnership now worth 162, the total 221 for 3. Here's Morley in again, quicker ball, flatter, Gay forward, back down the pitch. That's the end of the over. 221 for 3 it is. Gay is 114, Proctor is 60.
I wonder if the players know, the two out there, that they've just achieved something that's been standing for a long, long time, 1972.
I know. The answer is I very much doubt it, but funny enough, the coach John Sadler always likes to know these things.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
So when I get off Mike, I shall go and I shall message him.
Do we still have yearbooks at each county ground? I used to devour ours whilst I was a player.
Well, I used to edit ours, and it saddens me greatly that we don't anymore.
Oh.
A lot of counties don't. Northamptonshire don't, but I think Lancashire still do, don't they?
Yearbook, yeah.
Wonderful. I've still got a whole rack of them at home from after the war. Absolutely fascinating stuff.
I used to say all-time Lancashire top 10, and I'd got in there. Well, I want to get in there. I've got to get up to Jack Hidden, and I used to have a drink with his son, Tony.
Here's Wells starting another over from that far end, and it's played on the bounce by Proctor to forward short.
I lived very close to here. I went in the local pub, which was a church in 17th century, lovely, and this chap with a pipe was smoking away. He said, "You play for Lancashire, don't you? You might know my father." Jack Hidden.
That's dropped down at his feet by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Jack Hidden, was he not killed in a car crash?
Yeah.
In the third, just before the war, or just after the war? I'm trying to remember.
And he was in the top 10, and the Tillsleys, of course, and Cyril Washbrook.
Yeah. Well, I remember talking. A relative of mine played for Northamptonshire in the 1920s and 30s. A guy called Wilfred Timms, and made 100 on his second game against Essex. But talking to him, not long before he died, he was master in charge of cricket at Charterhouse. He was a teacher, and he taught Peter May. The young Peter May, when he was coming up, with George Geary as cricket professional. And I was talking to Wilfred, and he said, I used to live close to the county ground at Wantage Road. I used to live in Clark Road, that runs down the side. And he said, I remember seeing Northamptonshire against Lancashire in 1908 when he was 6 years old. And Northamptonshire won by 1 wicket, Bumper Wells and Dave Hardy. And to talk to somebody who'd actually, through his back window, watched this game in 1908 was just a great link with the past. Now, we now have another helmet coming out, hence the delay. So you have a silly point, forward short leg and a slip for Proctor facing Wells. And again, Proctor across his stumps, plays it on the bounce to forward short leg, where George Bell fields. And there's no run. 221 for 3 it stays. I shall make way for Callum at the end of this over. Thanks again to him just for letting me be on when Emilio Gay got his 100. Here's Wells bowling short and pulled away by Proctor. Doesn't quite time it. It goes out to deep mid-wicket, and he gets a couple of more runs. Takes Proctor to 62 and Northamptonshire to 223 for 3. But no, the yearbooks were wonderful things, but I suppose they're just quite expensive to produce, and in the end Northamptonshire thought a lot of the information is available elsewhere if you look hard enough. So I think it's a pity, but pushes forward. Luke Proctor runs out to silly point, and it's interesting that even now when I sort of occasionally reproduce a picture or take a picture out and put it on social media, isn't that great? Isn't that interesting? And well, yes, it is, and used to be available to.
They were handy. They were just a great size.
Stick in your bag.
Yeah,
marvellous. Finish the over. Here's Wells in, bowls, and across his stumps again comes Proctor. Almost goes without saying. He plays it out to mid-wicket. End of the over. Gay is 114. Proctor is 62. It's 223 for 3. And after a word from Bumble, it'll be back to Callum Flynn.
Well, on yearbooks, the players, they used to be in the dressing room at every start of every season. There'd be a dozen or so left in the room, and players used to go through it as to who's scored most hundreds, who's got most wickets, what's the best average. Going back in the day to the Tillsleys and 30-odd thousand runs, playing for years. They were wonderful to go through, and they were full of adverts. They must have made a bob or two on them because they were full of adverts. I've just been watching Bell. Now, he's a wicket keeper, isn't he? He's very good at short leg.
Yeah, he's
very good.
He's got the height for short leg as well.
He is.
Really
he's a perfect build
lad
for short leg, but he anticipates really well.
Morley continuing from the Statham end. Ball's outside the off stump, and Gay just covers that onto the offside for no run. Bumbo's just left us. Paul Allett's going to come in and join us as Morley comes in. Bowls. And it's just squirts off the outside edge for one run through the backward point. Two, 4 for 3. Gay on 115 and Proctor 62. In comes Marley. Bowls. Gives it a lot more flight, that one. Proctor just turns that to Stephen Croft at long on for one run. Lancashire desperate for a wicket here. Just need to create a little bit of something. Marley here for Lancashire. Marley in. Bowls and Emilio Gay just uses his feet, punches it down to Luke Wells at a 3/4 long on for a single. Just need a little bit of spark, don't they, Lancashire here?
Yeah, certainly do. Certainly do, yeah. It's a relatively flat pitch as Proctor just shovels that away on the leg side again from Morley. Bit of spin, bit of bounce, but these two have played really well together, Gay and Proctor.
In comes Marley. Bowls and Proctor just turns that away a little bit aerial into the leg side for no run.
Tried to shut that area off for Proctor, and you could perhaps even do it more. He loves to just shovel the ball away on the leg side, and he's playing with the spin when Morley's bowling, but maybe just tighten that area up, that short mid-wicket area with another fielder. Yeah. I know he'd have perhaps over-egged the pudding because you'd have a short leg and a silly or a short mid-on. You might even just try another one there. In other words, make Proctor try and hit the ball somewhere else.
Yeah, would you think about putting Luke Wells has got, well, he did have Stephen Croft in the offside and like a silly point. Would you have to maybe try putting a silly point in for Morley and try and force a shot through the offside as well, go a bit wider maybe?
Big fan of a silly point, basically. Even if the ball's turning into the batter. We've got Wells bowling a mixture of leg breaks and off breaks now. He was out on the outfield bowling leg breaks at the tea interval. And he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-4 field leg side. As Gay just turns that off his legs, he'll just get one, thought about two, decided better of it.
Yeah, he's very much got the leg side feel. Both batters kind of getting outside that off stump and just playing with the spin, really, just playing sensibly, not really forcing it against the spin.
Silly point in now for Proctor.
In comes Wells. Bowls and left outside the off stump for no run. I like this field a lot better for Lancashire. I feel even in defence now, Luke Proctor's going to have to be really cautious. Don't want to just nurdle it up to George Bell or Stephen Croft in close, so he's going to have to be a bit more forceful, and that's where Lancashire might get their reward. As Wells comes in. Bowls just back of a length. Oh, it's another misfield for Tom Hartley. Should get a 2. Proctor pulls that through square leg for 2 runs.
Yeah, misjudged the spin a little bit there, Tom Hartley. It's not an easy place to field. He's right on square where the used wicket ends are. So the ball's liable to bounce any which way if it lands in old footholds or wicket ends.
In comes Wells. Bowls and just attempts a sweep shot there, Proctor, and I think it's missed everything. Yep, 4 byes down the leg side, just a bit of spin and bounce there. It's deceived Phil Salt a little bit, and Luke Proctor's shot that he's played. It's probably the second sweep we've seen in this game today, and neither have been successful, so Proctor's played it really well. Just naturally.
Yeah, not favouring the sweep though because of the bounce, I think, and I think that's what it is more than anything else. Maybe these two just don't play the sweep particularly well. It's caused a field change though, because the silly point that we've been talking about for so long has now gone to leg slip.
In comes Wells to Proctor. Balls, and it's left outside the off stump again. So flip this on the head the other way. Do you think Stephen Croft being in a silly point maybe produced that sweep shot? If you don't exactly want to keep prodding outside, do you reckon that might have forced the?
Yeah, I think so. I think the line was the thing that made him play the sweep.
Wells plays forward to Bell, no run.
Yeah, that was an indeterminate little shot, that last one of the over. No harm done. 233 for 3. And Bell's been ducking and diving, hasn't he, at short leg since tee.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of grazes. Like you say, the square's very, very firm at Old Trafford. Morley's going to continue. 4 overs off the new ball being available for Lancashire.
I'm just wondering about the makeup of the side. I understand why Lancashire have gone in with 2 spinners plus Wells. I mean, Wells is a bit more than a part-time spinner. I was just wondering whether they couldn't have relied on Wells and one of the left-armers.
In comes Morley. It's just down the leg side, missed by Phil Salt. I think he's going to run away for 4. That's 4 byes. Emilio Gay really stepping outside the off stump there. Wasn't far away from the leg stump. I think that's what's put Phil Salt off quite a bit. Takes the score up to 237 for 3. Do you think maybe a Luke Wood would have?
Well, that was my point. That you look back to the Test match and the extra pace of Mark Wood made the difference, didn't it? Wood proving to be more than handy wicket taker.
In comes Marley. Marley in comes. Emilio Gay down the track. 1 run pushed out to Stephen Croft at long on.
So the pace bowler's the disruptor on the flat pitch for seamers. Deadish pitch. But somebody like Luke Wood with extra pace, and you could have played Wood for Hartley perhaps and given yourself an extra option. Like you could have given themselves that extra bit of pace.
Yeah, I suppose it's okay having 3. It's fair to say medium to fast bowlers in terms of Bailey, Balderson and Williams. In comes Marley. And Proctor just tucks that off his legs for a single down to deep fine leg for 1. On a green seamer, you can have them seamers, but then, like you say, on a flat wicket like this at Emirates Old Trafford, you often want that extra pace and something a bit different. We've probably only seen 2 short balls today. Marley comes in, left outside the off stump, no run.
It's a brave leave, is that? Wasn't that far wide of off stump, and it's the ball pitching in those bowlers follow throughs can easily nip back.
Marley bowls. Bit of turn and bounce again there. Hit the pads, no run. Yeah, I think these two have judged that really well in terms of what balls to play and what balls to leave. They've played the spin excellently today. Marley bowls. And it's a sweep from Emilio Gay. Again, not a successful one. Just creeping over Will Williams there, who's kind of floating in a mid-wicket area. Come back for 2. Again, the sweep shot not being very successful.
Well, no, it was a bit more of a shot over mid-wicket really, rather than the sweep. It's a bit of a stand and deliver, and it's a risky shot to play out of those footmarks. Got enough on it to get it through and over mid-wicket, but not enough to get it for 4. I think you might see Emilio Gay play a few more strokes now. He was a fluent stroke player in his early days. Played too many shots, in fact. But this innings has been a mature one. Played really well this morning. Took his time, and he's now got his just desserts and reward by getting through to 3 figures.
In comes Wells from the Anderson end. Just back row length, and Proctor's took that away into the leg side for 1 run. Would you take the new ball and keep spin on, or would you bring the seams back?
No, I don't think I'd do that. The thing that Keaton Jennings has got to mull over is whether the new ball will just come on a bit more easily and quicker for the quicker bowlers. And with 2 batsmen well set, is that the right move? Or does he just delay the taking of that new ball for a bit?
Wells bowls. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery outside the off stump. Not quite spinning as much as Emilio Gay had expected. Phil Salt taking it nicely.
Well, the added beauty about Wells is that he can spin the ball both ways. He'll bowl off breaks and leg breaks, mix them up. They're not difficult to pick, because they're not bowled with any great disguise.
Wells bowls, and it's played into the offside for no run. Good fielding by Williams at mid-off. Got 1 slip, leg slip, silly square leg, catching mid-wicket, mid-on. Tom Hartley just in a floating mid-wicket. As Wells in comes, and it's just played into the offside. Looking for 2, but they'll be cut off by Marley. Single. Similar field to Luke Proctor as well. He keeps going outside the off stump and really playing well with the spin. So Stephen Croft might be in the game here. Wells comes in. There's a big appeal from Lancashire. The umpire's unmoved. I think Luke Proctor might just be outside the off stump there.
Yes, he gets a long way across in front of his stump so far in this occasion. I think the point of contact was with pad was outside the line of off stump, but he was playing a stroke, so wouldn't be given out, or shouldn't have been given out, and wasn't. Tempting Proctor into playing that sweep again with the fielders up.
Wells in, Proctor plays it forward, and there's no run, and the score is 2-4-3 for 3. Emilio Gay 1-2-1. And Proctor 67. These 2 have batted superbly for Northamptonshire. Absolutely steadied the ship for them, and they've really leaped the rewards that the time they've spent out in the middle. Lancashire will be hoping to get a breakthrough here, and then they can try and take the new ball and go bang bang. Marley's going to continue from the Statham end. Just 1 slip, and George Bell ever present in silly square leg. Marley in. Emilio Gay down the track. Pushing out to Stephen Croft at long on for a single. Yeah, it looks like he just wants to get after the spinners a little bit more, doesn't he? Now he's got that 100, and he really wants to take advantage of this.
Well, he'll be thinking that the Lancashire bowler's tiring a little bit. Morley still inexperienced in his 23rd over, is he?
Yep.
He's in his 23rd over today, so that's a fair chunk of overs. Still an hour and a quarter to go in the day's play, and Gay will be looking to capitalise on this this wonderful performance so far.
In comes Marley, bowls, and Proctor just turns that away to the leg side, as he has done very consistently throughout this innings, for no run.
Well, you mentioned the fact that we haven't had many sweep shots played, but Proctor's looked to play it a couple of times. Deep square legs up now.
Marley in again. Proctor all the way across the stumps, playing into the leg side, no run. Marley bowls, bit full, and it's a lovely shot through wide, long off for Proctor. Luke Wells does the chase, cuts it off just for a couple. Takes Proctor on to 69. In comes Marley, bowls. Turned away into the leg side for no run. Finishing off his 23rd over, 1 for 75, Marley. Kept it pretty tight today. Bowls wide outside the off stump, and Proctor just allows that to go through for no run.
Yeah, Proctor just fainted to come down the track there, and Morley threw it wide. Proctor changing his mind, staying in his ground. He's having a change of gloves and a drink. So too is Emilio Gay. Been together now for the best part of 3 hours, these two. Just 17 overs remaining and well over an hour to go.
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Could finish on time today.
Well, no could about it. They'll be off at 6 o'clock, scampering down to wherever they want to go.
Can Wells get the breakthrough here for Keaton Jennings in Lancashire? Wells in. Oh, it's just dropped short of Keaton Jennings. Emilio Gay dances down the track, just pushes at one outside off stump, finds the outside edge, does Luke Wells, but just falls short of Keaton Jennings there in the slips.
I'm not surprised it fell short of him. He's further back than he is for Tom Bailey.
I thought that before for Morley, he was very far back.
Miles back on a slow pitch.
Wells again comes in. Oh, draws another false shot from Emilio Gay there. Just outside the off stump, bit of spin and bounce outside the rough.
Now steady down, Emilio. Now you've done really well. You're just looking a bit fidgety here.
Yeah.
Choose the ball to hit. Just stay patient. You can still be a bit more aggressive, but choose the ball to hit.
Wells comes in. And he just punches that off his hip into the leg side for 1 run. Yeah, he's just looking a bit more anxious, just trying to get after the bowlers a little bit more. You can see he's using his feet more often, really trying to force it now. Whereas the Northamptonshire fans will just be open. He just carries on batting all day, I think. Keeps doing what he's been doing. Wells is in. Proctor, and Proctor just turns that away to the leg side for no run. See Tom Bailey starting to loosen up now at mid-on. Might be a sign of Lancashire maybe taking the new ball.
Might be bowling his off-spin again.
Yeah. Wells in. Proctor just squares up a little bit, plays that into the offside for no run. Surprised George Bell didn't get a call after his brilliant spell at Southport and Birkdale. Took a wicket.
He did, didn't he? With his off breaks. Occasional, they are occasional.
Wells bowls. Back of a length, and it's just played down very gently from Proctor. It nearly rolls onto the stumps. He played that one with such soft hands. There's no run. The score 2-4-7 for 3 after 80 overs. Now we'll see if Lancashire any sign of taking that new ball.
Yep, 80 overs bowled. It's available, and it looks like it's going to be taken straight away.
Yeah, Stephen Croft waving while the helmet's off. Both of the helmets go off, so looks like Tom Bailey.
Well, it's a fair enough move. Just perhaps a little bit of extra bounce, bit of pace. You never know, it might just swing, although it's still pretty breezy. And if nothing else, it'll give the spinners a chance to have a breather.
Don't think the Northamptonshire batters will be too worried, will they? With the score they've got, they might just get some extra pace on runs, might come a little bit more fluent. Might not have to force it as much with this new ball now.
Yeah, Tom Bailey straight away round the wicket. Just 2 slips and a gully. Nobody in front of the wicket catching. So pretty conventional field, really.
Yeah, Bailey starting his 16th over, none for 51 today. Not often you see Tom Bailey wicketless. He's been superb for Lancashire in the past few seasons. And he comes round the wicket. And it's left outside the off stump for no run. Two slips, 1 gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, a mid wicket and a fine leg. Bailey comes in, bowls, and it's left outside the off stump. Just a little bit of shape away.
A little bit
towards a cordon.
Just a little bit of swing. Not going to get much seam movement, I don't think. But new ball might just swing away with the wind pushing it from leg to off. As Bailey bowls from this Brian Statham end.
Comes in round the wicket. Tighter line there. Emilio Gage just plays it into the onside for no run. Two, 4, 7 for 3 into the 81st over. Emilio Gage has been fantastic for Northamptonshire. Really dug in at the start of the day and then got his rewards as he's longer he's batted. Bailey comes in just onto the hips of Emilio Gage, should get a couple out to deep square. Morley does the fielding, running round for fine leg. Looks very comfortable there, Gage. Really played it well today. He's not played at many that he shouldn't have. Kept everything ticking over, rotated the strike really well, 11 fours. He's been well under control of this innings.
Wickets around the country, aren't there? 14 have gone down at Southampton, 16 have gone down at Birmingham.
Bailey in, down the leg side, through to Salt for no run.
2 Ashes Test grounds, those, aren't they?
Yeah, I think there's been wickets everywhere.
Too many wickets. Raining at somewhere, Canterbury.
In comes Bailey. Bowls. Just a little false shot there from Emilio Gage again, trying to force it. Popped off to Luke Wood on the onside on the bounce. No run. Just see Emilio Gage just getting a little bit frustrated, just trying to force it. Not tried to force anything in this innings. He's played absolutely superb. Played everything off its merit. Really rotated the strike really well, and now he just looks like he just wants to get after the Lancashire bowlers, just trying to put them under the pump a little bit at the end of the day. Got a beautiful platform Northamptonshire, 249 for free. They might have been given that freedom from his skipper at the other end just to try and play a few shots. Will Williams coming on at the James Anderson end. Two brilliant new ball bowlers, Williams and Bailey. Keaton Jennings will be hoping these two can do the business for him. Take a couple of wickets late on tonight.
Yeah, tough work if you're bowling just sort of top side of medium pace, which is what these two do. There's very little in this surface for either of them.
In comes Williams, round the wicket straight away. Oh, and it's brilliant fielding by Keaton Jennings there, and second slip, diving away to his left. Proctor just played that down softly through the slip cordon. Keaton Jennings stops any runs. .249 for 3 into the 82nd over. Williams 14th over, none for 27. He bowls towards a short ball. It's surprised Proctor. Maybe a little bit of extra bounce. Just fended that off into the offside for no run.
Well, that's leapt at him. It wasn't that short. It was just a length ball really that's bounced. I think that's going to be symptomatic of what this pitch will do over the next 3 or 4 days. There'll be a little bit of inconsistent bounce. It won't be every ball, but it'll be that one that just leaps at you and surprises you. That just came from nowhere, that one. Remember, Joe Root was bowled in the Test match by one that shot along the deck, and that was on the second day.
Williams round the wicket, down the leg side through to Phil Salt for no run. Yeah, it stayed really low, didn't it? Anyone would have been doing well to get any sort of bat on that one. Northamptonshire bowlers won't mind seeing that though. Let's see. Team in a good position, 249 for 3. We can put a few more runs on and then the pitch deteriorate. That's what they'll be hoping for. Then comes Williams. Proctor just take a step down the wicket. Lets that go to Phil Salt for no run.
Yeah, as I've said before, I'll be surprised if this pitch breaks up. I mean, I think there'll be a bit of help for the bowlers. It's a question of bowling straight, attacking the line of off stump, because if the ball starts to misbehave off the surface, it's not going to do it every ball, but the odd one might bounce a bit, the odd one might stay a little bit low. So you've got to really look to attack the stumps as a seam bowler more and more through the game anyway.
In comes Williams. Again, just a little bit of extra bounce. Played out into the leg side for no run.
Proctor accentuates that though, because he's essentially a player who plays low. He's been hit on the gloves and the hand a few times. Second to third ball of his innings, he got a nasty blow on the gloves. Not quite so evident when Gay's been on strike.
Williams just sent George Bell under the lid. He's just going to sit in at short leg again. He's taken that spot most of today. He's probably done a good 65 overs under the helmet. Ran on the wrong helmet for George Bell. Must have been a bit too big for him.
I think they kept the wrong one on. That was the issue. They took the wrong one off earlier on when the new ball was due. Anyway, George has got the correct helmet on now.
2 slips, 1 gully. Short leg. In comes Williams. Bowls. It's just played off Proctor's hip. Turn into the leg side for 1 run. That takes Northamptonshire to 250 for 3 after 82 overs.
Don't get many batting points. Northants, I think they've got 1 this season prior to this game. That's another one on notched up for them.
Coming up to the 200-run partnership as well. These two again been absolutely superb for Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire faithful will be hoping these two can carry on batting for the rest of the evening, maybe a little bit until tomorrow. As Tom Bailey comes round the wicket, bowls, and it's beautifully played off Proctor's hips. Should get a couple here. Played to square leg. Morley does the fielding, runs round from fine leg. 2 runs. Takes Proctor on to 72. We've got Bumble back with us. Still in his jacket.
And they're still in.
Yeah, not much is happening out there. The wicket looks really flat. Just looks like a typical Emirates Old Trafford wicket. Lovely one to bat on. Bailey comes in. Struck on the pad. Lancashire appeal, but looks pretty high. I think it's an end of the day kind of desperate appeal there from the Lancashire lads.
I am missing. I've just seen, it's reminding me, Emilio Gay, who he reminds me of Michael Carberry.
Ah. We're a bad player himself, was he?
Good player, Carberry. He stuck it out in Australia when England were in disarray.
Bailey comes in, bowls, plays that off his hips. Does Proctor, might look for 2. Doesn't take on the arm of Morley. Sticks at single. Yeah, he did stick it out, didn't he? Not many did in that series.
No, some real pace bowling.
Didn't he get dropped straight away?
He did. You know, that were another that you'd think, well, you know, he's got to be given a run in the team.
Did his career come to an end for was it a heart problem?
Yeah, yeah.
In comes Bailey round the wicket. Bowled full. Emilio Gay turns that into the onside. Be looking for 2. Gets 2 pretty comfortably. Takes him on to 129.
There's been no alarms, has there, with this partnership? It started very watchfully, 3 wickets down. But since then, they've grown, they've increased that scoring rate. They're going above 3 and over now, which is good.
Yeah, there's been no real chances for Lancashire. They've been pretty chanceless innings from these two. Bailey comes in round the wicket. It's a much better area there from Bailey, just testing him outside the off stump. I feel like Lancashire have often strayed too straight, sometimes playing into both these two batters' strengths, whereas Proctor's very leg side dominant, and Emilio Gay today has probably scored predominant of his runs through the leg side. They just need to try and test the patience a little bit and just dangle the carrot. Bailey round the wicket. Bowls again, very straight, and he just tucks that away off his legs for 4 runs down to fine leg. Takes Gay on to 131 and the score on to 259 for 3.
It's a super safe shot, is that, from around the wicket. Tom Bailey, as soon as he let it go, he turned round. They've got my line wrong, and it just needs a tickle, just a nudge, and it runs away fine. And square leg is, deep fine leg is much squarer. And it's such a pleasing shot when you're out in the middle and you know you're working hard outside off stump, don't play at anything that you shouldn't, and right on the hip. That's 4.
That's a 200-run partnership as well with that boundary. As Bailey comes in, bowls, and he just uses his soft hands, plays that down to the slips for no run.
So they've got to work hard Lancashire to break this partnership, get a new batter in. And so they've just taken the new ball, but the pace is gentle. You do usually get a passage of play in the longer format where you explore the middle of the pitch, bounce the ball, get it round shoulder and head high for 20 minutes, half an hour, and just to see if you can induce a mistake. They're not able to do that because they don't have the pace in the attack, and so it's just the medium pacers and 2 wicket takers in Division 1, 2 excellent wicket takers. But they're having no luck so far.
No, not much has happened since the second new ball is taken as well. Williams sets off, bowls to Proctor, little shimmy down the pitch, and then doesn't offer a shot. Allows it to go through to Phil Salt. And there is no run, 263, 261 for 3. As you say, these 2 bowlers for Lancashire this season have both had outstanding campaigns. Bailey with 39 wickets at an average of 18. Williams 32 wickets at an average of 20. Bailey in the top 3 for leading wicket takers in Division 1 this season. Both searching for their first wickets today. Again, Proctor leaves a ball that's full and wide and through to Phil Salt, and there is no run.
Chris Rushworth, leading wicket taker, League 1, but he's out of the team. He's got a hamstring problem, so we'll be second.
Bear with me.
Go on, let's have a look. Get your computer going.
Ah, well, the live leading wicket taker table, because of today's games, now has Brett Hutton top of the list with 45.
Right.
Simon Harmer 44, and Chris Rushworth with 42 in 3rd place. Williams in to Proctor, who's playing forward and defending, and there's no run. So Harmer must have got some wickets for Essex.
Yeah, well, I don't think he had. He'd won. He had one.
Right. Well, that one's pushed him up to second in the list. Yeah, Hampshire bowled out for 120 with Porter taking 5. Harmer took 3 in the end, 3 for 26. Yeah, so Hutton 45 wickets, Harmer 44 and Rushworth 42. Williams to Proctor, that starts wide and gets wider. In fact, it's so far wide it's been signalled as a wide. And the score moves on to 262 for 3.
Do we still have pitch inspectors? And the pitch inspector came to call. There's been a lot of wickets falling on day 1.
There's been a few knocking around, yeah. Essex are 80 for 4 in reply to Hampshire's 120 all out.
I looked at Warwickshire were 48 for 9.
60 all out. Middlesex 145 for 6 in reply. Williams to Proctor, leaning forward and defending, pushing the ball away into the offside.
How many's young De Carey's got there? He must be in.
29.
Ah, not out. Good lad.
Important game that, both at the top end and the bottom end of Division 1. Middlesex in and amongst the teams towards the bottom, and Warwickshire with ambitions of trying to catch Surrey, who were 80 for 3 in their match at Somerset. Somerset 170 all out. Williams to Proctor, shuffling across the stumps. No ball signalled by the umpire. He clips it to backward square leg. Gets through for a single.
I wonder if the wicket's falling is pitches that are a bit juicy because of the weather. The weather's been atrocious. So groundsmen have not been able to get on and prepare what they would really want to prepare. So the bowlers, the quicker bowlers, are in.
Here comes Williams to Gay down the leg side, and taken by Phil Salt, and there is no run. Yeah, well, there's been plenty of wickets knocking around, with Nottinghamshire 4 down when rain came against Kent, 190 for 4. Rain delays in the Division 2 games. Raining in Scarborough. Hosing it down, I think, in Scarborough. Yorkshire 113 without loss. Williams Tegay plays forward and defends. No run. And that's the end of this over here. So 84 overs gone. Live from Emirates Old Trafford, Lancs TV. And the BBC Sport website and app. 2 Thunder players there on the live stream. Mahika Gore and Sachi Pai. Watching the cricket.
Went to watch that game against Northern Diamonds at York. Good cricket ground that is.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Lovely. I think it's a bit posh. I think they've got a bob or two there. All the facilities, rugby as well, lots of rugby pitches. It was a £5 to park your car. And I thought, how am I going to get in here without paying a £5? Because I live in Yorkshire now, so that's the first thing you ask is how much.
Did you find a way?
Yeah, if you parked in the general car park of the pavilion, you were fine. But if you wanted to go on to the surrounds of the pitch in your car, you were a £5.
There's Bailey, right arm around the wicket, balls on the leg side to Proctor, taken by Salt, no run.
So I stayed in the designated car park and had a walk round. And I love them grounds where you turn up and you can walk round. Nobody says you've got to sit here and don't get out of your seat. You walk round, like league and club cricket.
.265 for 3. Proctor on 74. Bailey bowls. Proctor plays forward and defends.
You'll be doing the Royal London game at Scarborough.
I will.
I'm going.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm having a day there.
Oh, lovely.
It's not far from where we live, so yeah, it'll be about an hour.
Never been to a cricket match in Scarborough.
Oh, it's fantastic. It is a brilliant ground. It's my favourite ground in the world, Scarborough. People keep asking, they want you to say Sydney, Lords, Barbados. No, Scarborough.
2 slips and a leg slip. Bailey to Proctor. Oh, it's a terrific delivery. It's an edge. It's taken by the keeper. At least Bailey reckons it is. Proctor's walking away. Nothing on it. Not out's the outcome. As Salt takes an excellent catch. But umpire Middlebrook says there's no edge on that.
Well, I thought he'd nicked it, but he obviously hasn't, because Lancashire are not bothered either. Has he done absolutely everything and not took the edge? Where's it pitch? It pitches, nips away. Oh, it's off his thigh. What a good decision. What a super decision. We've seen that 2 or 3 times. That's good.
Bailey into to Proctor. And that's worked away off the pads out towards mid-wicket for a quick single. It's a good spot, wasn't it, by the umpire? It's a great catch by Salt, wasn't it?
Isn't it just? It just shows that, I mean, we're miles away, and I just thought Nick out. But Lancs knew. They're big appeal, huge appeal, and then nothing.
It's a lovely ball from Bailey. It was a great take from Salt. It's a great decision by the umpire. 266 for 3. Bailey to Gay. That's fizzed in down the leg side, and has Salt leaping away to his right to get both gloves onto that. And again, there's no run.
Looks good as Salt. Looks really good. Would he call himself a wicket-keeper batsman?
Yeah.
So they've got George Bell. Is George Lavelle still here?
He is.
Alex Davis left. He went to Warwickshire. Dame Bellas.
Final ball for Bailey from the Statham end into Gay. Some full ball just outside off stump. We can see what Bailey thinks of the day as he tries to boot the ball away in frustration. It's the end of the over. This is the moment where Lancashire thought, at least for a second, that they had that breakthrough. Excellent take from Salt. He was hoping that the finger would be raised, but James Middlebrook with an excellent decision.
It is, and you see these things in slow motion at real time. So the bat's near the body. There's a deviation, a noise. It's off his thigh pad.
Partnership goes on. It's 207. Procter and Gay enjoying their afternoon under blue sky and sunshine in Manchester. It's always dry and sunny in Manchester. It never lets you down. And these two are battered beautifully through the course of the day. Northamptonshire have a batting bonus point, just their second batting bonus point of the season. And they're well placed to add to it. No sign of a breakthrough yet for Lancashire. 2 slips and a gully. Short leg, point, mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket. And there's a fine leg. There's Will Williams bowling to Luke Procter, who's back and across. And getting that little shuffle across the stumps to work the ball to the leg side. And George Bell is at short leg to field, and there's no run. Range on 75.
It's Salt, the preferred keeper. Is Bell just having a rest because they've both done it?
They have, yeah. Bell was keeping wicket at the start of this season in the absence of Salt, with Salt being away at the IPL.
Got you.
So I think Salt would be number 1. He's taken the gloves really since he's come back and been available for selection. Just squares Procter up. Oh, he's got him! Well, that's relief for Lancashire. It brings to an end a magnificent partnership between Procter and Gay. The Northamptonshire skipper's gone for 75, but he's gone off the bowling of Will Williams, LBW. And it's 266 for 4. Well battered Luke Procter. Shared a record-breaking partnership for Northamptonshire for this 4th wicket against Lancashire, but it comes to an end.
He just shuffles across, as he has been doing, from that crouch stance. Williams around the wicket. Hits him plumb in front of middle and off. He's caught on the line, I think he is. It might be a little bit high, but it looks dead straight. He shuffles across, doesn't he? He goes across to the offside. A full-length ball, and they needed that. Surely the Red Rose break that partnership, get a new batter in, and start again. Another look at it. Gets really crouched. Nah, it's out. Just out.
Relief too. You could tell from the celebration, couldn't you, of Will Williams? Just a sense of relief amongst the Lancashire players. At last a wicket, their first since the morning session. 75 for Luke Procter. The partnership was worth 207 for that for the 4th wicket. First breakthrough since the morning session for Lancashire.
Stood since 1972 as that partnership. That's some going. They won't know. I mentioned to Andrew, do you think they'll know? He said no.
Not a chance. I'm sure Andrew will inform, presumably Emilio Gay, who we'll speak to tonight.
Yeah. Oh, he's special. I mean, that is special. 1972, and you're looking at the club's history. You know, they've done something special there.
So Saif Zaib is the new batter, joining Emilio Gay. Lancashire will feel a little bit happier about things, a sense of relief, I'm sure. They've managed to find a breakthrough. Here comes Williams to Zaib down the leg side and taken by Phil Salt. And there is no run. 361 runs coming into this game for Saif Zaib in the county championship this season, averaging 32 and 150. His top score being 57 not out. 3 balls left of the over for Williams. Short leg and 2 slips and a gully. And point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Here's Williams for Lancashire. Bowls, it's wide and left by Zaib. Taken by Salt, who dances across first slip, which is where Tom Hartley's fielding. And there's no run.
Should give you a lift now. break the partnership, get a new batter in, it gives the team a lift. New ball, how many overs? It's just into the 6th over, so it'll be in great condition. Bowl as much as you can at the new batter.
Williams turns and sets off again, striding in. Shadow follows him, bowls to Safe Zabe off the back foot, just pushes the ball away into the offside. And again, there's no run. It's bowling from the James Anderson end, the pavilion towering up behind him, and flags still being battered in the strong breeze. Got bright sunshine, little pockets of spectators either side of the sight screen in front of the pavilion. Williams turns again, bounds his way back in. It's bowling around the wicket to Zabe. Oh, it's a good leave by Safe Zabe as it came back. You can tell by the reaction of Phil Salt that perhaps that wasn't too far away from the off stump. It's the end of the over. It's a wicket maiden that for Will Williams, and a bit of joy for the Lancashire supporters to enjoy as they took into a bit of late lunch by the looks of it. 266 for 4. Gay on 131, Safe Zabe on 0. Bumble, a few thoughts from you, and then Andrew will join you.
Well, break that partnership, and they've done that, so it should give the fielding side, Lancashire here, a lift. Go to work, especially on the new batter. But Gay has played so well. 131.
And on the strike again, with Bailey coming in bowling to him, and he drives straight back past the bowler. It's running down to the boundary almost immediately below our commentary position here at the Brian Statham end, and runs away for 4. 14th boundary for Emilio Gay, goes to 135, and Northamptonshire to 270 for 4. I was looking at Bumble, because you did mention it earlier, that the game we were talking about, the 1972 one, where the previous partnership you were playing, it was at Liverpool, as we said, and Northamptonshire batted part of the first day, most of the first day, and that partnership between Mushtaq and Jim Watts took them to a declaration. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Bailey, to Gay, stretching forward, drops it down almost at his feet, and there's no run. And they declared Lancashire went in for a little while, close of play, and I'm afraid he got out early.
But normal.
Cottam got you.
Bob Cottam again.
LBW.
The LBW pitching it up, nipping it back.
And then basically it rained for 2 days.
Really. Like potential in Liverpool, because if it rains here, that's where it comes from.
Right, it's all their fault. You played a little bit on the second day, none at all on the third, so it was all much ado about nothing. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Gay, playing with a little bit more freedom, clips that one off his legs down to long leg for a single. Gay to 136, Northamptonshire to 271 for 4. His career best is 145, that was against Surrey last year. The penultimate home game of the season. And Safe Zabe that was in the first innings. Safe Zabe then got 100 in the second. It was interesting hearing Scott mention Safe Zabe's figures for the season, and they're nothing too special. But what I would say is Bailey comes in, bowls to him, and he's off the mark. Just turns that away behind square for a single, so he's off and running. 272 for 4. But very often this year, because of the nature of the season that Northamptonshire have been having, and batting at 6 or 7, he's found himself very often having to try and get something out of the tail with 9-10 Jack at the other end. And you look at his figures, and it looks as though he's made an awful lot of starts and not gone on, but very often he's had to he's been left with number 11 at the other end, and had to try and eke out as many runs as possible and take a few risks. Here's Bailey in bowl short, pulled away by Emilio Gay, going down behind square, and it's going to run away for 4. It's another boundary for Gay, who goes up to 140, and Northamptonshire to 276 for 4. And I suppose, Bumble, as a top order batter as you were, you feel that he's just earned the right a little bit here, hasn't he? He's done the hard yards, Emilio Gay, and with the bowlers maybe just starting to get a little bit tired, sensing that he could perhaps just really kick on here.
Well, he looks like he's enjoying his innings. Real discipline at the start of his innings, 3 down, but he's expanded his game. Now, that was a lovely shot. It's a bouncer, it's a friendly bouncer, but he played it so well. So you look at the board and you've just got that feel-good factor. Yeah, I'm in now, and you've got to cash in.
Absolutely. And he does love batting. 2 slips and a gully, turned away off his legs again behind square. He's certainly going to get 1. I think that's all there's going to be. Sensibly safe save, saying that's enough, but it's a single. It means that Emilio Gay keeps the bowling. He's 141 not out. It's 277 for 4. Safe Zabe has made a single. The one thing that worries me slightly with these two batting together, and I think you may have mentioned it when you were on with either Scott or Callum earlier, Emilio Gay's running sometimes is just a little bit harem-scarum at times.
Well, they just had a little bit of an interlude there.
These two together, there is potential. Right. There is potential. They're both a little bit hectic sometimes when it comes to running, and I think Northamptonshire supporters will tell you that often even if these two look to be batting well, you always think there is potential for something uncomfortable to happen. Anyway, from a Northamptonshire perspective, let's hope not. I'm just pleased that I was here to see the second batting bonus point of the season. I don't punch the air very often, but you know,
it's been a long time.
It's been a long time. Coronation weekend it was at Taunton. They got it 8 down with James Sales and Ben Sanderson in, and scrambled past 250.
Is James Sales son of?
He is son of, and he's playing in this match. I'm very pleased to say he's back in the side for this game. Yeah, David's in good fettle, saw him during the last match against Somerset. Here's Williams in, bowling outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Yes, we had a gathering of the clan during the Somerset game because David Jumble was there, and Niall O'Brien was there as well, and Dave Roberts, all sorts of it.
He's lively, O'Brien.
Oh, he is. Yes, he certainly is. Yes, you can hear him coming.
I had a month with him, January, February, out in Dubai.
Of course, yes. Yes, well, no, he's good fun now, but he still lives locally. Of course, we've played for Northamptonshire amongst others. Here's Williams bowling that wide outside the off stump, an attempted cut by Emilio Gay, mistimes it, gets a bottom edge, and it runs down behind the stumps for Salt to tidy up. But David did actually a bit of commentary with us on during the T20, during the blast on BBC Radio Northampton, and
never keen on fielding.
Well, it was funny because James wasn't actually playing in the match, but he came on as 12th man, and we were saying slightly mischievously on commentary. It was hard to tell the two apart really in the field. James is quick. Here's Gay driving outside the off stump, just a little bit loose. He needs to just concentrate here. There's half an hour to go or thereabouts until the close of play. And Northamptonshire would dearly love him to be there at the close of play. Come back tomorrow morning.
Not seen many false shots. The drive that he misses completely. That 1972 game, so it's a 3-day match. It might have been on an uncovered pitch.
Would have been, I would have thought.
I used to hate that last 20 minutes, half an hour. You're on a hiding to nothing.
Here's Williams in again, outside the off stump. This time Gay leaves it alone. Yeah, Northamptonshire about 330 for 3, and they declared after 91 overs, so they obviously got quite a few overs in. And I say Mushy and Jim batted for quite a while. Pulled out. I think I'm right in saying Lancashire had about 8 overs before the close. And you went in with Barry Wood and unfortunately got nipped out. Ken Snellgrove went in at 3.
Yes.
And then, so you had probably by the look of the scores, may have had a session, perhaps a bit less than a session, second day, and then there was no further play. That's my first season watching Northamptonshire, frighteningly, 1972. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Gay, pushes forward, runs it down to backward point, no run.
Who would be Bob Cotton's opening partner?
I would have thought it would have been John Dye. It would have been Doc. It was Doc's first season. It was both of them came in that year in 72.
Not Alan Hodgson.
Might have been Hodge. I say I'll have a look when I get back next door when I've got the file. But Might have been, although Hodge didn't play a lot of Championship cricket that early. He played a bit of one-day stuff. He came in a little bit later. Was captain 76. Griff didn't play for another couple of years. Pretty sure it would have been the Doctor. Williams in again. Bowls to Gay. Pushes it back down the pitch for Williams to field off his own bowling, and that's the end of another over. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 32 for Will Williams, tidy as ever. 277 for 4 at the end of that over. Gay is 141. Zabe has made a single. Yeah, it was that. Jim Watts always said that if you look at the two sides that he had when he was captain and when he came back, he said if you'd had the 1979-1980 batting with the 1972 bowling, would have won the championship, but they didn't. And the batting in 72 was a bit brittle, which is one of the reasons why they got Roy Virgin in, of course. And the bowling by 1980 was a little bit thin as well, especially the seam bowling.
Well, the Doc, we keep calling him the Doc, that's what he was known as, Dr. Dye. He used to put you off. He used to run a long way quite slowly, and he had these strands of hair that used to flop in the breeze.
I can see it. Absolutely right. Here's Bailey starting a fresh over, and that's a beautiful straight drive by Saif Zabe, and it's running up towards the boundary, and it crosses the rope down in front of us, and the first boundary for Saif Zabe. Lovely shot away through the vacant mid-off. 281 for 4. The start of the 89th over. He wasn't the keenest fielder in the world, and in the days which you'll remember, when of course the football pitch was the football pitch, and the first part of the season, it wasn't a lot of fun to field on. Doc always seemed to be down there. Bailey in again, bowls again full, driven by Zabe, but this time Bailey fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Stays at 281 for 4. He guarded his batting average, which wasn't ever a lot to talk about, very, very jealously. I remember Matthew Engel telling me that when Matthew was covering Northamptonshire for the Chronicle and Echo for the local paper, he'd written something about John's batting average, and he pulled up alongside him at the lights at Abington Park and said, "Here, Engel, you've got it wrong. It's not 5.27, it's 5.38 or something." And that's beaten outside the off stump. Good ball from Bailey, just seamed away, and beats the defensive stroke of Zabe into the gloves of Phil Salt. Then became cricket pro at Wellingborough School for a number of years, and I did have the pleasure of playing with him a time or two. The Kangaroos, which was the midweek side that based at Wellingborough School, and he was great fun. Balderson it is, beg pardon, having called him Bailey, outside the off stump, and it's a no ball. Called by umpire Middlebrook. 2 more onto the total. 283 for 4. Balderson, of course, picked up the first 2 wickets. A wicket with the first ball of his first over, and a wicket with the first ball of his second over. When Vasconcelos and Broad went, 29 for 2 at that stage. Seems a long time ago. 283 for 4 now. Balderson running away from us. In bowls to Zabe, who's playing that out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Andrew, just look where Gay stands as the non-striking batter. Just have a look where he is. So you'd expect him. He's round the wicket, George Balderson.
Yeah.
And Gay stands 2 pitches away. Now he's just moved in a touch now.
But he was
much wider than that. And then he walks in.
Keep it out of the way. Turned away by Zabe out to mid-wicket, and they're going to pick up a single.
In fact, if there's a mancad, he's an absolute goner. He's gone. He's down the pitch.
Well, it's a single to Zabe, but is it? I hadn't noticed, but 6 to Zabe, 284 for 4. And as we mentioned earlier, I did get a bit of feedback. I think George Balderson's Auntie Helen is listening, or has been listening anyway. Balderson in again, bowls to Gay. He gets his head over that one, sniffs the ball, plays it back down the pitch. Balderson fields. End of the over, 9 overs, 4 maidens. 2 for 21. George Balderson, it's 284 for 4.
And how is Auntie Helen? Is she
Helen's
happy?
Good. Auntie Helen's very happy, I'm told.
Right.
I was relayed through a mutual friend, but I know, well, understandably, very, very proud of of how George is shaping up and the career that he should have in the game, because he looks a smashing cricketer, and having got 100 last time out.
Yeah, good.
But yes, John then moved to Spain, and where I think he is, as far as I'm aware, he's still living in Spain.
Not on the run, is he?
Well, he was. He used to do a roaring trade, I know, in the old pro shop with the boots and the bats. Here's Williams in, bowls, and that's an inside edge. Safe Zabe, doesn't miss leg stump by much. It's a good bit of fielding down on the boundary by George Balderson, and they're going to come through for a single. He may just have had an exchange of pleasantries with Will Williams as he got down to the other end. Zabe is on 7, 285 for 4. But and of course John played league cricket in Northamptonshire, first for Overston, finished up playing at Isham, and when he was playing for Isham and DS Steele was playing for Weekly and Walkton, they had some wonderful tussles. Williams in again, bowls to Gay, who drives, very pleasant looking stroke, head right over the ball, drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. They had some great scraps, as you can imagine. No quarter given.
That was brilliant, that, in league cricket and club cricket, when there's a bit of grudge going on. It goes in year after year, doesn't it? You know, we're playing in them again. Yeah.
As I say, Steely played for Weekly for many years after he'd finished playing county cricket. Short, pulled away by Emilio Gay. Going to go down to deep square for a single. Gay to 142, so just 3 short of a career best. 286 for 4.
David Steele went to Derbyshire, didn't he?
He did. Had 3 seasons to Derby, 79, 80, 81. Played in the Derbyshire side that beat Northamptonshire in the 81 NatWest final, scores level.
Jeff Miller involved running. Yeah, that's
Colin Tunnicliffe.
Yeah.
And then came back to Northamptonshire and had another 3 seasons. Playing mainly as a bowler and batting down the order. Bowled a lot of overs with his left arm twirl, which he always felt he was under-bowled in the first part of his career. Here's Williams in again. Turned past short leg by Zabe, but no run.
When he was bowling for Derbyshire, having trouble on the front foot, bowling no balls. So after a break, he came out wearing Ull Mortenson's right boot, which was like a size 12. He did, honestly. He took size 8, so he put these size 12s on so that he'd be behind the line. I think Jeff Miller would be captain at the time. He tells some fabulous stories about Steely.
Well, as we were saying earlier, the thing about a lot of these stories with Steely is that you think they can't be true, and most of them are. Here's Williams in, drives by Zabe. That's a beautiful shot away through extra cover. Just leant on that and timed it to perfection, and it's raced away for 4 up to the tarpaulins in front of the party stand. 290 for 4.
Runs are flowing here. That's a lovely shot. Just leaned into it through extra cover.
Well, there was a certain amount of discussion as to the last time, because of course Northamptonshire going through the afternoon session without losing a wicket, and it was suggested, I think, which was my thought, that it was the last time was at Edgbaston last year, beginning of last season, on a very flat pitch. Somebody raised the game at Merchant Taylor School this year with Proctor and Sam Whiteman batted a long time together. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Zabe, who's running it down wide of gully. It's a no ball, and after a certain amount of yes, no, shall we, not absolutely sure, well, why not, they've come through for a single, so 3 onto the total with the no ball. 293 for 4. But I think the answer to that was there was a bit of rain in that session. They came off briefly for rain, so it wasn't a full uninterrupted session, and I think that's what we were looking at there. And I think, say, the last time would have been Ricardo Vasconcelos and Will Young, who had a long opening partnership at Edgbaston on an extremely flat pitch. 600 plays, 600 or thereabouts. Williams in again, bowls to Gay, past the outside edge. Gay, I think, drawing the bat inside after the ball had gone past. That's the end of the over. 293 for 4. Gay is 142. Zabe is 12.
When David Steele played for Derbyshire, we were playing them, I think he was at Chesterfield, lovely place, and they needed 1 off the last over for another bonus point. He played a maiden, And Jeff Miller was livid, the captain. You know, they've a chance of another point. And he was so laconic. They came in, and Jeff Miller said, "What was going on? You know, what's this?" He said, "I'll tell you what, lad. I could feel a big un coming on, and I didn't want to take any risks. It were a big un. I knew it."
Balderson starts a fresh over, driven by Safe Zabe up to mid-off, and there's no run. Great. I mean, the other one, which he tells against himself, was managing to run out 4 of his own team in a Sunday League game at Wellingborough School. I mean, he ran out. We're talking about the 72 season when Northamptonshire, during that year, beat the Australians in a first-class match for the first time under Jim Watts, won by 7 wickets. He ran his cousin out, Crumpy, just before the end. Outside the off stump and chopped and dropped, I think, in the gully by Safe Zabe, chopping at that one. It's flown to gully. It's been put down, and then he could have gone twice in that ball because they went through for a single. It was George Bell in there in the gully. It's gone down, and then they went through for a single, and Zabe was just meandering a little bit. And if the throw had hit the stumps, I think Zabe would have gone. He would have been run out. As it was, it didn't hit the stumps. He survives. He's on 13, 294 for 4. Here's Balderson in again, bowls to Gay on his legs. He'll turn it down there all day, so strong off his legs. And it goes down to deep backward square for 2 more runs, and that is a career best. I think, is that 1-4? No, it's 144, beg his pardon, still 1 short. 144 to Gay now, 296 for 4. The scoreboard is so quick here at Emirates Old Trafford. They got the runs up almost before the bat's been touched down. Very, very efficient. So Gay 144, 1 short of his career best. Here's Balderson in, bowls, and is he caught behind? There's a big appeal, and he's gone. He's perished, 1 short of his career best. Balderson gets his 3rd wicket. Well batted Emilio Gay, just having a little fiddle outside the off stump. Goes through to Phil Salt, who takes a regulation catch. Gay goes for 144, and the second new ball has accounted for both the partners in that long stand between Proctor and Gay. Northamptonshire 296 for 5.
3rd wicket for Balderson. It's been a wonderful innings, and that's really his first false shot. Looking for that big booming drive to a full-length delivery, outside edge, straight through to Salt. But you've got to say that when you said right at the beginning he averages 19, he's a far, far better player than that. He's a wonderful innings at Emirates Old Trafford. That's the first false shot, and he's gone. 144.
Yeah, wonderful knock, I say. It's good from a Northamptonshire perspective to see a player who represents, you know, the future of the club in many respects. He's got a huge role to play, and you know, he's such a good player. He's just struggled this year. We've you know, gone through that, obviously missing the start of the season with his knee op and all the rest of it. But he showed signs at Merchant Taylor's of getting back to something like his best, and then today he's gone out.
How old is he?
23, I think, 22, 23.
Well, he looks a fine player here. He's got a great pitch to play on.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a big future in the game. I shall do 1 more over at the behest of Scott. So I shall do another over, and Callum has come in place of Bumble. But 296 for 5, and Northamptonshire employing the night watchman Dominic Leach on his debut for Northamptonshire. Yorkshire bowler, of course, but with Northamptonshire on loan, and so he is going to be facing the next ball from George Balderson, and he plays that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Callum super knock from Emilio Gay. He'll be disappointed, I know, to have gone just short of his career best, but also just ahead of the close of play, but he's done his job.
Yeah, even if Lancashire somehow end up skittling Northamptonshire at the end, the day would still belong to Emilio Gay. He's been absolutely fantastic today.
Here's Balderson in again, plays out into the covers, and that's the end of the over, and a successful one for George Balderson. His 3rd wicket, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 24. It's 296 for 5. 91 overs gone. And, well, if Lancashire could nip another one out tonight, they will feel that they're, you know, right back in this game. But otherwise, Northamptonshire have had, I would say, and there haven't been many good days for Northamptonshire and Red Bull cricket this year, to be perfectly honest, but I would say this has been one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's been a solid day for Northamptonshire. That partnership between Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor really set the tone. After a tricky start, being 59 for 3, them two really batted well, consolidated well, and shown how good of a wicket this still is.
Here's Williams starting his 19th over around the wicket from the Jimmy Anderson end, and that's just short of a length. Zabe opening the face, running it down to deep backward point for a single. Zabe is 14, 297 for 5, so well, Northamptonshire's like London buses, isn't it? Northamptonshire having had one batting bonus point all season, and now on the threshold of their second today. Wonders will never cease.
From Leach right in the deep end here, aren't they? Debut and then straight into a night watchman role before he's even bowled a ball.
Yeah, and just looking at the batters to come, I think there's a bit of good sense behind this, which I'll elaborate on in just a moment. But I think this is probably quite a good call from captain stroke coach. Here's Williams in, bowls to Leach, who just drops a bat on it, goes out square of the wicket in the offside, and there's no run. Lewis McManus, you would imagine, would be in next. Lewis McManus has had a wretched time with the bat recently. He's averaging 10 in championship cricket this year, 91 runs at 10. His highest score this season is 24. Now, he hasn't played every match, obviously, as he broke a finger, which kept him out for a couple of games, but he you know, he really has been struggling. James Sales is back in the side, so I think it makes sense to try and give those a little bit of protection if possible. Leach pushing forward off, I think, a mixture of inside edge and pad. It rolls out into the offside, and there's no run. So I think there's probably that, I would imagine, is the thinking, just to try and protect Lewis McManus a little bit. So he's the Red Bull vice captain, keeping well, but he's just struggled to get going with the bat. Mind you, as I say, in Northamptonshire's context to Northamptonshire season, there's nothing terribly unusual about that. I say there's been a few wickets clattering around the country today, isn't there? Just looking at the quick look at
only Old Trafford it's not come to.
It's not too bad. Nottinghamshire 216 for 4 against Kent at Trent Bridge. But other than that, it's been carnage out there. 15 wickets between Hampshire and Essex, 19 between Williams bowls to Leach, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. 19 now at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Middlesex. I'm sure Scott will bring you up to date with the scores when he replaces me at the end of this over, but clatter of wickets in Division 1. I say the fact that Middlesex have had a good day is not good news for Northamptonshire. Middlesex, of course, second from bottom, so would rather like to see, from a Northamptonshire point of view, them struggling. Here's Williams in. Ooh, that's gone like a fast leg break. It's just seamed away, and Leach was nothing like good enough to get a touch.
I think the very best of the best are not getting a touch on that one.
Well, Sabe's coming down to have I'm not sure if it's a word of advice, sympathy, or just where are we going to go out to eat tonight, but that just seamed away, and as you say, Leach didn't get within 6 inches of it, I wouldn't have thought. That really did go a long way. 297 for 5, 1 ball to go in the over. Williams in. Bowls to Leach, who pushes forward. It runs up to mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. 297 for 5. Zabe is 14. Leach yet to get off the mark, and to take you through to close of play, after a word from Callum, it'll be Scott Reed.
Yeah, Northamptonshire 297 for 5. Zabe 14. Leach just come in on 0. These have been excellent today, Northamptonshire. Emilio Gay leading from the front for his side. He's had struggled this season, but he's really put on a show today for Northamptonshire fans, and he's got them into a really strong position. Same with Luke Proctor. Luke Proctor probably deserved the 3 figures, batted really well, took his time, but just played the scenario with Emilio Gay very well.
Here comes Balderson then from the Statham end, around the wicket, balls full but wide and driven away up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, we've got 4 overs to go, or 3.5 overs to go here. We'll have a little look around some of the grounds through the course of this over. Andrew mentioned there's plenty of wickets around. We'll bring a little update to 1 or 2 situations elsewhere. Balderson to safe Zabe off the back foot. Drops it in front of square. Beautiful timing, actually. It runs all the way towards the boundary, and he'll curl back for 3. He's dropped his hands on that safe Zabe, and the ball ran out towards the rope. Comes back for 3. That brings up the 300 here for Northamptonshire. Elsewhere in the game between Warwickshire and Middlesex. Middlesex all out for 199 in reply to that Warwickshire total of 60 all out. So as viewers on Lancs TV looking there at the partnerships of that Middlesex innings, they've secured a first innings lead of 139 runs, Middlesex. All out for 199 in reply to Warwickshire's 60 all out. Forward goes Leach, and he defends back down the pitch. And there is no run. The game between Hampshire and Essex, which is taking place in Southampton this week. Hampshire making 120 all out. That's the Essex reply at the minute. Pepper on 28, Rossington on 11, so Essex are 108 for 5. Balderson in, full of length to Leach. It's turned out to mid-wicket and there's no run, so Essex trail Hampshire by 12. We're off to Trent Bridge next, where Nottinghamshire are 217 for 4. We're taking on Kent this week. Stephen Mullaney on 16, Tom Moores on 35. So Nottinghamshire 217 for 4 against Kent at Trent Bridge. Balderson to Leach, gets his first run here. Little flick away off the pad out towards mid-wicket and comes back for 2. So Leach is up and running. Score moves on to 302 for 5. In Taunton, Somerset are taking on Surrey. Somerset were 170 all out. Surrey in reply are 111 for 4. Tom Latham on 51 and Will Jacks on 4. So Surrey 111 for 4 in reply to that Somerset total of 170 all out. Watching Craig Overton there bowling to Tom Latham. Surrey trail by 59 in that match. Here's Balderson. Oh, it's left by Leach. It's a great leave. It's disappeared over his stumps and into the gloves of the keeper, Phil Salt. And that is the end of the over. It's 302 for 5 here. Into Division 2. We're off to the game between Derbyshire and Glamorgan at the minute, where Glamorgan are 321 for 4. Kieran Carlson on 34, Billy Root on 18. So Glamorgan 321 for 4, taking on Derbyshire. There has been some rain around on what looks like a pretty green pitch at the county ground. And there's one other game in Division 2 which we'll take a look at in a moment. Here we're going to see Will Williams preparing to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end. The other game in Division 2 is back underway. It's been rain affected too in Scarborough, where Yorkshire are now 137 for 1. Adam Lythe on 72 and George Hill on 5. So Yorkshire 137 for 1. They're taking on Durham in Scarborough this week.
Williams from the Jimmy Anderson end. Over the wicket he bowls. Oh, it's a beauty. Seth Sabe just dangling his bat outside the off stump there. Will Williams pushing it across him straight through to Phil Salt for no run.
Love to prize another one out tonight, wouldn't they, Lancashire? It's been a tough all day.
Yeah, there was some sore bodies from Tom Bailey and Stephen Croft chasing down that 3 a minute ago. Tom Bailey even took his hat off and waved to the crowd, I think. I think he might have got a little sarcastic applause. So in comes Williams. Balls again. Oh, it's nicked off, has it? It's not walked. The umpire said no. Oh, the Lancashire lads thought they had number 6. Will Williams again pushing it across, identical to the ball before. And he's played again at this one. The Lancashire thought they had him. Kind of done the celeb appeal. They've just not even looked at the umpire. But the umpire don't move. Says not out.
It's a lovely ball, isn't it, from Will Williams?
It's not what you want just before 6 p.m. when you're ready to get a shower and have some tea. Williams in. Balls again on that exact same area. Just stays a little bit low. And he just plays forward for no run. Yeah, it was an absolute beauty, that one, wasn't it, again? They've heard something. Stayed away from the pads, but umpire unmoved.
Need the old ultra edge, wouldn't you, to work that out? So a wonderful decision from James Middlebrook at about 40 minutes ago, when one came off the pad and was taken by the keeper of Proctor's pad.
In comes Williams, balls. Zabe finally lets that one go through, doesn't play at that one. Yeah, it was a brilliant decision. They get a bit of stick umpires in terms of some dodgy decisions here and there, but that one, I think I was giving it on the replay never as well. It was that good of a decision. It was a beauty, that ball from Williams, as we see on the replay if you're watching the live stream. Just very much Will Williams, isn't he? Just 1 for 42, just into his 20th over. He's so consistent. In he comes. Balls again, targeting the stumps, played back down the ground, no run.
They've plugged away, haven't they, Lancashire, all day. Spinners have bowled a lot with +6 on the over rate. For 23 overs of Jack Morley, 10 overs of Tom Hartley, and 11 overs of Luke Wells on the first day of a championship match.
Yeah, you wouldn't say they bowled badly, would you? You'd just say 2 lads have got in and really took advantage of this wicket, which is clearly a beautiful batting wicket still. So in comes Williams. Bowls. Again, Williams targeting the stumps. Zabe plays down the ground to mid-on for no run. That should be Will Williams done for the day. 1 for 42 off 20 overs. Typical spell from Williams, just line of length. Absolutely immaculate. Never gives you any bad balls. He's really difficult to score from, and the Northants lads not seeing that at the start of the day when there was 59 for 3.
Yeah, just a little bit extra on that, Emilio Gay, and there's lots of stats that have been mentioned. I think whether Andrew mentioned this or not, that Emilio Gay was the first number 2 to make 100 against Lancashire in first class cricket since Ben Duckett's 134, which came here in July 2015. As Botherson's in, forward goes Leach in defence, and there is no runs. The first number 2 to make 100 against Lancashire in first class cricket since Ben Duckett's 134 in July 2015. And that partnership, which was worth in the end 207 runs for the 4th wicket, is the first 200+ fourth wicket partnership against Lancashire since May 2011. That's left alone by Leach through to the keeper. No run. That involved Ben Stokes and Dale Benkenstein against Durham at Chester this Street when they put on 331 in May 2011. It was the first time that Northants went through a session without losing a wicket, as they did through the course of the afternoon since the game against Warwickshire in 2022. Left again by Leach. It snakes past the edge of the off stump and into the gloves of Phil Salt. And there is no run. We've just got a handful of deliveries left. 3 of this over, then 1 more remaining of the day's allocation. 2 slips and a gully and a point to cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Balderson from the Statham end over the wicket, bowls. Defended by Leach, steers it down to George Bell.
Got to
gully. No run.
Tip your hat off to these statisticians, don't you? Some of the stats they come up with. Is that when you say number 2? Is that the batting position? Do we mean?
Yeah.
Oh, how do people remember these things?
Well, Gary Morgan, who sent me that, has got a database to rival anyone's database. So he's got all the details at his fingertips. There's Balderson to Leach. That's defended to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Andrew Sampson's downstairs well, he was. He may have left the Test match special score. He's got one of these databases where you can put anything you want.
Yeah, I think he was he a Blackpool?
Yes, he was a Blackpool.
Yeah, he's thrown a few stats out to us a Blackpool. I was just amazed by some of the stats you made.
Final ball for Balderson. Leach still on 2 from his 16 balls faced. And doesn't add to it here, and he just defends it out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 1 over left of the day. It's 302 for 5, with Safe Zabe on 17 and Tom Leach on 2. A day that has certainly belonged to Emilio Gay, a brilliant century, 144, and Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain, making an impressive 75 in that big partnership through the course of the afternoon.
George Balderson's been excellent again for Lancashire today. 3 for 29 off his 12 overs. Just becoming Mr. Reliable for Lancashire at the moment with bat and ball.
Yep. He on the back of his maiden first-class century for Lancashire at Edgbaston last week. It was a fantastic way that he responded to, I'm sure, the disappointment of being, well, dropped, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were surprised by that, weren't they? His omission from the Essex game. So in comes Williams for the final over of the day. Balls. Ooh. It's played and not played at Farzef Zabe. He's tried to play it first, tried to bring the bat away from it late on, but very close to chopping on there. Luckily, it goes down to the slip cordon for no run.
Yeah, super response from Balderson last week at Edgbaston. Has had a very, very good season, both with bat and with ball. As he was saying, if you fail with the bat, I guess as an all-rounder, you got a chance to make up a little bit later in the match.
In comes Williams, bowls, played off the back foot, just down the ground for no run. Yeah, he's good. He's a good player for Lancashire to have as well. He's filling that number 6 and 7 role at the moment, isn't he, batting? But he's also, you know, a natural opening batsman, and that's where I think he first started off for Lancashire, opening the batting. So, if anything did happen to Wells or Jennings in terms of injury, fingers crossed, touch wood they don't. They've got a shoe-in terms of George Balderson, and he's certainly one for the future for Lancashire. In comes Williams, balled outside the off stump, let go through to Salt for no run.
Yeah, opened the batting in the match that you were at in Southport against Hampshire. Got 51 opening the batting with Phil Salt.
Yeah, he batted well then as well.
Great to have that flexibility, isn't it? Open the batting, back in the middle order. You're bowling as well. You're contributing in different ways for the team.
Williams turns, and he comes from the James Anderson end. Bowls. Zabe on the front foot, plays down to mid-off for no run. Score 302 for 5. Batsman will just be looking to survive now. Carry the bat through. Turn up in the morning. Bat again.
We just took a look at the game at Edgbaston, didn't we, a few minutes ago?
The groundsman must have maybe a cheap deal on an holiday in a couple of days.
Warwickshire are 3 for 1 in the second innings.
Oh.
It's 21 wickets fallen on the first day.
Williams in. Played off the back foot into the covers for no run. I suppose the weather hasn't helped in the past couple of days in terms of prepping wickets for the groundsman. Unfortunately, like you say, we're on the test wicket here at Emirates Old Trafford. I don't think that was the original plan, but because of the covers being on over the test match and the past weather we've had in the past 3 or 4 days, have not been able to get on the wicket and prepare it. So in comes Williams. Final ball of the day. Oh, it's played at. And Zabe just walks off. Luckily, he's still there to come back in the morning, but it was very close to walking off and not being able to come back in the morning there. Will Williams again, immaculate on his line in length. Goes through for no runoff. And that's the end of the day. Northants 302 for 5, been an absolute brilliant day for Northamptonshire. Emilio Gay's day. And Luke Proctor backing him up perfectly, putting on a record-breaking partnership for over 200. And they batted absolutely brilliantly on this wicket.
They did. They've enjoyed a very, very good day, Northamptonshire. Certainly a memorable one for Emilio Gay. Been a slow season for him, but he's bounced back to form in emphatic style today, so he'll remember his century in Manchester. And as Callum was saying, I'm sure grateful to his captain and sharing that excellent partnership. Lancashire plugged away as best they could. Spinners have bowled an absolute stack of overs on the first day. Jack Morley, 23 of them. Tom Hartley, 10 of them. And Luke Wells, 11 of them. With 3 wickets for George Balderson, 3 for 29, 1 for Will Williams and 1 for Jack Morley. So that's the close of play on the first day here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Northants 302 for 5 at the close, with Saif Zabe and Dom Leach to resume tomorrow morning, and we'll be back with you for coverage of the second day from around about 10 to 11 across Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Many thanks to and to Bumble being with us today, likewise to Callum. Myself and Andrew Radd will be back with you tomorrow, with, I'm sure, some guests as well. But that's it from us here in Manchester on a glorious evening. If only it was sunny like this on Sunday. Sadly not. 302 for 5 at the close. We'll catch you in the morning.